It's a couple years. And then NSIU, there's all kinds of things you will qualify for, you know, if you keep your grades up. It's very likely she goes to quick and then the SIU. Yeah,
Steve, care for some wings?
no, thank you.
They're boneless.
If that was stopping you,
They're more like chicken
I
blob.
love wings, but the bone,
Oh,
they're right.
no wonder they couldn't fly.
I don't feel like I get as much.
My wings.
I thought that turkey soup.
It forces
And
you.
I understand, it's based, we got chicken nuggets with sauce on them.
Yeah.
I understand that. but-
There's nothing wrong with that. It forces you to be dirtier than you have to be from a hands point of view.
Well, I don't like the bone-in wings,
Mhm.
same reason I don't like frog.
Then she's also going to try
Not worth it.
to
Yeah.
establish a lacrosse.
There you go,
team
that's true.
at SIU, which they don't currently have.
Cause I
They
ate
told her,
frog legs
"Yeah,
a lot growing up and
what do you want to
it
do?
wasn't worth working.
There was just not enough meat in there to make it. Yeah,
Wasn't worth it.
I never had frog legs.
Huh.
Are they any good?
No.
It's actually.
Tastes like chicken.
They really do.
They made me jumpy.
See, my dad used to go frogging all the time.
Did he?
So we always had frog legs.
Well, welcome everyone to Strange Aeons October. I hope you've all had a good month. The sordid tale to tell. I know there's a lot of health issues, a lot of knee issues,
About what?
knee issues.
We're all getting old and it sucks.
Yeah.
Yes, it
what-
does.
Since last we met, Mindy's foot's completely healed.
Good.
I was gonna ask you about that the other night and then got sidetracked.
We got that big ass kicking contest.
Yeah, she's
tomorrow.
back. She's back and kicking down. Good deal. Well, so it's been a while since we played.
Yes. it is.
And you know, it's the kind of a while that forces me to get a second gin and tonic. But it's so a lot sort of has gone on. I went over the
August, is August the last time you?
August is the last time. we
Wow,
played.
that's the
So,
last time I was here.
it's just the calendar didn't work out, and we had Archon. There was a lot of things going on. Would you ready to? There's a lot of things going on. Archon was great. I think, and Tracy can potentially confirm, we had more people this year than we had before.
Yep.
So year over year growth. That's awesome.
The number of people that signed up for games that we actually physically took money for, we had $150 more than last year.
No kidding. So
Good.
it's like $1 a game. So that's like 150 more games. That's
So
awesome.
150 more people
Players,
signing
yeah.
up for games. And that's just the ones that we actually took money for, because some people would just say, I go,
One of my coworkers was there with their kid and they did the costume contest.
They have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a fun Archon.
There really is a lot to do there.
Yeah, it is.
yeah.
And here we go.
I had enough people helping this year that I actually got to go shop in the dealer's room
We helped.
twice.
Yeah, we actually physically helped this time. Just standing around looking like dorks.
Good for you guys.
We do both.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, we sort of did, but
This year we helped with the line,
with the actual
initial line registering.
I told them, they said, start. And I
We
said,
like a warm
I
up
said,
too or
starts at
something?
noon.
just in time for
We
a
all
big
showed up
margarita.
At 11:59 and 48 seconds.
We were drinking.
We had,
Pre-gaming.
Really?
Huh?
Pre-gaming.
Drinking.
yeah, we were enjoying the big margarita.
Yeah,
over at
I'm sitting there
Bottom.
trying to get everything done. They're sending me pictures of the margaritas they're drinking.
Well, we thought you would want to.
And then the waitress wouldn't let them bring me one.
No,
She was real funny about that.
were we actually helpful?
Yes.
Okay.
Mission accomplished.
You guys don't hear that a lot, do you?
No,
No, they don't. No, we don't.
when we say we'll help,
I tell them that every Archon. They're just open they forget.
next year when we say we'll help again, will you not worry until noon?
I really wasn't worried this year.
Okay.
I knew you'd be there, but I was also going to give you crap about it.
Okay.
Because you do the same.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Gotta send an email. By the way, Beaker is winning. The Beaker team.
Cool.
Beaker would absolutely
Beaker.
win.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Beaker's an artificer.
Dr. McGillicuddy's, I presume.
Yep,
Yep.
in a fireball.
Keeps happening.
Fire Amber for her victory.
Yeah. So there was a guy at Saturday night party at the hotel. T-shirt said, "Fireball may not be the answer, but it's worth a shot." That's what the shirt said, and then he was handing out fireballs.
Nice.
I gave him a butterscotch. He said, "Mix some." I talked to him about 10 minutes later. He's like, I was really leery about what you said, mixing them, but it's really good. I'm like, yes, I know.
I've still got ice over here too.
There you go. You put those two together. Mhm.
We got ice. I mean, if you need more fresh ice, you're a little worried about the Coke thing, we can make that happen. So we got glasses, we got ice, we're ready. We even got garnish.
Gotta have garnish.
Yeah, I got a stirring stick that you can use, bendy straw. We're ready.
There you go.
All right, so a lot of stuff has happened since you guys got this Thrushmoor. I put out the map, and you can see basically some of the locations, right? So there's the Stain where Thassia and Tavian are staying. There's the Silver Wagon where the rest of you guys are staying. There's
Oh, yeah, that's right.
there's Pier 19, which we'll get to in a minute. There is the Sleepless Agency, which is Senia and Winter work there, and they've been working with you, and they're the people who have basically tipped you off to the idea that there's something weird going on.
Something weird.
And then there's the Fort Hale Course, which I refer to on several occasions as Fort Halitosis. Last time. So, and that's where you guys were, you're seeing some things going on there that are a bit disconcerting. Are you? Bless you.
Bless you.
I wondered, so when I mentioned an aroma earlier and then Tracy's doing this, I thought, man, it's really firing up, isn't it? I'm really working it. All right, so you can see from the whiteboard.
Pier 19, furniture store.
Yeah.
Well, sort of like eclectic dishware and
Okay.
glasses and stuff like that. So,
Where I got my desk.
Actually, Pier 1 is what it
Oh,
is.
Pier 1, yeah.
So, all right, Pier 19 has officially changed the name to Pier 1. So, Thassia and Tavian are at Pier 1. They're picking out some doilies and stuff. All right, so quick recap. So right now, it's the third day that you guys have been in Thrushmoor. Third day since the fog lifted. And what are you laughing at me for? I haven't said anything
I
funny.
just remembered last time that Elib was just standing back, a cab. I'll gone through backwards.
Well, and as I was going through the video, there was that I can't remember exactly what you said, but it was brutal, if I recall
Do
correctly.
you always talk to stupid people? Doing it right now.
Or crazy people.
Crazy people, crazy people.
Yeah, there was a weird twinge in my back when I did that. I just chalked it up to getting old.
It was awesome.
But so it's the third day, and you guys have it's the third day since the fog lifted on Briarstone Asylum. You can see the asylum from the water's edge, and it's obviously in shambles. It's a ruin now. You don't see anybody people moving over there, although every once in a while you'll see a boat full of randoms from town.
Going over to see what's there and
Going over to see what's there, see if there's
kids
any.
daring each other.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of like
Yeah.
maybe looking to see if there's anything
Looters.
worth retrieving. Yeah, looters,
Yeah.
local looters, kids, checking it out. Don't go over there. The Briarstone Witch is over there. Blah, blah, blah. But so far as you have heard over the last few days, there hasn't been any other activity going on at the asylum. You think that maybe what you guys were able to do turned off whatever bad things were happening there, took care of the Anerian.
Until book 3.
Yeah, until book 3 when we go back. No. So in the meantime, you guys have done a couple of things. So Jax, Elib, Duskwar, Bella, and Erevar are all at the Silver Wagon. It's about 10 a.m. on the third day. You guys have just gotten back from Fort Halitosis. And you were sort of dragged out of your bed this morning by constables over to the totem, and you were questioned about a murder, which you guys are assuming is the murder of the fungal druidess from down the way, although they never really talked about that. You got the impression that that when you guys were interrogating,
You said a woman.
yeah, they just said a woman. They didn't give you any details. The impression that you guys got was that this was less of an interrogation and more of a sort of like, let's throw some eyeballs on these new people in town and see what they're about. And basically, what they got was a bunch of wise answers from a goblin.
Because they're wise people.
Yeah, it's for wise people, but you weren't under arrest and anything. A couple of interesting notes. So when you were in Fort Hale Course, I almost said Hell, how's this again? You did see the pole that that Tavion had observed from the second floor of that storage barn that was outside of the fort. You didn't see the manacles, but what you did not see was any of the Mwangi people that were installing it that Tavion had seen. So none of those guys were in evidence. You didn't see them inside the fort. You didn't see, they weren't part of the constables. You're not sure where those guys came from. Whatever that's about, we'll just skip down to the Mwangi. They're a long way from home. If you look at the bottom map, which we're not going to do right now, but you were in Ustalav, which is in the north. Mwangi is in the south. So it's basically the whole map difference. Over 1,000 miles, probably much more than 1,000, potentially thousands of miles, and certainly on the other side of the interstate. So whatever these guys are doing here, they have come a long way to do it. Plus, why are they setting up a manacle pole in the middle of the courtyard, the training courtyard at Fort Hale Course? They haven't needed one in the several decades that Fort Hale Course has been there. The constables have never been of the mind to hang people up on poles. It's an odd thing to have happen. So at the hold on, I gotta fix this. That's one thing I made wrong here. Hold on. There we go. Now so they're Pier 1, and they were checking out a report. So Tavion, over the course of a couple of different sessions, has met with one of somebody who pretends to, or at least seems to be an old friend of his named Keldron Mon. And Keldron is basically like, he's working, sort of for the constables, and he's sort of like doing deliveries and stuff like that. He's obviously a martial character of some sort, but he and Tavion were like friends, drinking buddies. They talk very familiar. And this Keldron guy was very sort of surprised to see him sort of wandering around, and has made plans to meet him at the Stain for drinks tonight to catch up, because I think they've had a couple of instances where they've run into each other, and they haven't had the time to sort of
Hash things out.
Well, and also Tavion's at a disadvantage because Tavion
Doesn't
remembers
remember,
absolutely
right.
zero of this, which I think is something that is happening to all of you. You're still all missing a couple of weeks of worth of memory. It may never come back. I mean, you've been away from the asylum for 3-4 days now. You have interacted with people. It's obvious to a lot of you that you've run into people that know you, and largely they sort of insinuate that you guys. What? I hear you now.
The 3 different reactions that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So largely they insinuate that you guys used to work for Count Lowell's in some capacity. Now, Elib and Jex, the reaction you guys have gotten from sort of going around is that you were maybe potentially sort of like security or something like that for the Count. But a lot of people don't have a great opinion of you guys. Certainly the lady who runs the Silver Wagon, when you guys walked in, she was like, get out. Because you had, and it came out later that you guys had done a significant amount of damage, and you guys have been picked out, and brawling and that kind of stuff, which seems so unlike you guys. What'd you say?
Fake news.
Fake news.
Alternate facts.
Then it must be true.
The rest of you, Duswar, you and
Nobody knows me, thank
Great.
God.
Grady have not run into
That's
any people, but that kind of stuff. Bella, you haven't seen anybody? Yes.
Where's Grady at?
I'm not on there.
Shit,
Probably because I didn't play the last time you guys played.
that could be.
That might be it.
Grady, I'm assuming.
I was at the Silver Wagon,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was avoiding Jack and you in confrontation with the bar owner.
The white
Exactly.
choice.
They're at it again.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I mean, a lot of you, but you still, I mean, even though you haven't provoked the kind of reaction that a lot of people have, it's possible that you just haven't run into it.
The right person, yeah.
Right.
People who don't like us, pretty yellow.
But yeah, so in one of those meetings, Tavion was talking with
Oh, okay,
Keldron, and
right.
Keldron mentioned that he had seen Tavion like a day, maybe 2 before he disappeared, doing something at Pier 1. And it looked like, and to Keldron's eyes, and the way he told Tavian was, it looked like you were working on the pier. You go down to that pier, you can see that it's relatively disused. It's a fishing village, right? So a lot of the piers have boats tied up to it. Stop laughing back there. I'm still not saying anything funny. You guys are cracking up over there. It's making me nervous. I'm kidding.
Smiling at Captain.
Oh, okay. That's
There's a little doily kiosk on the.
I thought Steve was saying rude things about it. It's like,
Yeah.
call himself a DM. He's
Well,
okay.
partly,
It is,
but
but yeah.
actually, I've been texting weird things to them. I thought it more polite.
I love the googly eyes on the back of your laptop there.
Oh, yeah, it's a new installation. What do you think? Nice.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, I'm working it.
Tavian
So anyway, so Tavian and Keldron mentioned that he saw Tavian, what he interpreted as working on the pier. We assumed that Tavian was like doing some repairs on the pier of some, because it's a disused, kind of like a little bit broken down pier, it hasn't been fixed up. It's kind of in an out of the way place compared to the other docks. You know, it's still in sort of there, but it's sort of like out of the way. And it's not used very much,
It makes it
if
more
at all.
eclectic.
And so
Makes it more
Tavian and Thassia decided to go down there and check it out. And so Tavian sort of was looking around, and it's one of the last things that we did last session was they were sort of looking around.
Kevin, bring me some of these.
There's somewhere.
Oh,
Help right there, but I could.
Come in. So the last thing we did last session that we played in August was Tavian and Thassia went down to there. Tavian actually got in the water and was sort of like looking at things underneath the thing and thinks he spotted some sort of box or container that had been affixed to the bottom of the dock in a way that would not be obvious to that people would see. So he's interpreting this as like, maybe I
put it
something-
there.
maybe I put it here, maybe it can help us remember things or give us more clues and stuff like that.
because I can't imagine me fixing anything.
Fixing it. But as he was getting ready to sort of figure out how to detach it, well, something else detached itself from the bottom of the dock, slipped into the water, at which point Tavian was like, that's a big note for me, dog, and jumped out.
Yep.
Got onto the dock. The thing sort of levered itself, like pseudopod itself up onto the dock, lifted itself up, and one pseudopod came up out of the water with one big eye. And it was like looking around. I said roll for initiative, and that's where we stopped.
Yep.
And they're not here today. So at that point, so they're really, well, so we're not gonna do that, but at this point, they're not with you, right? You're
Right.
but you don't even know that they've gone out
looked
here.
it up.
Here.
It
Because
goes
they-
at 17,000 miles per hour. And I wrote back saying, yeah,
Um,
this is converting kilometers.
You don't even really know because they went straight to from the state. So Thassia and Tavian understand it's staying, the rest of them staying in Silver Wagon. So it was like automatic split the party for that from the DM standpoint. The best possible stuff.
Yep.
So you guys don't even know that they've gone down there. And you won't know for the course of the day. So couple of items after that. So that's where everybody is right now. A couple of items. So the Master Blaster rig will be done tomorrow on day 4.
Yep.
Yes.
So you're still, I mentioned this earlier, but you're still missing a couple of weeks worth of memories, which may never come back. They don't seem to be coming back. One of the things that you guys talked with Cezini about over at the Sleepless Agency was, where is Count Lowell's? The Count has been gone since before the problems at the asylum.
Right.
So basically, he just took off. Now, it's not unheard of, as Cecily said, it's not unheard of for the Count to go on trips. He goes to various places, he visits his relatives, he does these kind of things. It's part of being a noble in this land. But he hasn't come back, and it's been several weeks, and usually he comes back. Second, there's been all kinds of, during that time,
It's just me.
a lot of the constables that were previously in charge of things have left. So the constables themselves was largely a mercenary force. Not a mercenary fighters, but just generally paid people coming here and, you know, enforcing the law and stuff
Yeah.
on the Count. The Count leaves, nobody's paying these guys, and they depart. And now they've been replaced by new guys. Now, nobody really knows who's paying
Who's paying
these
them?
guys.
Well, that can't be good.
And nobody's going to sort of the justice days where usually Count Lowell or some representative would sit and hear arguments and things like that. Nobody's doing that. And it's been a couple of weeks now, a couple of instances where you would, at the very least, if Count Lowell couldn't be there himself, he would dispatch someone to handle that sort of thing, someone senior.
We should go do that.
That hasn't happened either. In fact, nobody knows anything right now from the point of view of Iris Hill. Supplies go in, but nobody comes out. So nobody knows where he is. There have been disappearances. So CCD told you that there have been disappearances, and people are growing increasingly nervous about that. People have
How many,
disappeared.
what's the populace of this village?
700 to 1,000 people.
Soylent Greens.
A lot of people, okay.
Mhm.
It's a big fishing village. It's a popular fishing village, but there have been disappearances.
Well, yeah, that's why I asked.
Yeah, it's pretty big. But it's not huge by any stretch of the imagination. It's sizable, but 700 people is not a lot. 800 people. So.
You see
It's not
that?
tough.
To those people it is.
That's my hometown.
Is it?
Yeah,
Well, there you go. So did everybody in your hometown know everybody else? Pretty much, yeah, they've met. So
they slept with each other.
Do what?
They slept with each other.
occasionally.
Well, I didn't date anybody in my class because my dad had dated their parents.
Yeah,
Their
and-
mothers and some like, no,
Yeah,
no.
Became awkward.
Yeah. Or my
She
dad,
didn't want to
or
go
my
to someone
dad
who's
hunted
going
with their
to-
dad, so I got to hear all the hunting stories. Yeah, so, yeah. It's just easier not to date anybody in my class.
it's one of those things whenever there's a new kid in class, it's like.
Yeah.
Well, it confused my daughter. She came home one day and she said that one of the girls in her class, her dad went to school with me. And I said, who's her dad? She said, Patrick Ellis. I said, oh, I dated her dad. I said, wait a minute. I dated her dad and her uncle. Hang on.
Wait.
And
Hang on.
I said, I dated her dad and two of her uncles. And she said, Mom, I said, sweetheart, there were like 150 kids. in
I
the
had
entire high
3
school.
days.
That we didn't have a lot of options. But I said,
You
I said,
trade
I
for
dated-
big families.
I dated one of her mother's brothers, and then I dated her dad and her dad's brother.
Awkward.
Still, only 3 days.
Still only 3 days.
Wow.
And all that, that's what he now remembers.
So there's been some disappearances in town, and enough to sort of like unnerve people a little bit. Nobody really knows what's happening, and Cecenia is like where, I mean, but it's been, in some cases it's individuals, in some cases it's entire family who have just sort of vanished. Now, normally people would say, "But what? I'm not doing that's the problem. You're supposed to be you're supposed to be vet mate. What is that with you? They're giving me food." So a couple of disappearances you could chalk up to people moving, people, getting spooked by El Grigor, ranting about the Briarstone witch coming to take everybody away. The issues that have been occurring at the asylum with the yellow mist and, the weird noises and screams that are coming out of, ringing out over the
I'm sure
river.
that's not it.
But the reality is it doesn't explain all. And largely people have stopped moving around at night. They've stopped moving around. I know. They stopped moving around outside of groups, even during the day. So it's rare to see individuals wandering around even during the day. And the people who have disappeared, especially the large numbers of people, when you have a whole family disappear, people check it out. They go in and they check it out and they start with it. And he's wanting me to give him some chicken nuggets, which I'm not gonna do. When they go and examine these people's houses, well, all their stuff is still there. Now, you can say what you want about leaving town and that kind of stuff, but it's rare that anybody leaves town without their stuff.
Right.
Without packing.
Yeah, without packing. So that's a level of scared that people don't seemingly around here have got. Cecilia thinks that these are kidnappings of some sort, but for what purpose? Nobody knows. Second, we mentioned the Mwangi at Fort Halicourse, Halicourse. And they're well out of their range. They don't belong here. So why are they here? Nobody knows. They don't see him in town. The only, and when, if you have mentioned it to anybody, people are like, what the hell are you talking about? Mwangi? For most people in this town, the whole idea of the Mwangi is some sort of legend from the South.
They haven't seen them?
They've never seen, they have not, anybody that you've mentioned this to has said, we don't know what you're talking about. It's only Tavion that's seen them over the wall at Fort.
Okay.
Railroads. And when you guys were brought there this morning, you didn't see any Mwangi kicking around. Just a new pole sitting up with manacles on. That Tavion said, these guys set up.
We're installing.
Yeah. But yeah, they haven't been in town, they're not around, you don't know, most people, if you say something like that, it's like saying,
I got a hairy
well,
chest now.
it's like if we were to say, well, we had some Nigerians over, have you seen the Nigerians? And everybody's like, what the hell are you talking about?
No.
Nigeria is not a place. It's like the Shire. Nobody, that's not a real thing. So yeah, so it's, people are not doing that. All right, so, but last time you guys ended up defeating the fungal druidess. So this is the woman that Elbrior, the crazy guy who you got drunk and extracted information from, told you that he suspected was the Briarstone Witch. You'll remember that Elbrior has been ranting and raving around town, bothering people.
He's like,
saying
it's right there.
The Briarstone Witch is coming to get us. We're all gonna die. And it goes back, and some people have been taking it kind of seriously because it goes back to sort of the legend of the Briarstone Witch, which is about 120, 130 years old. And the idea was about 130 years ago, when Thrushmoor was a much smaller city, a much smaller village, there was an incident in which the legend has it that everyone in the city, in the village, disappeared overnight.
Oh.
Now, most people consider this to be sort of a myth. Now, it is true that people, 125, 130 years ago, abandoned this village. Now, there are some relative
1,000 people.
at the time it was smaller, so like 500.
500 people. Right.
So
Right.
it's a lot of
They
people,
just get up, leave.
but they're saying,
Now,
the general consensus is that this is a tale that's gotten taller in the telling, right? So there are legitimate reasons why people might abandon a fishing village. And the most reasonable one is, there was a combination of some sort of weather incident combined with fish moving out into Lake and Carton into a different fishing grounds changing that forced people to sort of like,
Or somebody didn't clean out
Well,
the latrine.
somebody
many people believe that when that mass exodus went, they took belongings with them. They didn't just disappear.
Right, the general consensus is people
They
moved
moved.
away from Thrushmoor to chase the fishing, the good fishing in the lake. And that there may have been there's reports of some sort of like weather related to like a tornado or huge
Right.
storm or something like that. That sort of wrecked some things and caused people to and the idea is that basically these people just moved to other fishing villages
It was easier.
around the lake.
Mhm.
And it makes a certain kind of sense. What the legend has is that the Briarstone Witch came in and destroyed all these people and murdered all these people in one night. And so Elbrior, the crazy guy, has been going around town after the incident at the asylum. And he's been going, the Briarstone Witch is coming back. She's going to kill us all. We're all going to die. We have to do something. Basically, you guys captured him, got him drunk, extracted the information from him, and basically told you there's a place downriver where the Briarstone Witch is staying.
Which we end up killing her.
You went down
Well,
there.
we
She was
killed
nobody's idea of the Briarstone
We
Witch.
killed the woman there
Basically,
and then
there
found
was-
out maybe she wasn't the Briarstone.
Well, it was a druidess who
deserve that?
special. Your guess is that it was a druidess who
We're just gonna
specialized
say
in
yes.
fungus. And she had built up this kind of like little lair, and she was doing kind of stuff, and she probably had some nefarious activity. She was making poisons and things
Oh,
like that.
she was evil.
Well, I don't know, evil.
No. It
Misunderstood.
was just easier.
But yeah, you guys went in there and basically cleaned
She was
house.
evil,
She was
don't worry.
fungal infecting and
Nope.
cordycepsing a bunch of people. You went in there and cleaned house, and you got some treasure from that, which we can go through. Yes,
Okay.
it's still unclaimed.
Right.
But yeah, but you guys did that. When you guys came back, and this is just last night, essentially. You guys came back, picked up Elbrior. You say, we got her. And Elbrior basically spent that night and at least some of the morning telling everybody in town that the Briarstone Witch is dead. The heroes of Briarstone Asylum have killed her. You guys had gone the night before. You guys had gone to the Stain, and he was like, "Hail for all my friends."
For a silver piece.
10 silver pieces.
10 silver.
Yeah. So basically, he's been he's gone from one kind of crazy story to another kind of crazy story. At least this one, you all are favorably mentioned. in it.
Good, what's up?
I guess if you have to have crazy people talking about you, it's better to have them talk well about you.
Correct.
So there's that. You know, so Senia from Sleepless Agency has like, if you could put the kibosh on this guy and keep him from like winding people up about the Briarstone Wish, that'd be great. You guys talked maybe about just flat out murdering him, but decided to go this route. It looks like maybe that this series of events may have put paid to sort of him winding people up about the Briarstone Wish, especially if he keeps talking about how she's dead and you guys killed her and everybody's safe now. So there's that. Last element, bag lady's still missing. So she left. I mean, the last thing is Tavian saw her swimming into the river, and reaching the other side, you know, downriver and sort of like waving at him, which he found to be extremely impolite, and disappearing sort of into the thing. Now there could be. You guys haven't seen her since. It's only been 3 days, but it's possible that she has been making. It's possible that she could be responsible for some of the missing people, some of the whole Briarstone Witch sort of fervor. You guys remember her from the asylum. She was a mass murderer who killed people and murdered a lot more people at the asylum when all the trouble came out and escaped.
That's murder.
So if there's one thing that you guys know about mass murderers is that they like murder and wish to continue their efforts.
Yeah.
So it's possible. I mean, you haven't seen any bodies around town with sacks on their heads, but it may only be a matter of time. And I know that she figures highly on your to-do list. And I mean to kill list, not to do. Yeah, you know. So that's kind of where we are. There's some weird stuff happening in town. There's disappearances taking place. Cecilia from the Sleepless Agency is hoping that you guys will help them figure it out. They're doing their own investigations. Winter among them is trying to help them. You guys are back at the Silver Wagon. You haven't heard from Thacia or Tavian, or frankly Erevar for since yesterday. I mean, you left Tavian and Thacia around midnight, 1 o'clock the night before, and they weren't at Fort Halecourse with you guys. I'm good. I'm gonna continue this. I might just will give up. It's gonna be Fort Halitosis.
Yep.
Oh, what happened there, Boogie Boogie?
I don't know what happened. Somehow licking my face is helping him.
She's gonna get your ears.
Yeah, I'm not sure the last time I had my earlobe
Now you
nibbled.
want more, huh?
Yeah.
I can mark that off my to-do list for this week.
So questions.
That's not for you. No.
You look like you got a question.
So offers.
Offers.
Uh-oh.
Did Dougie squeeze you?
Elib, you want to go with me?
Yeah.
We go back to the constable.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. You're just walking up to the door or?
Yeah.
All right.
We're
Don't
not,
get us in trouble.
they're servers of the people.
Uh-oh.
This is gonna be
We're
good.
we're in trouble.
No.
Our taxes pay your salary.
Oh, God.
Okay, so they're not.
It's just us two. I'm not representative of the rest of the group.
Okay.
Because they like the rest of us. They
What
don't
I'm trying
like
to
you
do
guys.
is, what time of day is it?
Coming up on lunch.
Yeah.
30, 11 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
I got 10 a.m.
All right. I'm hanging out at the Silver Wagons.
So
Okay.
If I see them heading over there, now leave town.
rumor has it,
I'm out of a stupid town.
If they're going-
Look, you guys, I'm going home.
we want to talk to the chief constable, the captain, the
Highest constable you
the
got.
general.
All right.
Top of
So,
the food chain.
Be your parents.
so when you get there, I mean, it's closed. The port is closed. So you bang on the doors, and like the little slider opens up, you know, the little welcome to Bree slider.
What do you want?
No more
It's basically like,
No more beggars.
yeah. We, and you're like, we demand to see the chief constable or
Chief Constable,
unavailable?
Ain't nobody seen it with her. No way.
No, we're not.
who's in charge here?
Chief constable.
Right. My friend Elif here will be sitting over judgment today at 2:00. We just thought we'd let you guys know.
Well, first of all, that's not today, and second of all, she's not qualified to do so.
Today's when we're doing it. The place he goes to is in town, right?
Yeah.
To do these.
Yeah, it's like, there's like a Hall of Justice, it's like a,
All the time.
not, I mean, it's not like
In the Justice League.
the Justice League is there.
Today is when he's doing it. At, what's normal time?
It's a hall where they put out justice.
Usually, yeah, afternoon.
Yeah, that's when we're gonna be here. As a courtesy, we're letting you know. And we leave.
Okay. All right. He doesn't respond to that.
Okay.
Like, but you do see that as you guys like turn around and walk away, you do see that the slider stays open.
Wonder why?
And then closes again. You're not sure what's going on there, but a message received, I guess.
Told them we already have one.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, they've got one, but they're not doing their job. So by us doing it, it'll draw some
Reaction.
activities, some reaction.
Reaction, yes.
There's nothing that works better than drawing the ire of the cops.
Yeah.
Didn't they bring them donuts?
Yeah. Yeah.
You go.
All right, so you guys have done that. So you're saying, all right, we're gonna sit in halls of justice at 2. And basically they're like, okay. They don't, I mean, the guy doesn't really say anything.
Fine, he's not in charge anyway.
Well, no, I mean, you didn't recognize him. He wasn't one of the guys that you talked to, but
He's just a guard.
yeah, he's just, but have been constables in town, sort of wandering around. What they haven't been doing is sort of constable stuff, like keeping the peace, that kind of stuff, fights break out, addressing, this guy pisses me off. Mm,
So you guys are gonna keep the peace,
They
right?
haven't been doing like cop stuff.
Okay.
They call themselves constables, but they haven't been doing cop stuff. They've actually been doing a fair amount of hand signals to each
And
other,
are they,
which, we have different meanings.
Are they doing this?
townsfolk or outsiders?
Well,
The constables are all outsiders right now, aren't they?
well, and so here's the thing, they always sort of were, right? So they were always, the constables were always, hired hands, the count would hire, and mercenaries is too strong a word, but like sell swords and put them in constables' taverns, and these were the things. Up until about the time that Lowell's left, it was generally a unified group of people that had been there fairly long term. But those guys stopped getting paid, and that was well known in town.
Right.
Those guys stopped getting paid by the council office, and so they left. And then they were replaced by a group of new guys who are sort of, they're wearing the tabards and they're sort of constabling around, but they're not actually doing constable work. And nobody really knows how they're getting paid. It's certainly not in the.
Has there
same
been a lot of
sense that the
shakedowns?
previous guys. Have there been any shakedowns? No,
Oh,
nothing like that.
oh, we'll
Which is
correct that.
weird, which you would think. So you can start shaking people down. Having you in this town is just like, it's a problem. I can see it's gonna be a problem.
Really? What gave you that? What made you think that?
I'd just like to apologize for taking so long for you to realize that.
You're apologetic.
Just remember, take a big tip jar with you for your shakedown.
Yeah.
You can tip us. for the-
Hi, my name's Jax. That'll be 10 silver.
And then they came up with the other operation.
Elif was sitting in the chair.
Well, it's not 2 yet, so.
I mean, when it happened.
Elif's getting it warmed
Huh?
up.
As long as there isn't anybody in it already.
Right.
Well, no, the room's abandoned. It's not the right day. And basically, there's been 2 justice days since Lowell's left. And
Neither day anyone showed up.
neither day, people seeking justice showed up.
Okay,
but nobody was there to actually dispense it.
Nobody sat in the chair.
The
Right.
Justicar did not go.
Right. Well, and usually even when, when Lowell's would do it, I mean, there's the bailiff and there's the guy who reads the
Right.
petition.
Charges.
None of those guys showed up. It's like basically a bunch of people went to Justice Day to get justice, stood around for an hour, and we're like, I don't think he's coming, and then depart.
You just got the shaft.
We'll come back next week.
Yeah.
Second week, same thing.
Right. Same thing. And now it's like, well, we don't know what's going on, but obviously Justice Day is canceled. Justice is canceled in this town. All right, so there's what? So there's that. Yeah, they didn't react, but yeah, from the constable standpoint, the old guys who were sort of like well-known in town had been working there for, in some cases, 3 or 4 years as constables. They had, sort of embodied it, but they were always sort of the count's constables. It's not, so the tax argument, it's not gonna work.
Right.
unless you count the taxes that the people pay to the count to be part of that. I guess that's kind of a thing, but it's not right. The count typically just pay that out of count money.
Count money. Count de Monet.
All right, so that's
You look like the best
Elib
boy.
and Jack. What about the rest of you guys? I know Bella is looking, she's like, why am I here? I should be in a nice hobbit hole somewhere in a green and pleasant land. What about you guys? I mean, what are you guys doing? These guys two take off. Bassie and Tavian are somewhere you haven't seen them since the night before. Is there something you guys want to do or questions that you guys have that are vexing you?
I'm actually trying to figure out where to hide since I see them heading over to
The only,
the constable again. I know what it was like last time.
I mean, the only thing that the Thrushmoor is going to be interested in is trying to figure out what evidence is available
Daniel's knowledge over
in these disappearances. So, I mean, basically, he would ask to can I go investigate the homes where these people disappeared from?
Sure, potentially. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
it might raise a few eyebrows, but
well, I mean, that's what he would, if there's anything he's going to quote do, then she is going to, give permission to do a little bit of legwork on her own.
okay.
Leg day,
Huh?
leg day,
Yeah,
said leg work.
and then just to I mean, her main motivation is going to be, the whole idea of these people have been killed, they've been taken away, whatever. That's what her angle is going to be,
Got it.
is to see
You
some
gonna
kind
take these two with you? Or are you gonna just do it?
only if they want to. I mean,
I don't know, see what we can dig up about what disappearances and see what, mainly see if anybody recognizes us to give us some kind of
Well,
clues
yeah.
as to what memories we're missing.
I mean,
I just went back to the little thing I sent to you before we ever got started.
Mhm.
And part of mine says she's still not sure if he ratted her out, but once she has a chance to find out, and
You okay with that plan?
all the fury her little body can stand. So I may go just to see if I can find out who.
Fine.
Got it.
turns
Stir
it
the
into
pot,
cat
something
burglary.
comes.
Gotcha. Okay.
so, and I have to ask, because basically what I've studied about this particular race is that they are not welcome. I mean, they're generally shunned,
Mwangi?
Chieflings, you mean?
tieflings.
Yeah, Stevens, yeah.
Oh,
So basically, I mean, I may be I may be accepted to this party.
Right.
But I'm fully expecting those who are in authority that will give me permission to go check out these homes to say, yeah, get the fuck out of here, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, so here's the thing about, oops, I'm sorry. So here's the thing about those permissions. The normal permission givers
slightly used.
aren't working anymore, right? So normally if you were to do something like this, you would go, either as the count representative or the constable or something like that. But those aren't really options at this point.
Okay.
Because the count's not here. Everybody who goes up to, at least from what you heard, everybody that goes up to Iris Hill is being turned away. Except for people bringing supplies. Those supplies are delivered. The deliveries are done. Those people go back home. There's no, hanging out at Iris Hill and hobnobbing with the rich and shameless. It's very businesslike and not, and certainly swift.
Okay.
So basically, you would probably sort of let you guys considering this kind of thing at the Silver Wagon that morning after these guys take off. You would probably say, the only people that we could really ask about this are the people who told us about it, which is
Right.
Senior over at the sleepless agents. So I'm assuming you go over there
Yeah,
and talk to them, and basically she's like, yeah, I don't think you'll have any problem. You don't want to necessarily piss off the neighbors, but
no,
she's like, she'll give you like a couple of addresses in town
that's what,
where people have just.
Yeah,
any, and just maybe a short writ, just to say that with your signature on it, so that if we are stopped by the neighbors,
Okay.
we
Yeah,
can
permission,
merely
yeah.
say, we're just trying to get to the bottom of this.
Right.
And here's the permission that we have received with your official stamp, and we'll bring back whatever information we have.
Why they say about where your neighbors went or
That's right.
whether.
I mean, the thing about, Dustwar is gonna be, very, very lawful about the whole thing. So,
Yeah, Dustmore. He lives the local authority now, so he can give you that written.
I ain't going.
We want to
Principal plan seems very
we
ill-conceived.
want to recognize local authorities.
That's like me going into Belleville going, I'm sheriff. I'm sheriff.
I heard that's what you should do, just claim victory.
Claim, yeah,
It works.
I'm sheriff.
So, she gives us, whatever,
Hey,
however
yeah.
many, however many. Grady's going with me.
Yeah, I go with you.
Okay, the Hobbit, you're more than welcome. And this is what we're doing.
Right.
And we
Try to
think
get some
it's-
answers about this
Yeah.
disappearance.
even if we don't get any answers, maybe we'll at least find something else about this.
Something about us.
Us.
Yeah, exactly. Something-
Yeah, we hope to learn about other people, but I think the most important thing is to learn a little bit about ourselves.
Right.
We can go around. It's a fact finding mission. That's a fact. Jack.
Least valid map ever. I got nothing. Okay, there we go.
Is that
I got nothing to
That
work
makes
with.
you feel more comfortable there. And then there's the yard.
That one map,
Is that better?
you printed out for me that has that like. hole
Yeah.
with that-
So Tracy, did I ever tell you about the pool? My pool?
Uh-huh.
All right, so,
Draw.
okay. So when we first, were talking to people again about, pool, we went into the design, we were looking at a modified kidney design. So basically, it's got like a deep end over here, sort of like that, and then a shallower end over here. That's sort of, and then there's like a little area where you can sit sort of over here. And then we was like, okay, so this is how it looks to where's the drain? Well, it's gonna be over here, I think. And then.
You've got the.
You're lying. This,
No. This is
No,
gonna be a
this
hot
is the
tub area.
Original design, yeah, so that's gonna be a hot tub area, and then from a landscaping perspective, we're probably gonna put like the bushes around here.
For privacy.
Yeah, so for privacy and stuff like that, and we're looking at this design, and my wife who's looking at this design, and we're looking at it, she goes, and she goes, we can't buy this pool. I'm like, and I'm still looking at it, going, what's the matter? It looks great, it reminds me of something. She's like, look at it, imagine, she goes, imagine, and our sons are like in their single digits, right? It's like 7 and 10 at this point. She's like, if we build a penis pool that is visible from a satellite, goes on Google Maps, our sons will not be able to go to school in the traditional sense.
that's right.
She's like, I'm like, yeah, you're right, we can't have
You
this
get
pool."
it.
So, yeah, that was the original design of our pool. That didn't work out as well. But we fixed it in time. We did not have a penis pool, which was frankly made everyone's life. All right, so yeah, outside of ELIBs, sort of writing search warrants and things like that.
Right.
Yeah, they're like, here, and she'll give you, but she goes, and so Celia will be like, look, I don't know how much weight this is gonna carry with anybody, but I'll certainly say, that you're, she'll write it. You're operating under, an assistant.
Just pretend.
Right. That's all.
Yeah, just, yeah.
Considering the absence of anyone else in authority.
Right.
Even in authority.
And I would imagine that any kind of check, the motive check or anything else like that. Dustwar is just accustomed to not being trusted.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. And so
I don't trust.
you shouldn't. So,
Right, so yeah, she will dash off something on a piece of paper that says,
Currently, I'm
this
standing
guy's working
here
with us,
on the front porch of the inn, going, okay, do I go with these crazy people? Do I go with
Well, we're not crazy like these guys
We're
are.
not
Yeah,
trying to get
Elon
into
Elon and
trouble.
Jax are like, we're forming the Justice League. These guys are like, we're gonna break into people's houses.
Right.
We
We'll take whatever shit they after we want.
Evens, I'm going with them, odds, I'm going with them.
Eventually, it sounds like Jax and Elib are gonna end up arresting Thrushmoor and Grady.
Right. Yeah,
For breaking and entering and bringing them to, bringing them to justice on Justice Day,
Yeah,
which
well,
is not today, but
according to the
apparently
rule,
it
I'm
is.
going with these two.
nothing else would be
Every
arrested
day's
for
a
being
good day
peeping
for
tiles by
justice.
peeping in the windows.
you actually go to the first house.
Yep.
And, it's a modest sort of
Oh, we're doing us first.
warehouse.
We're getting done first.
You come up, there's a little wooden steps that go up there. The windows are dark, the curtains are just sort of sitting there. They're a little partial. And if you peer in there, you can see that, there's just stuff. Like it looks like a regular house.
Is the door open?
It's
Or
not,
unlocked?
it's not open, but as you get closer, you realize the door is pitched open about this much. So from the street, it looks closed. But if you get close to it, it does look like it's open.
But there's no sign on the front door that says adventurers go home.
Nothing
Yeah.
like that.
And so you gotta know, I've got my spidey sense going the whole time. Cause I got a feeling this is some kind of undead kind of craziness.
Undead trap?
Something like that.
Yeah.
This
Feels
is,
right.
I'm going in.
Alright. You don't detect any undead.
So you are
The
breaking
doorway.
in.
No, the door's already open.
The door's open,
Yeah.
open.
You go in and
But just enter.
this main area is essentially a living room / dining.
With the intent to close.
Down here is the hearth.
Steve,
The-
we're breaking it entering
So
with the
the big-
intent to close the door.
Big hearth, with, traditional sort of like medieval style, where it's got, the big fireplace, there's wood stack next to it. It's definitely out. There's no fire or anything in there, but you can see the ironworks and, the grabbers and the little swing that brings the pottage pot over the thing. Everything looks to be completely out. There's no fire or anything. It doesn't look like, it looks cold out. It doesn't look like there's any coals or anything. There's cabinets and stuff on the walls and little things. Everything looks relatively undisturbed. Regular usage. Weirder still is there's a big long wooden table with chairs around it. And
That's weird.
well, what's weird is what's on the table. So there's plates all on the table and silverware and stuff like that. And you can see that at least some of those plates still have now dried out, not moldy, it hasn't been long enough. Well, maybe a little moldy. There's some food on it.
People,
Yeah.
they're in the middle of eating.
Yeah, you can see that some of the cups, whatever was in there is now evaporated, but there's enough residue on the inside that that there was liquid in these cups that has subsequently evaporated.
I'm gonna have detect magic going the whole
Okay.
time. What's your profession?
I'm clear.
Oh, so am I.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah.
A couple of clear, is that a couple?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got detect magic going and then I'm gonna, what do you think?
We want, I want to check the clock, see if there's any clothes.
Yeah.
Look, see if they left,
Yeah.
If they packed anything and left, like typically what I would take with me if I went
Yeah.
somewhere.
So these areas over here are opened by small doors, like here and here. And generally are storage. You can see that there are like household storage. So this first one near the door, it's food storage. Shelves of things, and all that stuff is still there. There's bags of flour, there's various now vegetables that have sort of gone off. There's a smell of fish in there, and you can see that there's a couple of, paper wrapped packets of fish
Give me a second.
that are kind of funky.
Before we walk around to natural 20,
Yeah.
so 23,
Mhm.
I'll on a survival check, 23 on a survival, but like I said, natural 20. To see if anyone else track wise has been walking around in the place. So animal tracks, anything, knocked over.
So you do see,
It was like one of the things, if there was food left on the table, you would think that some animal would eat it, but have eaten it already.
Well, if they could get in. The
Door
doors are
The door
closed.
was open.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
it was kind of
it
cracked.
was cracked. It wasn't like, it was, yeah.
Yeah, but my dog would find a way.
You betcha, raccoon.
But the door
you
was
know?
open wider than that though, if an animal got in.
So anyway, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, and I think that, you know,
Right, yeah.
so how
Yeah.
many,
Okay, so interesting patterns, when, as you start to look at it, and you see him, you guys see him sort of like, you know, he's kind of like looking, and it's like, you know, that kind of stuff. This area has a ton of like traffic wear patterns, footprints, that kind of thing. Of all different sizes, obviously some adults in boots, or shoes. There's smaller barefoot, things, so children you suspect, human children. There are also some boot prints that you don't recognize. You suspect
Smaller
at first
barefoot
boots, but it's flat, right? So so if you look at a standard boot print of the kind that fishermen wear, the track kind of looks like this, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And there's that arch area that's gone. These prints, they look like boots at first, but they're completely flat. The arch is not evident in them. And there's several different sizes of this, including one that's quite small, not necessarily hobbit sized, but
are you with us? The Hobbit is with us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
that's
certainly
good.
small for a person, if it is a person.
They're not hoofish.
Well, that's what I was gonna say.
I'm not there, never mind.
You're not there, but
None of
yeah.
the, the chairs are like knocked over or anything.
No.
It looks like they've got any kind of struggle or anything.
Yeah.
It just looks like they were there, then they were gone.
So that's in this area,
Okay.
okay? When you look in the larder, which is what this is, so right
Are the
here, it's the
table,
larder.
are the chairs pushed in or out from the table?
They're sort of out from the table, they're not pushed in.
Okay.
You look in the larder, you only see two sets of footprints. One is the small barefoot footprints. And one is a larger set of, but not necessarily man-sized, not boots, but a larger set of, maybe a soft shoe of some kind. Okay, that's the only one to get larger, and those prints go up to the shelves, and they go back, that kind of thing. Your suspicion, the mother of the house, and maybe a child. That would explain the barefoot prints.
So if they went up to the shelves, is there like a,
Like, are there voids? Are there things missing?
Is the bear still there?
The beer?
You said the barefoot prints.
no,
Barefoot.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta sit down for a second. Oh, God. All right, there we go.
I love us.
Somebody's got to.
So, not bears, there's no bear in there. There
So
does
they left.
not seem to be anything specific missing.
Yeah.
There's no obvious voids.
And they're probably waiting for the boards to cool.
The shelves are pretty much stocked. But
and
yeah,
this is a bedroom, right? This is
a larder. This is where the food's stored.
Basic pantry.
so any food that is still edible.
Well, sure, there's some there. I
I'm
mean, there's some preserved food. I mean, there are crocks sealed with things that you suspect may have preserves or something in them. There are some that has gone over, the fresh food, and there is some here, like tomatoes and potatoes. Well, potatoes not so much, but anything fresh, lettuces are wilted, that kind of stuff.
It's something that you would not leave if you were leaving. It was something you take with you if you were going.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a fair amount of food in here.
Right.
Including several wrapped packages of like fish, mackerel, things like that, things that would normally find in a fishing village to eat. Also, several loaves of bread, now hard as rocks, but at some point, you're guessing fresh made.
Man, I can't believe a raccoon or something. How long has this family been gone?
Several weeks.
God, I turned it.
Which is an interesting thing for Senior to tell you because it predates the incidents at Briarstone.
Yeah,
Saddle.
and I gotta tell you, Master Hobbit, there's no way. Can you think of anything that would allow this kind of food to go uneaten? An animal or so what? Do I sense any?
We were gone.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah,
the point is,
They're in the Hall of Justice now.
so I mean, is there a sense?
Would perception help me see if I could
Deduce away or
get to do something?
Potentially, yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
People don't know that twice.
The deep cut.
Could I have some?
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
You want some more ice? Do you want another ice ball there?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
All right, my perception says 11 plus 2 and I rolled.
Two ball in it.
6.
You think,
I like that evenness.
you think Dutchwire is making a good point. In that it doesn't,
That doesn't happen.
yeah, you feel like there
Oh,
would
do we
be
want
Get
some
used to it.
animal pilferage, at the very least mice. Right.
Yeah, mice, yeah.
Ants.
Ants.
And there doesn't seem to be
Flies.
anything affecting them.
Any-
All right,
no
let
kind
me
of,
ask,
yeah.
you said the bread is stale.
It's stale, yeah,
Is it-
very stale.
Is it moldy?
It's not moldy.
Okay, what kind of homemade bread would not go
Eleven.
moldy?
Mine doesn't, mine can go a week without molding.
But these,
Yeah, but we're-
this,
we're-
several.
3 weeks.
3
We're
weeks.
talking several weeks.
Yeah, mine
Four-
gets
3, 4
hard
weeks.
before it molds.
Yeah. But once it gets hard, it doesn't
Yeah.
mold.
That's what you said.
It would be different. It'd be different if it was cut open.
Okay,
well, yeah.
yeah, these are whole loaves. They're not cut open. They haven't been used. Now, you do see, when you go back out in the front room, there is a loaf, a cut loaf on the table, and it has molded.
Okay.
Have you had a cut loaf?
3 weeks.
I'm going to walk into that bedroom to
Oh,
the
Oh, really? Okay.
left of
I
the
mean-
front porch.
It
Okay.
was the end of one that got forgotten before I left town.
Which,
Oh,
right off
okay.
the front porch there?
Yes.
This one? All right, so there's a couple of beds in there and a couple of chests. But to your eyes, this looks like maybe the children's room. The beds are not made. The chests are small and one of them is holding open and you can see it's piled with clothes. There's in the middle, there's like some toys kind of kicking around and things like that, jacks, marbles, a small wagon made, that's been carved out of wood, that kind of stuff. You do know from Senia that these people had a son who was about 9 or 10 years old and a daughter who was about 6 or 7.
Are there
Still
any,
nothing magical.
are there any,
Nothing magical.
are there any worn stuffed animals?
Stuffed animals. I mean, yeah. There in this bed here. There's a small like sort of handmade corn stalk doll, but nothing like a stuffed animal.
Okay, they did not leave by choice.
No,
No, no, they just,
but
I
it,
mean,
but it
even,
doesn't,
even though there's not a fight, they didn't leave by choice. Because there's no five-year-old little girl that leave her doll in her bed.
Give me a perception check.
all of us are,
Anybody who's in that room.
Same thing I rolled them into.
Is that a 17? 6 plus 11.
I've got 6 plus 11 and then my perception's 11 plus 2.
That's for traps.
That's for traps.
so it's
Okay,
14,
so
I got
11.
14.
So 17.
So you got a 17. You got a 14 grade. What do you get?
11 plus whatever.
All right, so it may be because you're close to the ground. But you do see over here, past the toys, a single drop of blood on the floor. Dry,
Is it just a drop or does it have
Single.
direction? Does it have direction?
does not have directionality. It's a single round
Pretty
drop
dry.
of
I've
blood.
watched way too much NCIS.
I know.
Right.
I was thinking you were having a CSI moment there, weren't you?
NCIS and Dexter,
A single drop of blood, does not show any directionality. It's circular. And it's quite dry now. It would have been easy to miss. Because there's like toys in this area here and sort of scattered around. And it's only by virtue of the fact you sort of like kicking through some of this stuff to get over there and check it out, that you saw this on the wood of the floor, this single drop of blood.
I'm gonna look at the toys in that area and see if there's any more blood on them.
Do perception.
I'm gonna look, open the, look through the open chest and open on the closed chest.
Okay. Both chests have clothes. In it, you can tell that one of them is girl clothes and one of them is boys clothes. The boys clothes chest is a little bigger. You can see at the bottom of the boys chest, sort of tucked underneath the clothes, are several parchments that have been drawn on. Your guess is that the boy is a bit of a budding artist because for somebody that you suspect was maybe 9 or 10 years old, these drawings exhibit a sophistication that would be beyond those years. They're
They were
not,
not
they're
pictures of my
not dirty
mom.
by any stretch of the imagination. They're sort of like
They were not
landscape
pictures of
drawings,
my mom.
sort of like almost like he's attempting photorealism, and there's like fish, and there's a person's face and that kind of stuff. It was obvious that to your eyes, it looks like this boy was drawing
Okay,
things.
I'm gonna take those with me.
Okay.
I could roll for 1E version of Damien's mom.
Okay, anyway, go ahead.
Maybe
We got several things going on here.
No,
The
got it going on.
toys, 20. You look amongst the
Every
toys,
combat, awesome
you don't
blood.
see anything. And you look again, and you still don't see any blood on any of the toys. They look like they've been played with a lot. Some of them are, some of like the wagon that you look at, the boy's wagon, looks like it's in a
Where are those
little bit of
at?
disrepair. It's been mended a couple of times, fairly expertly. You're guessing the dad made this for him and then repaired it for him later, but no blood.
So-
Ceiling.
Ceiling, okay. Ceiling is for blood?
To see if
What?
something dripping through. something.
Ah, gotcha. Good idea. No stains or anything like that on the ceiling.
Oh, nothing.
Okay, so go ahead.
In a
What's-
sense, yes.
What's in that, is that first bedroom, I'm assuming is the parents' bedroom?
This one here?
Yeah,
This is a larger bedroom. It has a couple of more
roll,
traditional sort of
something.
armoire style,
I had a quick.
larger bed.
I need to find
And there's
a
a
picture.
lack of a better term, a vanity table. Obviously, a woman's
Search
table
for-
with a mirror sort of against the thing.
I'm gonna go in there and, just give my check magic on anything.
No magic
No
in this
magic at
room.
all.
Give me a perception check.
of course, the internet had one.
16,
16. You look around, in this case, the bed is made,
okay,
and it seems pretty tidy. There's like a rug on the floor, that kind of stuff. You can see that there are clothes sort of on, some sort of like hooks and things like that over here, various kinds of things. Takes a minute and you don't notice it first, but as you're sort of walking by the vanity table where the mirror is, you notice that there's something under the table. You know how vanity tables, they have those little chairs that kind of scooch in.
Yeah.
The chair is sort of scooched in,
right,
but you sort of just pass by and you're like, what? And you look and there underneath the table is a small handheld mirror that's broken.
under the,
It's under the table.
Okay.
Underneath.
under there,
And it's actually hidden kind of by the chair that goes with that table.
Okay.
Everything else on the table looks fine,
Game turns out 7 years of
but
disadvantage.
there's just this broken hand mirror.
okay, and it's like just the glass is shattered, it's not like.
Yeah, it's not broken in half. It's
Yeah,
just the
okay,
glass
okay,
is
just the
shattered.
glass is shattered on that mirror.
Yeah.
Okay. And then that's not, there's nothing magical about that.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna
I
poke
wasn't
my,
there.
I'm gonna poke my head in.
In here?
Yeah, just to say, because I have another question as we're going through there's no door between the children's room and the adults room.
No, it's a solid.
That's fine, okay. How many, I'm gonna ask him, without really. Ask Grady, how many people were living in this room? How many parents wise, this is the adults room?
This is, it looks like it's the adult room.
So I ask you, how many you think we're living here?
I would think a mother and a father, well, parent probably were in this room and 2 kids, so
About
4
4.
people.
I'm gonna go back and look at the, I mean, as I turn around and I just noticed you got 8.
8 chairs.
seats, 8 chairs. How many people were eating? How many?
How many of those places had settings?
It looks like there were 5 settings,
Okay, so
So there was a guest here.
essentially.
what is this other room over there?
This room over here?
Yeah,
It's another storage area. If you peek into there, what you see in there is largely, in this case, this was the larder. This is largely storage for what looks to be a fair amount of fishing equipment.
makes sense.
You see various kinds of rods, stacks of nets, big lures and, that kind of stuff, waders and, just fishing stuff. This looks like maybe the storage area of thing. From the back, you can see there's a couple of pieces of like what looks to be unused furniture, a little table, some old chairs, some stools that have been made that maybe they're not using anymore. That's just sort of just
But
stored.
nothing looks like if somebody is sleeping in that room.
No, not a bedroom.
Just,
Yeah, these both look like storage. This is food storage.
Right,
This
okay.
looks like work storage
Okay.
and like miscellaneous. The main living area is here. And you see the main, this is the hearth, so the main cooking area would have been here. And then this table where eating is taking place and then, general life and then 2 bedrooms, one for the kids, one for the
There.
parents.
That mirror, that broken mirror, if I look into it, I see just my face into the.
Yeah, it's all fractured kind of thing, but yeah,
Fractured, nothing,
doesn't radiate magic,
nothing,
doesn't,
okay,
doesn't work anything.
which side is just for that, under the table, under there by itself.
Well, the odd part to your eyes, and maybe this is Bella brings this up, because she's a bit more roguish than the rest of you,
Yeah.
it's the idea of like, how did that mirror get there?
Right, that, yeah,
That's what I was just.
my question
wondering.
was,
What's
what's-
the back of the table look
right,
like?
what's on that, on
Did
what,
it
yeah, what's
Fall off
on
the
there?
back? Did it fall in the front?
No,
of
it
the
couldn't have,
push?
no, it wouldn't have fallen off the back to get back there. There is a gap, obviously, like all these things. So things can potentially fall off the back. The top of the table looks ordered, right? There's, there's a thing of powder,
Right.
there's,
Yeah,
that
'cause
kind of
there's
stuff.
stuff you would normally find
stuff.
on top of
a
makeup
vanity
table,
table.
a vanity table.
Did you say chick stuff?
Chick stuff.
Yeah, all right, I'm gonna look through the vanity thing for secret compartments.
Actually, I was thinking I was gonna go
Right.
underneath. I'm gonna go underneath.
100.
Check. Perception check.
Both of us? Both of us?
Yeah,
Is there anything
Now we're
under,
under-
is there anything under the bed?
No,
No, nothing?
20.
well, cool.
21.
there's no hidden compartments or anything in the vanity table.
Is there any
Now, if
kind,
you open the drawers and stuff,
Yeah.
the little doors,
Right. and the doors to the armoire?
one side has like,
Back.
there's like a few like little towels and then some silk cloths and things like that. It looks like they're just like maybe cleaning stuff or her personal towels, like I don't want my kids touching. Everybody has them, right?
These are the towels you're not.
The
allowed
other
to-
side in the
These are
little
guest
cabinet
towels.
has a pair of nice, finely crafted silk shoes that do not look like they get worn all that often. There's 2 drawers. One drawer has more sort of cosmetics and things of that nature. A couple of little pots full of like what. probably
Girl things.
Cold cream. Yeah, what did I say earlier? Chick stuff?
Chick
Yeah,
stuff.
Chick stuff. The other drawer, at first you don't notice it. It's because there's like what looks to be like maybe like very basic sort of first aid equipment, like bandages and things like that. But as you pull the drawer out, you hear sort of like a little jingle. And you're like, okay. So you pull the drawer all the way out, and behind the first aid stuff is a small pouch.
Open the pouch.
Pouch has 14 silver pieces in
I take it.
You're not there.
You're not
it.
there.
You're busy dispensing justice.
Go
I heard the jingle.
to spend justice.
Okay, I will show to the other 2 and say, I'm taking this. And we'll give it to the authorities to let them know.
Safekeeping.
Well, I mean, I think the point here is that it was hidden.
Right.
It was hidden behind the stuff, so maybe like for pin money kind of thing,
Right.
or some sort of hidden, emergency backup money. These people, I mean, these people were not rich.
No,
No.
no.
Look underneath the rug to see if there's any kind of trapdoor.
No,
Is
no.
there any kind of attic space in this?
Yeah, good quality.
Very little.
So it would be like
attic space.
someplace to hide stuff above. the-
Yeah, you can kind of climb up there. It's thatched and kind of stuff. I mean, you can climb up there.
Nothing up
Fair amount
there.
of spiders,
Okay.
but nothing. I mean, it's not. You couldn't use it.
Yeah.
for storage.
No fishermen hiding up there?
No.
Okay.
Does it look like the broken mirror? It was used as a weapon. Is there any damage? What caused the?
There's no damage on the, so it's made, the frame is made out of just wood,
Yeah.
lacquered wood. And there doesn't seem to be any damage on that, other than it's a little beat up. I mean,
But it's made of
to your
wood,
eyes,
so-
it's probably just because of the usage, right? I mean,
It's not like
it's not
somebody hit
like,
somebody with it. or
yeah, there's
anything.
no blood or anything on that. There's no real, evidence that this was used to hit somebody. And that's what broke it. I mean, you can't really tell. The weird part about the mirror is that the chair was pushed in.
Right.
So the mirror was hidden and the mirror was kind of far back. So however that mirror got broken and however it got underneath that vanity table, somebody put the chair into the vanity table. It sort of put it back because there's no way that mirror could have got back there with the chair.
Okay. So that,
Does that make sense?
Did you get on the floor and look like?
I was going to, but y'all got busy talking, so I was about to say, did I find anything underneath?
You're going underneath the vanity.
Yeah, kind of looking up. like-
Yeah, no, I mean, nothing
And I
really.
rolled 21.
Well,
Who's to work with here?
other than it's, being relatively well made, there's no secret passages or anything like that. There's no blood on the floor. Other than that mirror, there's nothing notable about the underneath
It
area.
says made by Thrushmoor inmates.
Yeah,
The
Made with
mirror,
pride. by
the
Thrush.
mirror
Right.
itself.
The Thrushmoor
are
Amish.
there any
Right,
bits and pieces of-
There were a couple of pieces that came out, but they are also on the floor.
Okay.
So
any way you could piece together, maybe to see if there's any missing pieces of the mirror. Like, if you can like, put it back together, yes, all the pieces of the mirror are here, but if you put it back together, maybe there's like a chunk that's missing.
okay, you do that?
Well, she's a roguish, or he, or whatever, so I mean,
I don't know that you have to be a rogue to put together a mirror.
Yeah, we just try to put to see if all the pieces are there.
So all of the pieces, especially the larger pieces, are fit there. I mean, there's no large pieces that are missing. Now, at certain places where the cracks sort of meet, there are much smaller pieces that are not there. And you look around the floor to see, if some of the mirror powder has gotten away, and you don't find it. So it's possible that it was broken elsewhere and then kicked under here, maybe, or something. But it doesn't look. I mean, it's hard to tell. On one hand, there are a couple of pieces that have come out of it
Right.
while it's under there. They were on the floor. At the same time, there's I say a fair amount. It's not a ton, but there's tinier pieces
Which
that are not underneath here, which would
should be
have
there if
been
it got broken there.
if it was broken underneath there. Yeah, that stuff.
Those
should be
little
there.
slivers would be there. If
Right.
anybody's broken a mirror before, you see all of them little pieces. Why
so
would-
I'm gonna do a religion check.
Okay. This house has no religion.
it's a lot.
Natural 20 again, so 29. So, what things are bothered or turned away by mirrors or the material in this time to make mirrors? So I'm thinking like maybe silvery.
Well, so mirrors, I mean, there is a fair amount of mythological
Right.
sort of discussion about vampires. And,
Right.
In this area it would be Nathra, would be the vampire of choice in Ustalav. And there is a fair amount of discussion about how, at the very least, that Nosferatu cannot see their own reflections. But in none of those myths that are any vampires like disturbed by mirrors. It's not like they.
And there's no other mirror in this room.
No, there's a big mirror
Yeah.
on the vanity table itself,
Right.
and it is fine. It's not broken in any way. It's a little dusty.
But the small mirror is portable.
And there's a drop of blood in
Yeah,
the
so if
children's
someone
room.
was looking to see if these were vampires or anything and moved that little mirror into the kid's bedroom. See if he could see reflections in the mirror. That could have been where the mirror was broken. If that's what I mean, it's a possibility.
I want to go look at it up chimney.
You're gonna look at the chimney? Okay.
Santa Claus is stuck there and he's dead.
Ho, ho, ho.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
You can see
Couldn't
you can see
go.
daylight coming in up the top, so it is open. There's a fair amount of soot in there. They're probably gonna want to get that cleaned out before winter, but there's nothing in there that you can see. Give me a quick perception check.
I'll leave them a note. You need to clean up the room.
Dear shit.
18.
18. So you do see, which you remember is frankly common among halflings, but you didn't know if it was common or not. Well, I think on the inside is a little ledge on the inside of the chimney. So you're like, aha! You stick your hand up there. There's nothing. There's nothing there. But there is like a little inset ledge on the, like if you're facing the fireplace and you stick your hand up and kind of like wrap it over. Now your arms are too short,
I was
but
gonna say,
a human,
I was
a
actually
human,
gonna
I can reach
step
up
in
there.
and
you
look.
have to get in.
Does it look like anything was,
Potential for food.
Was there?
Out trunks.
that had been removed?
Entertainment.
Would you roll on your perception?
17 or
17?
18. Well,
Uh,
as short as I am, I was gonna have to go in and look.
so as much soot is in there, you can see, you kind of have to like sort of pull yourself up because it's human size. But it does look like there may have been a small, there looks like a non-dirty spot. About this big. Like maybe a small box. It's square. So it was definitely something like that.
Like
There's nothing there now, but it looks like.
Was
since
there
that
nothing?
thing was removed, no fires have been made in this fireplace.
Hmm.
What do
Okay,
we do with that one, guys?
well, information, that's all we, the thing we'll take back. Okay, so,
Oh, silver. So mirrors obviously are silver glass.
yeah,
Silver is, and you well know this, is proof against a variety of light approaches.
right, that's right,
you know,
kind of where I was going.
Right.
If there's any,
And certain, and based on your education, certain undead are subject to silver as well.
right,
Yes,
You got ice making water all over the place here.
oh shoot. My ice ball, I was supposed to get that to him. My ice ball. It's not gonna hurt that way, don't worry.
No wood was harmed in the making of that
Just nothing
story.
that other thing. Hey, got it. There you go.
Problem.
My last ice ball. Yeah, you stuff it in there or put it on the top. Thank you for that.
I
Ruining everything.
could have said something, I didn't, I'm sorry.
All right, you
I
also
meant
know
to, I
that,
just
you
kinda
also know
bobbled
that
it.
silver works against certain types of undead.
right,
And
that's what I-
Yeah.
and I don't see any, you
No,
knowing, seeing
Yeah,
that,
and then with
I
the
don't
water,
see
they
the
know
evidence.
all about it, you know?
okay, and I'm gonna take
You're
them.
getting no undead vibes off this house.
Of the no evidence, I'm gonna take the mirror. With all the pieces, take it back into the child's room
Okay.
and put near this drop of blood.
Okay.
I'm straight,
Okay.
yeah,
You don't, I mean, there's no reaction from the blood.
It's
Okay.
just
It's not like a thing.
yeah.
You don't see any, give me a perception check.
I was gonna say, take a piece of the broken mirror and then point it down towards the blood.
Yeah, but I mean, you do that, not gonna happen.
And we don't see any like pieces of that mirror.
Are you looking around?
Yeah, looking around, see if
Give me
there's
perception. I'm assuming
no
that Bella's
blood.
doing the same thing. You're
Yeah.
looking around for maybe
Pieces of that mirror that's.
The mirror that had-
10,
That was before.
22. You come out of the fire, and it's kind of funny because she's all dusty and the ashes, she's leaving footprints. all
I got-
over the place,
I got-
that kind of stuff.
I got stuff in my hair.
Right there. You see, very small. Like, you know how when you walk across, you see quartz in the street, it sort of flickers at you.
Looking at you.
You're coming out of the heart. And the light is just hitting just right where you see flickers of some sort of reflection over there. You go over there and there does seem to be scattered about what you suspect. is
Mirror.
pieces of the mirror.
Mirror shards.
The sharp, the not necessarily sharp, like almost dust from those interstitial areas that are sort of broken up.
Yeah.
That's right there.
A small, fine little slivers of
Mhm.
mirror backing or whatever.
I'm gonna let them know where it is.
Okay,
Just across from where the vanity.
Yeah.
That's where the plates are.
okay, I honestly, we're not investigators, so I mean.
Well, obviously something, they just didn't leave by choice.
No, yeah.
All their shit's still.
Yeah, so we know that.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's like, I think as Bella pointed out, no 7-year-old girl leaves home without her doll.
Oh, no,
Mhm.
And that doll's sitting on her bed, her unmade bed.
if that boy, and if the boy had all those drawings, he might have probably taken those with him too.
Well, it seems like they would be important. I mean, they were certainly important enough to hide
Hide them,
or
right.
safeguard in his
Right,
chest.
right.
So it's possible.
Okay, so is there anything that, the last thing before I'm gonna advocate for leaving. Is one, do we have us have any other questions, but secondly, is there, something that would identify this house and the people that lived here? So that I
You
can,
mean like their names?
well, anything to put in addition to put with the pieces of property that we are taking out. And I would suggest that we take the mirror,
Do we have any evidence bags?
or just a sack. I'm just
Yeah,
looking
I
for.
mean, sacks, sure.
So one thing about it is that the young boy's pictures, you mentioned there's a face here. It might be of his father or his mother or somebody he knows. It could be a clue to who took him, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a female face, but it's a mature woman. It's not a sister.
Whatever.
Could
I'm
be his
just-
mother, though.
Could be his mom.
Could be his mother.
The others are like landscapes. One is of a boat, you know, that kind of thing.
That's fine. I'm just saying. I want to make sure that,
So you would have been, so Celia would know the people's names.
Right.
And she would have given those to you. So you know the names of the family.
well
I don't have
then-
them handy, but
that's okay. No, I mean, we're
but yeah.
going to the next house kind of thing.
Yeah.
Unless you're going to do something with these guys, but.
well, yeah, we'll switch over to them.
Could I ask a question?
No.
Just by obviously not being there,
Sure.
would it be obvious to them from what's left on the table, what meal they were having? Like, was this breakfast,
Time of the day.
dinner?
Ooh, good
one.
question.
Good question,
that's-
yeah.
that's-
Yeah,
So there is,
Steve.
so
Steve, you know someone you know then.
so the meal, so at least from your point of view, the meal itself was largely done. The residue in the cup, you suspect was wine, and there are bottles of wine. There is a sort of half-filled bottle of wine, not half-filled, but like a bottle of wine on the table with a little bit in it.
so it was breakfast.
Yeah.
As we all love wine for breakfast. There are some fish bones on a couple of the plates. There are also some sort of desiccated vegetables of some sort. You see beans, you see some tomato slices, that kind of thing. Your guess is maybe dinner.
Okay.
But it's possible lunch.
Breakfast is out.
Breakfast is right out because of the wine.
Well,
it's-
We don't know them.
I like
It's
Never had a mimosa?
seems
Maybe they were hawking down wine. That's all right.
Seems like
Is
it's
it-
kind of judgy to me, but.
Yeah, really, that's pretty judgmental.
Is
pumpkin.
is it dark at typical dinner time in this area?
Northern climes, yeah, it is. And there is there are lanterns. I mean, so in the house, so in that main room, there are hooks for lanterns, and on a couple of those hooks, there are lanterns there. They are out. And if you check them, they are out of oil. None of the lanterns have any oil in them. There are a couple of candle stubs on the table. They are not burned down to the stubs. So there's still candle left in it.
Sure.
Any other questions?
Probably.
Well, the other thing about it is, what information we have,
We can use it on the next house.
well, yeah, we'll
Yeah.
compare it to the
Right.
next
Right.
house, see what's
See
going
if there's
on.
a pattern of something that we can put
Yeah.
together and, definitely, we have things to compare.
Because there is one thing that we're gonna be, I would suggest that we look for, and I would, for to the hobbits, that to see if we find a broken mirror or something along those lines,
Mirror of any kind, yeah.
and a drop of blood.
Right.
Blood, I mean,
Right.
and what meal,
What meal?
If
yeah,
they-
right. Just the Hall of Justice.
That's where Superman sits.
This is not the Hall of Justice. Okay. All right. So you guys, is that all you want to do in the
In this
house?
house,
But
right.
that's for now. Yeah.
Okay, Bella, anything else? All right.
Good.
When we leave, we make sure the door's closed.
So do you guys, all right, so we'll go back to Elib and Jax. So Elib and Jax, are you guys like hanging out in the
Yep.
Hall of Justice?
Yep,
All right, so. You're there.
on the way there, if we see crazy guy, we let him know what we're doing.
You have not
We'll
seen
spread the
him.
word. Oh,
Well, that's crazy.
He may be sleeping off all the ales that he drank
Could
last
be.
night. He may be in a different part of town. The town is fairly spread out, remember? So I mean, it's easy. He could be screaming about you guys in some other part of town. You go into, so the Hall of Justice is sort of on the town square, and it's not, I mean, I say Hall of Justice, it's essentially an empty house with benches in it. And up at the
House of
dais,
Justice.
there's a dais in it.
Yep.
And there's a chair, and next to the chair, it's obviously the chair where Lowell would sit, or his representative.
Or
There's a
Elib.
couple of little
Poor Elib.
podiums next door where there's, next to it where there's probably paperwork being done. It's essentially just an empty place, right, with a roof. It has no other use than this, so there's no bathroom, there's no
Okay.
hearth, that kind of stuff, and it's empty. Now, the doors are basically,
Unlocked.
well, not unlocked, but non-existent. It's just open.
Oh, okay.
Right, so, and there's, to keep rain and stuff from getting inside, there's a fairly long awning over the top of it, at the front. And, you have to sort of step up a couple of steps, but it's fairly rudimentary. It's not fancy by any stretch. Although the chair is carved and, in comparison to the rest of the sort of rusticness of the building itself, the chair is quite elegant. So your guess is that maybe it came from Iris Hill, it was Lowell's chair that he brought down here, that kind of stuff. There's nobody in it.
Okay. Is there a fire pit to create a fire to have warmth in the building? There is none. Are there lanterns around?
There are hooks for lanterns, but no lanterns in evidence.
A quick search of the building, any lanterns?
No, there's no lanterns in there. You're guessing that either they bring their own lighting when they come, or some other thing, but there's not, it's
How many
literally an
Eli-
empty square, rectangle room.
How many hooks would it take how many hooks are in this room?
The room at the building, well, it's a single room building. It's probably about 30 feet deep and about 20 feet wide, and there are hooks about every 5 to 8 feet, so probably 10 lanterns.
Yeah, we're not bringing that many. Okay.
Okay.
6 will do it.
There are also hooks on the outside, where lanterns would be hooked like on either side of the open door.
8 will do it. So that they know we're open for business.
Yeah, that's where you hang the rowdy people with on hooks on the outside.
So one thing that you do notice is that the Hall of Justice opens out onto sort of a square, like a town square almost. And in that town square is an old and, to your eyes, disused gallows.
Okay.
So there is a hanging place.
Okay.
With 4 gallows. Now, it doesn't look like it's been used very often, or
Lately.
recently. In fact, you can see from where, if you're standing on the steps of the Justice Hall, you can see that, there's a rope sort of like in the wind a little bit, and that rope is sort of spired out and desiccated and that kind of thing. Looking at it, your guess is that nobody's been hung there for quite a while. It could be years.
Okay.
Okay. It's about 11:30, coming up on noon. Is there anything you guys do?
Hey, Elam, we gotta go shopping and get some stuff. Might as well have lunch before we.
Go to Pier 1.
We're gonna.
Pier 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are gonna go shop.
We're gonna go shopping for lanterns and oil
Okay.
and
Pier 1 probably has some nice lanterns.
is there any place you can build a fire in there? Without just burning the place down.
Oh, yeah. So outside of arson, you're talking.
Outside of arson.
Not really.
There where a fire is intended to be.
Yeah, no, there really isn't.
Okay.
Maybe you can get a fire pit at Pier 1.
This is not a building that was intended to be occupied for any length of time. It's a one and done kind of thing.
Okay.
Single shot use. There's no.
So we go get lanterns, we get oil, we
Okay.
get flint and steel. We'll have lunch before we head back. But we're gonna put 2 lanterns outside and 4 others inside so that they know that
So you're gonna be gone probably what, 90 minutes or so?
yeah.
Okay, you're picking up lanterns, so book prices on lanterns, oil, flint, steel, all that kind of stuff. Lucifer matches, what have you. All right. The next address that she gave you, the other address that she gave you, is not a house. It's more of a yurt. And it's close, much closer. So the house that you were into was sort of like in town. The yurt is more towards the edge of the river's edge, sort of in the, I don't want to say sketchier part of it, but certainly a poorer part of town.
It's a yurt.
It's a yurt.
Yeah.
And it's sort of, and as you approach it, you know how yurts look. It has sort of a peaked roof,
Mhm.
kind of like teepee style.
Yeah.
And you can see that it's sort of starting to sag a little bit.
Okay.
On one side of the canvas, you have these, the windows are open because you can sort of close them by sort of pushing the canvas over and like connecting it to these little toggles that are over there. And it's come loose and it's sort of like flapping, in the river breeze and that kind of stuff. It has a much sort of more desolate look to it than the other house. At the other house, there were other houses nearby. In this case, it's about closest other place is probably 30 or 40 yards away.
Any animal pens?
No pens, though there is outside here.
Yeah,
There does seem to be some sort of metal rod stuck in the ground. And at least from where you are, you can maybe see there's a chain attached to it. But there's no animal attached to it.
No.
It's just the chain is just lying on it.
Is it a long chain or is it just a
From your eyes, probably 8 feet.
8 feet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rusty.
To me, it's huge.
Go inside.
All
I
right.
mean, I don't know, like I said, is this the house that I thought that this was the Hall of Justice.
No, this is the house.
here.
Oh, okay.
The Hall of Justice kind of looks like this. It kind of looks like the house. So it's just basically a.
I thought it was a Hall of Justice till I found out there was no fire pit in the center or something.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically this Hall of Justice looks like this. There's a dais on here and there's the chair and there's like podiums and things and, next to where people might do paperwork.
Okay.
And then like the old school kind of churches that
Yeah.
you sometimes see, there are these benches here with a hallway and, like an aisle in the middle. That's what the Hall of Justice looks like. Okay.
Looks like a Hall of Justice.
I'm sorry, I really
courtroom,
wasn't paying attention. I thought they'd gone to the Hall of Justice.
They did.
Crap.
So they went there was no.
Yeah.
It's basically empty.
I'm sorry, I was ignoring.
I get that a lot.
What?
Getting ignored a lot.
So they went to the Hall of Justice. There's nothing there. There's nobody there. There was nothing interesting there. So they went out to buy some lanterns.
Well, yeah, there weren't even lanterns stored here.
Yeah, no.
Okay,
Everything
so,
ourselves.
all right,
Yeah.
Are there any kind of fresh?
What did you put in there?
Twice cubes.
No, underneath it.
You still got the lime and stuff underneath
Is that
there.
brown?
Tea.
Oh, tea.
Tea.
You put tea in there. I'm like, I made a lot of gin and tonic.
No, no,
but
no.
None of them were brown.
I'm back to tea.
Okay.
It's a special ingredient.
So this door is less a door and more sort of like a flap.
Well, that's right.
It's
This door
heavy
makes more
canvas,
sense
it's
now.
obviously waxed, so it has a certain stiffness to it. But you can sort of just push it aside.
Do we see any kind of like fresh footprints or can we tell,
It's survival check.
Yeah, we'll do the same thing, go through the same process.
Yeah. see if anybody? 17,
Check under the vanity.
21 plus 4, 21.
6 for me.
21, do
21.
you want to do a survival check, fella?
Oh, I did one, I died.
I didn't
I
survive.
did not
All right.
survive.
So,
I tripped on the way in and fell on a nail and impaled my brain.
wow.
Gotcha, okay.
'Cause I rolled a 1 and my survival is 0.
Put a little direct pressure.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys don't see anything. Grady, you do see that there are some footprints going in and out.
Hobbit lays here.
Muddy footprints. The area around here is fairly muddy. It's not grassy or cobblestone. or anything
Okay.
like that. So it makes sense.
I may have appeared to have been a
Again,
child in your eyes.
Barefoot.
Okay, but no like fisherman boot kind of thing.
Well, sort of, yeah. I mean, sort of the same, like,
Because they kind of padded the feet we saw. in the
Yeah,
other place.
not as many.
Okay.
In this case, the you don't see any small prints.
Right, okay.
No children's prints. You see larger booted prints, probably male, and larger barefoot, also probably male,
So the
Or-
bear was
Papa
here
bear.
too.
or maybe a significant woman.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So I'll let them know what I see, the footprints and sizes. and-
Yeah, you
So
points out.
Daddy
Yeah.
bear, mommy bear, next up you find baby bear.
Okay, so
And a significant.
go ahead.
All right, you go inside, you see a couple of things. One, you see that those flat windows are at various places here. So those aren't doors, those are like windows, and you can, they're set up so that you can close them and connect them from the inside. It's like a little toggle almost.
Do we remember what type of boots or shoes the bag lady was wearing?
Regular soft shoes.
Would they have made a pattern like the ones we're seeing in these houses and outside this yurt?
Theoretically, you mean like a flat sort of
Yeah,
oval like
yeah,
this?
right, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Something that she would have,
Now, something that you saw at the other place was that you did see footprints like
like
this,
that,
but of different sizes.
okay,
In this case, you did not see any footprints like this
okay,
yet, if at all.
Okay.
So you come in, you can see some of these flaps, like this is the one that's open, the rest of these are closed. You do see there's a hearth over here, It's modestly constructed with river rock. It looks like they put up the yurt and then they cut a hole in the yurt, so that there's like a piece of black pipe
What's
going
your
outside.
fireplace again?
Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna go over and check it out. It's more of a Franklin stove than a proper hearth. You know what a Franklin stove is?
Yeah.
You're from the
So
south.
Ben Franklin,
So it's,
that's what his name is.
A buck
I
stove,
know.
huh?
a buck stove,
Probably similar.
standalone.
Yes.
Yeah.
And away from the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we could,
We had a buck stove,
okay, we had a Franklin stove, probably the same thing.
different brand.
Is there anything on the table?
So there's the stove. It's obviously out. The doors are shut. It looks cold. There's a couple of sort of beds, we probably call it cots, because they're wooden, they're obviously handcrafted. They're very low to the ground, but they're sort of next to each other. There's various kinds of like furs on them and stuff like that. In here
From the
is,
yurt line of furniture.
yeah, from Target's yurt
Yurt
collection.
line, yeah.
Here's interesting, because what this is a circle of that same flat river stone that has been sort of stacked up.
Okay.
And in the middle here, it looks like a second fire pit.
It's a fire. Yeah.
Right, it's a fire pit. And if you look up the yurt, this is directly under the cone of the yurt.
Looking
And
at
you can
your-
see that there are like, there are slashes in the canvas,
Okay.
which you guess is to let out smoke, and there's a fair amount of soot covering that cone.
All right.
Which is probably contributing to the fact that it's leaning sort of over to the side. There's a small table here, again, homemade, a couple of homemade chairs. There's like a pitcher on here and a couple of mugs. One of the mugs is over, like knocked over. And then on that same side where the mug is knocked over, the chair that have been on that side is also knocked over.
Like somebody got up in a hurry.
Got up in a hurry or was knocked over in some way or something like that. Beyond that, there's a little bit sort of in this corner over here and in this corner over here, you can see sort of fishing gear. Not so much nets, more pole stuff.
Okay.
Not as good a quality as the other stuff that you saw in the storage area, the other place. This is sort of ramshackly shit. But it's sort of stacked up in this area right
but I do get the tech magic going.
now. I'm not seeing that.
Does it look like there was a fire recently in that pit in the center?
Any fire in there is cold out. Now, you do see that it's not burned completely
Okay.
down.
Yeah.
There are pieces of wood, which you would suspect is driftwood.
Okay.
That have been collected and put in there, and you can see like sort of the stumps on it. It's like the middle is burned through, but there are pieces on the side. And you can also see that somebody has dragged over, and there is a metal, like a sort of a rudimentary metal hook. And it looks like somebody at some point took that hook and dragged some of the wood out of the fire, maybe to save it for later. The hook is not in here. It's sort of like next to this, on sort of like on the floor next to it.
Can we examine the hook, see if there's any kind of blood or any
Sure.
kind of,
Give me perception.
You said the door on that stove is closed?
It's close.
I'm gonna open.
Okay.
And maybe we can take one of that hook and, go through the ashes, see if there's anything.
15?
15. You don't see any blood on the thing. Some ashes on it. I mean, it's obviously scorched. This is a poker of some sort.
Basically, I think it's just been used for poking in the fire.
17.
17. At first, you open doors and you see ashes, and your first thought as a proper halfling is like, geez, they really don't clear out their butt stove very often, do they? They really need to take these ashes out of it. You get a better look at it though, and you see that the ashes are not 100% burned, and it looks like somebody tried to burn cloth in here. So you see ashes, and if you dig around a little bit, and you see chunks of charred cloth, and then even beyond that, you can see parts of cloth that has not been burned at all. It's not a lot, but somebody at some point tried to burn cloth in here. Now you're not, it's too destroyed to see if it's like a shirt or anything. It looks like it might be of that same sort of like linen, sort of flaxen kind of material that is used in clothing, cheaper clothing. But it's too far burned to be able to identify that this was a shirt. You can't do that.
Well, we should take it with us. If you share that information with.
Yes. Yeah, because I pulled it all out.
You pull it out, give me another perception check.
20.
Okay. Takes you a minute, but you do recognize it as the collar and part of a sleeve of what had been a linen shirt. That's not the interesting part. The interesting part is on one edge of the collar, it's a pretty significant blood stain. Now, not enough of blood. I mean, it's not enough blood to say the person who lost this blood is officially dead. You could not possibly lose this much blood and live. It's not a lot of blood, but there's blood and stuff. And it's obvious that someone tried to burn this shirt. Now, whether to hide the evidence of that blood or something like that, maybe, maybe not. But somebody tried to burn the shirt and then close the sew. So I'm talking about like this much collar and maybe this much shoulder. And on the back is where the blood stain is. Sort of like in the back of the head or the back of the neck. It does look like
Tattoo in the back of his neck.
that.
Really?
Tattoo in the back of his neck.
It does look like
The number.
that
On the front of the
Part
shirt,
that's been
it says
burned.
World KSG.
blood stain. Okay, that's fine. The blood stain goes into the burn part. So it's possible that the blood stain was larger. In this case, you don't have the burn part, so all you see is the blood stain that.
I'm gonna go over to where the chair was, on the side that the chair was.
It's
down,
this side here.
And I'm gonna look around the floor to see if I can see any blood.
Give me some perception check.
Six.
You don't find any blood.
Yeah.
Well, after all these ashes, I'm definitely gonna need a shower because I'm bad for the night.
Coming out of there.
Dirty hobbit.
What happened to Bella? Did she get blown up? No, she's just been walking around in other people's fire
Going
pits.
around in the chimneys.
Yeah, I mean, even, the rest of you sort of like, he's gonna look for blood and Bella's like, I found blood. You guys take a look around the room. You don't see any blood stains.
I'm gonna go over and rifle through the beds.
Looking through the bed?
Yeah.
All right, you look through there, you don't find anything interesting. I mean, it's mostly furs rather than proper blankets or woven
Right, straw.
or anything. Yeah, the pillows, yeah, are made with like stuff with weeds and shit like that. But they're obviously lived in, and a little, how shall we say this, aromatic. But you don't find anything of note.
And no, speaking with interest on the whole blood thing, I don't get any kind of undead vibe or anything else like
No,
that.
nothing like that.
No, are there any mirrors in this?
No, there are no mirrors in there.
Mirrors at all?
Mm-mm.
Is there anything, can we,
I mean, it's pretty
Yeah, it's
It's pretty basic, yeah. I mean, your guess is that these were, well, Senior would have told it was a pair of brothers. And they were fishermen and they usually hired themselves out on boats. They were decent enough fishermen. They liked to drink, which kept them from sort of excelling in their profession. But they got regular work, and when they didn't get work, they would usually do shore fishing in the river.
and no bottles around like with wine in them or what used to.
Nothing like that. There's a pitcher on the table.
Yeah,
But it didn't have wine in it. I mean, whatever's in there was evaporated. You can take a quick sniff on it, and your guess is ale or some sort of beer.
okay. And the table has not, if you look under the table, there's no kind of hidden compartment in the table, nothing.
You said the slashes at the top look like they were made that way. It doesn't look like somebody cut.
Yeah, no, it's sort of regular. So yeah, it was. Your guess is that it was done for ventilation, for specifically to ventilate this thing. I mean, this was built right underneath the sort of the peak of the yurt. And then somebody went up there and sort of slashed the yurt, not in a way that would sort of like ruin it, but in a way that would allow smoke and shit to get out. There's still a fair amount of soot and crap on the inside of it.
Is there any kind of pantry or any kind of food stores? in
Not that you
there at
see.
all?
I'm gonna go look at the
And
windows.
there's no food on the table.
Look at the windows that were shut
Okay, that's this one, and this one.
and open them and
Mhm.
investigate if I see anything. And then if I don't see anything, I'll close them.
You don't see anything
I mean,
super
interest.
interesting. The one that You know, honestly, these are uninteresting. This one points in the direction of the river. And as you open it, it sort of comes open very easily. And you realize that and so these are like, so the way it is, you know, those like sort of northeastern sort of raincoats where they have the toggles, that sort of
Yeah.
thing. That's how these are closed. And you can see that the toggles on this one, at least, well, one of the toggles. So it's a 2 toggle operation. The bottom toggle is missing. So as you go to sort of like open it up, it sort of opens up very easily, because there's no bottom toggle on this one. This is the one that faces the river. But I mean, you look at it and there is some there is some damage to the yurt where it looks like maybe the toggle was ripped out.
So if somebody tried to jump out,
It's hard to tell.
get
because
out
the
while
top-
it's toggled.
Well, the weird part is that the toggle is nowhere to be seen.
Okay,
If somebody ripped
it
this
would be on the
open,
ground.
it would be on the ground outside.
Right.
Um,
I'm gonna
and
go
it's not on
out.
the ground outside.
I'm gonna go out and walk around out there.
Yeah.
and see.
Give me a perception check.
You do it, they're on platforms. Is there anything?
A lot of cobwebs and the occasional spider, but nothing that you can see
Nothing.
under there. Yeah. It's only about this high.
Right,
off the ground.
but you know,
Would you roll? 7,000?
I rolled a 19, so 30.
Wow.
wow.
30. All right, you don't find a toggle. But about 35 feet away from here, you find footprints. And it looks like, remember those sort of like flat shoe footprints? There are at least 4 different sets. And the weirdest part about that is you can't find any prints approaching the yurt. It looks like they're just standing there and they're all in a line. So it's like you got, you know, these sets of prints that are sort of like this. You take a moment with your 30 and you sort of, so you look towards the yurt and you don't see any prints. You look behind these prints and you can see here and there what look to be similar kind of prints coming from the river. You don't find any prints near the river, which you expect to find, but you don't find. Near the river, you do find something interesting though. You find a single print about maybe 3 feet away from the edge of the river as you chase this back. And it looks like this.
It's the
Single
bear.
It looks like a bear. Yeah.
There's a heel,
Found him.
what look to be 3 toes that either have claws or talons.
Could be a 3-toed sloth.
You find 1 print,
The bear family.
but it's looking like it's going in the same direction as those other prints were. Now you find those
Where?
other flat prints sort of
There.
scattered around. Nothing that is like,
Better bear.
you don't find any of this. But every once in a while you'll find a print of, you know, size and you're trying to like match them up and it's been too long. There's been rain, that kind of stuff. You can't make it, but there are activity there. But you saw all those, there were 4 sets of prints about 35 feet away from the earth. And they stop and stand. And then, but there's no prints between where they were standing and the yurt.
But you can see that from that, if you're in the yurt, you've got the window. you
Looking
can
right
see
at this window.
So does the river go through the middle of the town or is the town on
Where?
the banks of the river?
It's on the banks of the river.
So where is the
There
asylum?
are certain islands that, there's a map right there in town. if you want to take a look.
So where's the asylum in reference to these footprints? Upriver?
Over there, yeah, upriver.
Okay,
This is not super close to the river, maybe
No, no.
120 feet. But she's tracked back. So the prints were maybe 35, 40 feet away from the yurt. And then you found like interstitial prints here. And then even further back towards the river. I mean, this print you found within like 5 feet of the river.
Does this have anything to smack of someone controlling other things? I mean,
You
this,
don't get any undead vibes.
okay.
I mean, it's possible. It's possible. I mean, it's equally possible that whoever those 4 guys were, or 4 creatures were, they took a boat down the river to get to here and then came out. They just didn't leave any prints.
for them to just stand there.
Wait, is it possible they came down from the asylum?
Well, that's upriver, but sure.
Okay. Didn't the bag lady, well,
So those footprints,
The Bagley was upriver.
Upper, okay.
But,
they didn't come from anywhere, they didn't go anywhere, they were just there and then they weren't.
The 4 sets.
Yes,
Yeah, they were about 35 to 40 feet away from this
there
window.
was none leading to them or away from them,
You found no prints in between the window and those 4 sets of prints.
between them and the river.
Well, between them and the river, you found some prints, but it's not like you found like, that was when I would carry you kind of prints for the poster. It was more like a print here, a print there, a print there. You know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Because your mom had that exact same poster in her.
No,
My mom did. But you find a print here, a print there, kind of like random, but they look exactly like those 4 sets. So you're like, okay, these are the same kind of shoes. They're the same age. They probably took place at the same time. Then you get to this one. You don't know where this freaking comes from. But it's not a human print and it's not a shoe print.
and there's just one.
And there's just one. It's obviously, to your eyes, it's obvious that whatever this is, it came out of the river. But beyond that, you don't know what it is. What's in medical beer? Where are you?
The other house they were at,
Uh-huh.
was that anywhere near the river?
No, that was more town. Other things you guys want to do? At the yurt?
I don't know what else to look
I
for.
mean, okay.
I mean, there was nothing inside.
Not
there's
inside,
nothing-
inside,
there was
No,
nothing
it's
about-
relatively bare, other than, the only sort of untowardness. Everything's sort of like where it was, it's like the other house, right? Everything was sort of where it was supposed to be, except for some very odd things. In this case, you have
The
a
chair was turned over.
turned over mug, a
Yeah.
turned over chair, and somebody tried to burn a shirt with blood on it in the stove. And they came very close to succeed.
Right, but that could have just been the 2 brothers getting into a fight and one hitting the other one, and
Could easily.
that.
And then this window's broken.
Right.
You can't find the toggle, and there's footprints away from it. You got a question, you got something like, or you're just yawning, never mind. Okay.
We're waiting.
Anything else?
Anything else, Doug, you wanna?
no,
You're talking about brothers. We went to church with this couple, they had 3 boys. And they were just. Came to church one Sunday night, and the little one. This eye was just. Swollen and bruised. What happened? Dirt clod. And I looked at him and they looked at their mom and they said, they said they got into a dirt
You want
clod
another beer?
fight today and he zigged when he should have zagged.
Yeah.
He got creamed by
Steve,
his dad's a farmer.
Yeah.
They had all the clods of dirt and they
Right
were
there.
nice and hard,
Yeah.
just like rocks. They were
Yep.
throwing them at each other.
Yep.
how
Mom,
about 2 beers?
As one does.
Oh, yep.
what my mom
That's what
told me,
kids
she
do.
said,
Well, I brought
Mom
you 2
told me,
eggs, so.
you know what else?
Drink will be gone.
I said, what's that?
Thank
She
you
said,
very much.
Cotton balls.
You're good for whiskey?
I'm good, yes.
You're switching to whiskey, you got.
'Cause they're like
ice?
little rocks.
Yes.
no, I'm gonna have some,
I'm good.
Switch over to.
I'm so proud of you.
Yeah.
You finally figured it out.
I retained the knowledge for well over 2 hours now.
Nobody's ever proud of me.
I'm proud of you.
Our little boy is all grown up.
He's all.
He can open
okay,
up
I
his
guess.
own, he can open up
You
his
know,
own
his
beer
own
bottle
beer
now.
bottle.
He survived.
I was praising Doug.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thanks. All right, you guys, all right, so you guys are done at the yurt.
Yes,
Perfect. All right.
we've discovered some stuff too, so hopefully you guys will discover something.
It's time for justice.
And I have
Oh,
foot
okay.
in my ears, so you
Right.
know.
Is that your Elam voice?
Yes.
It's time for justice. All right, so you guys get some lanterns and.
Well, while we're out, we get lunch,
I get lunch, all right.
because we're gonna be there for a while.
The.
Dispensing
We
Silver
get,
Wagon-
we get some lanterns, we get some oil, we
So
get
the
some.
stain is
steel.
having, they have a lunch special, a nice cordon bleu. Chicken, a lovely sauce, all deep fried in a giant vat of something.
Something.
I make an announcement before we leave. That Lord Elam will be sitting in the judgment hall to hear everyone's grievances.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm so.
You gotta
Well,
promote
no,
that.
yeah, someone gonna get in trouble, it's not gonna be us.
Yeah, you guys gotta get over there.
They have a grievance?
No, we don't.
Agreement?
No,
No, we don't.
why not?
Do you
Uh,
want,
I'll give you a grievance.
I'll give you a grievance.
do you want one?
Hey, they picked a fight, not my problem.
All right, so
It
you
wouldn't
guys,
be right for someone not of authority to be sitting there, so.
You my authority right here.
Yeah, it is your authority. My good friend.
at the same time, I take it fast here, like, welcome to Pier 1, what can I help?
For a tie. This is my for a tie.
All right, so you guys go back over to the Justice Hall.
Yep.
And there's various people kind of like wandering through the hall, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
People are wandering through town, they sort of see you guys
Do I-
doing this.
Do
You
I
got a
want
bunch of
justice?
lanterns,
Do I
and you're like,
not want justice?
kind of like loading lanterns and
Yeah.
lighting things up, and you're like, hey, you want some justice? We got justice out the gas.
Yeah, especially justice.
You know, You hold me up to hook them up.
And people are like. You do get a few looky-loos, frankly, people are like,
We walk out of the house, we look over and see it, and I'm going this way.
Yeah.
you see 4 people in soft shoes standing there. That's not justice.
And one bear.
And
I
one
want
bear,
bear.
aquatic bear, a sea bear, a water bear. So yeah,
He's thinking himself as a tardigrade, sorry.
well, that's what we need is a big, scary tardigrade to sort of like mutate out. Into what are you? I'm a bear, a water bear. I can survive vacuum by myself.
Some call me moss picker.
So you do get a few looky-loos. In fact, one person kind of pops in, it's like, what are y'all doing? And they're like, we're dispensing justice.
Justice will be heard today.
Justice will be heard tonight. It's like, okay. And he sort of like backs off. Not a lot of action, right?
Well,
Are
at
you
day
guys-
one.
When you guys get back to the Silver Wagon, it's after lunch. And they're like, hey, welcome back, blah, blah, blah. How was the housebreaking? Did that go okay? And so they say, hey, your friends left a message. They said they'll be dispensing justice at the Hall of Justice at 2 p.m. today. And you're just like, I'm sorry, what?
Well, yeah, I mean, okay, 2 p.m., I'm gonna have a PM.
Well, and then they're like, you want a sandwich? And you're like, yes, sandwich. So it's about 1:15 or so. You've got time for lunch, and I'm assuming you're gonna take advantage of that.
Oh, gotcha.
Hobbits love second lunch, which is a thing, I think, or is it 11?
Well, it's second.
Or second breakfast, second breakfast, 11 Z's,
Afternoon
Lunch.
tea.
lunch, afternoon
Afternoon
tea,
tea. Yeah, this would be afternoon tea.
Dinner and then supper.
dinner and supper, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So this would be after 11. No, this would be luncheon at this point in time. So
And
you know,
Don't
she's
throw
like,
me, don't throw
I
me.
haven't
the
had,
can
I
apple.
didn't have second breakfast. 11 season was right out, and we were, sort
Busy.
of like investigating things. So yeah, you're probably ready for some, fried catfish and hush puppies.
Ooh,
You don't like catfish?
I love it, catfish.
Followed by a sign of justice.
I would love to have.
Oh, a sign of justice at 2 p.m. I love catfish. You like catfish?
Yeah, well,
There's a lot of people don't. So I've tried to get my kids involved with catfish, and they're just like,
Not happening.
No,
My parents have a deep freeze.
Do they
full of
cod?
catfish.
do they really?
cod's okay. I don't care.
I'm
about that.
jealous, frankly. Catfish is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Fried catfish is excellent.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a fried catfish sandwich?
When I come,
Unbelievable.
when I go back down there, do I need to bring you some catfish?
No.
They go catch it, they go catch it, they go catch it.
Absolutely not.
They glaze it, they put it in containers, they put it in the freezer.
There you go.
You should never bring me any catfish.
It's actually really good in the grill too.
Oh, yeah. I was in, so you want to know a weird place where I had probably the best catfish
Yes.
I've ever had? Washington DC. I went to a place in Washington
I went
DC.
to
We were there on
Vegas.
vacation.
Yeah,
I know,
Vegas.
right? I thought the same thing. We went into this, like, it's called like the Presidential Grill or some shit like that. And we went in there and they had all these different like poor boy sandwiches. So it was like fried shrimp, oyster poor boys, catfish poor boys. I'm like, I gotta try a Washington DC Potomac River catfish poor boy. It was fantastic. Fried to perfection, coleslaw,
ooh, yeah.
and this weird sort of honey mustard that they put on there. I don't know, it was unbelievable. I had it with a Plymouth Martini. You could have, I should have been installed as a congressman at that point, as good as I was feeling. All right, so,
Probably more qualified, so.
Amen to that.
Yeah,
well, I can, frankly, I have a past, but I guess that doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter
It
anymore.
doesn't matter anymore, but you know.
Now you can get caught doing stuff in office.
Since Clinton, I've
Yeah.
always, before Clinton was elected, I used to say, I can't run for office. After he was elected, I could.
Yeah. What they used to say, what was it?
I'm gonna carry
You
myself
should
up.
never,
Yeah.
politicians should never get caught with a dead girl or a live boy. Nowadays, well, they just caught that one guy out in front of a preschool. And it's like, oh, good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Oh, yeah.
I missed
Uh,
that.
It was a
Yeah.
Arizona.
Oh, Arizona, was it Arizona?
Arizona
I
Congress
just caught it in the
candidate,
thing. It was just like, okay.
a congressional candidate. Okay, so last Saturday.
Okay.
I emceed a trivia night,
Oh, yeah.
80s theme,
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
in the 1988 presidential candidacy. One person had to drop out after being caught in an affair.
Gary Hart.
Gary Hart.
Gary Hart.
Yeah.
Yep. And
I want
then you flash forward a few years, you got Bill Clinton, you got every woman in Arkansas saying,
Saying,
hey, excuse me, and they're like, oh, it's all right.
nah, it's fine.
The name of the boat was like Risky
Risky
Business or
Business.
Monkey Business.
Monkey
business?
monkey
Yeah.
business.
The bad thing though was he challenged the press
Yes,
to find something. else.
yes.
No,
They're like, what's all these rumors? I dare you to see me.
The thing is.
all right, not even the gods could find this information.
Yeah,
again.
I lived in.
I had a
lived in
picture
Arkansas.
of the
Did
picture
you
they
realize
posted.
that?
Yeah,
at
for
trivia
almost
night.
20 years.
Okay.
And I worked.
Another
yeah,
piece of the
some-
puzzle falls into place.
Yeah, well, I married in and divorced back out.
Gotta have.
But there was one of the senators or somebody who was caught having an affair. His wife had cancer.
Oh,
The Newt Gingrich. She pulled the Newt Gingrich.
No, it wasn't Newt Gingrich. It was John. I don't know. But one of the women I worked with, I mean, would have loved to have seen Clinton just stay in office forever.
Okay.
Okay.
yeah.
And she was like,
He was totes the doors.
she said, she said, I just cannot believe he did that. She said, that's just awful. And I said, Clinton did the same thing. I said, but you think he's just all that in a bag of chips? She said, well, Hillary didn't have cancer. I said,
That's, oh God.
Sweet the deeds.
I thought,
What logic do people
what
have?
to do with it? Well, it's just worse when your wife's sick.
It justifies
Like,
their
Well, I
view.
guess it's incrementally worse. I guess you could make that case, but it's still not great.
On the heaviest spectrum, yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
You're already in the,
That actually-
top far end, you know.
Claimed to have been sexually harassed at work. Okay, I didn't claim because I didn't
By you?
have no. But
He
she
was really
complained that
adamant
nobody
about that
believed
going
her.
over.
and all
Okay,
these
that's
other
why I
things.
asked him.
But she was a staunch Bill Clinton supporter.
Hey,
I'm like,
Doug,
how
we think it's hilarious.
do you reconcile that?
I swear to God, it wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
All right, so are you guys gonna go down to with this, the
There's
silver
no
wing, this
way.
notice? Are you guys gonna go down to the Hall of Justice?
No.
Or you're gonna let it just,
Oh, no, you
Okay.
guys can go. I'm not interested in that at all.
okay. All right, so you guys are down there,
Yeah, I'm not
lighting the
afraid.
lanterns,
Already
and
a
things
effectively
up.
split.
We got everything set.
People are setting up, you're just sitting.
You know, sitting in the chair.
It's in the chair. You're out there with what, I don't know, some like scribe shit, you know,
Yeah.
like, okay, I'm writing down.
I'm writing
all
down
the
some notes.
big thing. People are like,
9 foot long trumpets.
oh, you mean like,
Dragging it around.
not these trumpets,
Yeah.
the Monty Python.
Yeah.
It's only a model. All right, so you do get more looky loos. People are like popping in. It's like, what are you guys doing? You know, it's like, did. And so at least a couple of them are like, we'll talk to you and say, is the count back? You know, what's going on?
Okay, and I will say with as much seriousness as I can, and I will roll a deception.
Yeah.
Or, no, I'm gonna roll a bluff check, because that's what it is in first edition.
Keep rolling, buddy. This ought to be good.
I rolled a 19 plus
Wow,
7,
natural
so
19. Okay.
26.
All right, all right.
Okay. The count has not returned yet.
Mhm.
In his absence, he has appointed Lord Elib to listen to grievances.
At which point, the person looking at you goes,
To listen to grievances and pass judgment. If you or anyone else has a current grievance, please feel free to come in. I will write down the case and Lord Elib will hear it.
I didn't have a grievance when I came in here, but now I do.
Okay? What is your grievance?
Well,
Again, I'm trying to be as serious as possible
okay, so they're not, so people are like,
to appear.
What the
I-
flip is
I
going
see
on
a
here?
solemn nest baby getting cut in half.
They weren't even arguing about it.
I gotta be honest with you, when I was,
Everyone gets half a baby.
I gotta be honest, when I was prepping this adventure tonight, I did not expect severed babies. It was not, in my- you can read my notes.
Well, that was
Nobody's
the
just-
asylum.
Huh? Yeah.
In asylum, you didn't expect fetus bombs either.
Well, that's what separates us, Les. I always.
You're always prepared for severed babies.
More familiar with what he's dealing
I
with.
just remember, was it Bella, was it you that had the belt to feed his mom?
Yes.
Yes,
You're like,
I'm throwing
It
these
was-
suckers out like
it
crazy
was a scene, man. All right, so
until they broke in the middle of the group.
Yeah.
that wasn't great.
That
So 2 o'clock rolls around and you see a few more people, and in fact, a couple of groups of people sort of peer in.
They're
Nobody
wondering whether or
seems
not
to
they
be-
should come in yet.
It's
Right.
almost like they're sort of like working their shit up to it,
Right.
but they're like, this doesn't feel right. That kind of thing. And so nobody actually comes in, although there are some people sort of like out in the square, right?
I am at the doorway. Okay,
Yeah, welcome
Waiting.
to justice, you know.
keeping an eye, I've got a little tablet and a quill.
Okay,
Looking for constables also.
you don't see any constables.
Okay.
Give me a perception check.
Ooh, 5 plus 7.
I think something's 12.
Where is the town?
I'm lost in towns in Justice
I'm
Square.
actually facing inward.
I know the Justice Hall was here somewhere.
Elib, what are you doing in the square?
Here's one thing I need to point out.
And where'd you get that fancy chair in the square?
When you roll that, he's going in there to find more papers. There's a problem.
Yeah. Hey, we did this for a reaction.
And you're about to get it.
He's having to get the severed baby stuff here.
So I had to get my giant picture of a severed baby, you know, for later. No, so what?
Why do you have one?
Personal reasons.
You don't?
Where's yours?
Everybody?
You didn't bring yours? Everybody, where's your separate baby? Everybody comes out.
Mine's in a folder that
All right,
do
so
not open.
even with this crappy perception roll is 12, you still, so
Facebook blocked mine.
he's flip blocked my severed baby picture. Somebody please write this shit down. I got a tweet later.
I'll do that. Hold on.
So as you're sort of standing out there and you've got your thing, and you know, various kind of people are like sort of wandered by, like, what is going on in here? It's not even Justice Day. And now we've got some crazy person on the stand, and this guy, this goblin dude is people are reluctant to interact with you guys. Yes, I know. And but as you're standing out there sort of waiting for all your justice customers,
The rush of.
you hear a noise, and it's not in Justice Square. In fact, everybody sort of like continues with their stuff. You sort of only hear it like out of the corner of your ear kind of thing, but you hear some yelling, that kind of stuff. It does seem to be getting closer, and it does sound like a group of people who are aggravated heading your way.
Are they coming by the,
Well, they're coming towards the square.
point is, are they coming by where where we are
Right, yeah.
having lunch?
No. So the silver wagon is sort of off in the distance a
Gonna
little
drag
bit.
us into this, aren't they?
So here's the silver wagon is right here, right?
Yeah.
The hall of the fort is here. Justice Hall is sort of like in this area right here, like this fella. Well, no, it's not. It's sort of over here in the middle of town. This is sort of like the square
Where's the
here.
mob coming from?
Yeah, where's the mob?
Well, it seems to be coming from whatever direction this is. So the east, I guess.
Okay.
But from another part of town. It doesn't like, it's not like coming directly from the river or anything like that. Actually, I might be wrong about it. Hold on, I gotta check.
But I'm just saying,
The
if they
point is,
can-
if we hear it,
if we're at the same, we should be able to hear
Hear
it
that,
too.
yeah.
right. I mean, if we hear a commotion going on, We're gonna
definitely-
have to
yeah,
go.
we're gonna have to.
I'm gonna shake my.
Definitely coming from this direction.
Okay, so they're gonna be kind of coming from
Point is,
this way, that way, or that way, this way.
They're starting in this way and heading that way. So
But we
the
can or-
the sound is like coming from this area over
But
here.
we can hear it. We're not too far.
You
out.
guys are, well, you're not too far. Yeah, give me a perception check. Yeah, anybody can roll a 20.
The mobs appear one by new torches and pitchforks.
well, it wasn't a 20.
So the same guy who sold them their pitchforks sold them their oil. Having to adjust us all, here you go. Need a baseball bat with a pin in it? Got you covered.
Mine's 12.
Mine's a 9.
I got a rock.
It's feast or famine over there. It's like, it's either like a 2 or a 40. 13 or 30?
13.
13. All right, yeah, you guys.
He'd be proud of the 30.
Yeah.
But you guys hear it, and
Yeah, I roll either a
it's-
1 and 2 or a 19 or a 20.
it's getting closer.
Get ready, Elib, it's working. Sorry, Lord.
Sorry.
Your lordship, your lordship.
And you're not sure if he said lordship or lordship, but either way, probably gonna have to pound it later. All right, it's getting closer, and it doesn't take, I mean, it's only a couple of minutes where you see coming into sort of the edge of the town, the edge of the square, a group of people, it looks like maybe a half dozen, maybe 7 or 8 people, and they've got another guy, sort of like by the scruff, and they're dragging along. It's like, it's time you met, and now you start to hear their words. It's like, it's time you met it's time that we've stopped this up for a second. You've caused too much trouble in this town already, and it's time for you to face the music. And they're heading for the gallows.
It's not Tavian, is it?
Hey!
You yell, it's like,
No, it's Eric.
and
Terrible.
yeah. They don't pay any attention, but they are essentially trucking across the thing, and they've got this guy, and you can see at this point that this guy is either an elf or a half elf. You can see the ears. And give me a perception check.
Tell me, must be heard first. Ooh, 18.
He's wearing a smock, like a leather smock,
Okay.
which has a whole bunch of like stains on it, like different colored stains,
Like a tanner or?
like a
Tanner, artist,
yeah, from your
an artisan of some sort. 18.
paint.
Okay.
And these guys are surrounded him, and they've got him. And there's one guy in particular who's got him, and he's just like, "Come on, it's time you face the music. You have done enough damage to this town, and now it stops." And they're heading right for the gallows.
I yell for Hilo.
All right.
Follow my little buddy.
The same
Checks
board
next.
sign that says 10% off all justice.
I only get my justice at a discount.
I
Discount
will
justice.
move, put myself between them and the gallows and just kind of.
So you're actually gonna sort of like
Oh, yeah.
about the same
Justice
time
is stepping in.
into the silver wagon comes a young woman. She comes in and she's like, "Oh, thank God you're here. You're
It's
the
gonna be
you're
a little bit in
right?
trouble.
You killed the Bradstone witch, right?
Yes.
They're about to hang the count's artist, the Lolwyn. They're about to hang him. You guys need to get down to the gallows right now. You guys got to put a stop to this. They're gonna hang someone.
Let's go.
Yeah.
They have a map.
We have a
They have an encounter sheet.
Everyone's an art critic in this town.
All right, so.
We're off to see
Hey, how
the
you doing it?
Yeah,
justice givers.
double taking it.
All right,
Yeah.
grab those pieces out of there.
Yeah, under
Maybe,
next time.
maybe this is. Okay. All right,
Okay, no, you don't need these people.
no,
Well,
set those aside.
these guys you might use for
So
them.
here are you guys. So this is the actual steps to the Justice Hall.
Okay,
So you can see these guys have come from over
There, right?
here.
Or is that the regular?
That's the regular size.
Okay.
So we're still waiting
yeah,
for other things.
It's just so much bigger than the other ones.
I know.
Well, it's Jack's, right? So
Yeah.
he's what, like 3 feet tall?
Yeah,
So
Put Bella next to her.
But yeah, my goal was to put myself between them and the gallows before they could get there.
all right, so you're gonna try and like scoot over there.
Where the gallows right there. Center.
this is the gallows. They're gonna come from this direction, so we can see them before they.
You've not at least made it Legolas. I mean, seriously, go look at the picture.
What? No, that's not Legolas.
I said, could you have made it look like Legolas?
Oh, I could have. I
I mean,
choose not to.
if we're gonna be looking, I mean. It's a chick thing. It's chick stuff.
It's chick stuff.
Yeah,
Les.
I'm running to catch up. But
I
you
like
want
you a
you do
lot.
move
Yeah,
faster
help
than me,
get
so.
more than 2 things out of that box. I'm gonna be very cross. Putting that out there.
Okay. So I just look the other way.
Mom, that does not help.
These are just bystanders
Standing by.
Okay.
standing by.
Randos, if you will.
Random.
Ooh, look, action.
I hear there's a sale on justice today.
Getting all my justice on sale. All right. So this group of people sort of come marching into Justice Square, and they're heading for
The
the gallows. And
You have an issue with Elib being there already? If he was running,
no, I don't. If Elib wanted to do that.
Elib would do that. Elib had stated he wanted to impose himself before them at the gallows, so.
Okay. So
are you putting rum with that tea?
No, this is just tea.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah, he leaves a blue one in there and I get a little. All right, so Elib comes running around to the gallows. So these guys, so this is where the noise is coming, all right? And they've got this guy here sort of by the scruff. These two guys are sort of holding him. This guy's leading the way and they're heading there, and they're like, and you could hear them very, very significantly saying, look, this you have done enough. You're you know, we're putting a stop to your the stuff that the problems you have caused right now.
Your beautification program.
You have ruined lives, and we're putting a stop to it. And that kind of stuff. So they're, I mean, obviously very angry.
You and your cubist interpretations.
You call that art? We're expressionists here. Doesn't even look like anything. Just a bunch of squares and squiggles. You got 2 eyes on one side of her head.
I
What the hell is that? She's a woman, not a flounder.
I don't know much about art, but I know what I like.
Yeah, and I don't like this. So now you have to.
Now you have to die.
No, they're talking about, so you can hear sort of like in the group, they're talking about, you get the word disappearance, you get the word daughter, and the guy next to him,
He's a magician.
so the elf is sort of in the middle, and he's like, look, I don't, you can hear him sort of like, look, I didn't do anything. I don't know what you're talking about. I work for the count. I'm just an artist. I haven't done anything. And they're like, shut your damn mouth. We've had it with your lies, and we've seen it happen. We've seen the kidnappers come out of your paintings, and you're at them. And there's one guy who's got this guy, and so there's guys who are like yelling and sort of making accusations, and then there's one guy that you spot that is like silent, and that's the guy. He's got hold of like one side of this guy. He's like,
He is the guy in charge.
Well, not so much in charge, but he's certainly the angriest. So he's gone from I'm yelling at this guy to I'm going to murder this guy. And he's got one hand up. He's where is I don't see his thing. He looks like this. That guy. So wherever his guy is, I think he's right next to him.
Right there.
And they are definitely stomping over. Jack's behind you. You hear a voice. And he says, you know, I sure do enjoy a good hang. Don't you, Jax? He sort of like steps out from the edge there, and it's that guy right there.
Do I recognize him?
No, you've never seen him before.
Or that you can remember.
Yeah.
Right.
Don't you, Jax? I sure do love a good hanging. I think we're about to see more. It always puts a little spice in the day, don't you think?
The guy that just stepped out to talk to Jack said a Matthew McConaughey sound to it.
Yeah.
All right, all right.
All right, all right, all right.
We say, Jax.
I really need to get out.
Why don't you guys are here to dispense some justice? I guess probably this is a little justice that you didn't need to dispense. Why don't you tell Elib to step on back and let them have their way?
Justice will be heard before. Grievances will be heard before justice is declared.
Oh, I think we're hearing it now, don't you? And he points over there and they're like, we're gonna kill you, we're gonna hang you, you know, that kind of stuff. And so these guys keep moving forward. So as this guy is so Elib, I don't know if you noticed that Jex is talking to some random dude in the thing.
No, I'd be
No,
focused
here,
on
yeah.
putting myself
So-
between them and
So there's stairs on either side, so you're stepping in front. What do you say to these people? Because they're moving forward.
Boy,
And they kind of like to around.
That's all Elib knows to say.
Well, there's a Lord Elib that we heard so much about. What do you want?
who you bullied and why?
And so the guy in the middle is like, are you Elib? Are you Elib from Bryson's house? You gotta help me. These guys are gonna kill me. I'm just my name's Lawman. I'm just an artist. The count. You used to work for the count. You gotta tell these guys. I just work for the count. I just paint pictures. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what they're talking about. Disappearances, daughters, and stuff like that. I don't know. And they're like, shut up, yo, and that kind of stuff. And so, you know, like, he gets a bash in the mouth and, you know, blood starts dripping out. He's like, I don't know what they're talking about. You gotta help me.
Why are you bullying this dude?
And one guy sort of steps out in front. It's not the silent guy. It's another guy sort of steps out in front. He's like, well, I don't know that it's any of your business. You could pretend to be the Justice League around here
So how
and
tall
sit
is he?
around and put lanterns in there.
How
So that
tall is
doesn't
he?
make you the constable.
How tall
How
is he?
tall is he?
Tall, average 6 feet, 5'11", 6 feet. You're not gonna sit on this guy or
No, but I'm gonna walk up to him.
anything. Okay. How tall are you?
Right now?
Yeah, how tall is he gonna get?
Well, it depends. See, there's tall and then there's tall. Now you're talking with this guy, kind of.
Well, but not for long.
6'6".
6'6", normal?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, so you're looking down at the guy, and the guy's looking up at you. He's like, well, look, Elib, this guy, you don't understand.
What weapon you got?
My great axe.
Yep,
In a belt full of skulls.
Yeah.
yep.
Make an impression.
Yep.
You got it out, the great axe? Are you like holding it?
It's just kind of loose
Just
at my side.
dangling down, sort of great axe in one hand, just sort of like
Dangling the great
scraping it,
axe.
like. All right, so the guy obviously is somewhat chastened. But he's like, hey, look, Elib, you understand these things, right? This guy, and he points at the elves, and the elves just like, he's like, this guy is responsible for the disappearances that are taking place. And my friend over there, Armin, his daughter disappeared last night, and this guy's responsible because people saw the kidnappers escaping into one of his magical paintings. So we're putting a stop to it right now. We're gonna hang him because he knows what's going on, and we're gonna erase all his paintings. And you do know that this guy, you've heard around that this guy is this Lolwyn guy is an artist that was hired by Lowell's at some point in the past. Lowell subsequently disappeared, left town. Everything's changed. And he's like, I'm still painting pictures. I've still got a contract. I'm still gonna do it. So he's been doing murals around town and that kind of stuff. And to your eyes, I mean, you've seen some of these paintings. They're pretty good. And they don't seem at all magical. They certainly don't seem at all malevolent. But this guy is telling you, he's like, look, you don't know what's going on here. This guy's painting pictures and the people who have been getting kidnapped, they're disappearing. This guy saw, and he points to the guy. He goes, this guy's daughter was stolen last night, and the kidnappers went through one of his pictures. He's responsible. He knows what's going on. We're gonna finish this now. You should let us, even though you're very tall and a little scary.
Are we in the?
Well, you guys have. So while you guys were eating lunch, somebody came in and said,
Yeah, yeah,
they're
we
gonna,
know.
they're gonna hang somebody and think you got to get down there
Yeah, we know.
before somebody brings some justice, because it's going to be wrong and bad.
Is there any chance?
The guy's just looking at you. He's just like, I love a good hanging, don't you?
I'm keeping an eye on that. While I'm talking to
With
him.
your rear eye?
While I'm turning around looking.
With your rear, is it brown?
I think so.
I'm gonna roll a perception. check.
Don't wink. Go ahead. Wink.
15.
So you're watching, you live out of the corner of your eye?
Well, I keep turning back and forth because Elib is my main focus. This guy kind of interrupted me.
Well, yeah, he definitely interrupted you. And so Elib, so you look over at Elib and this, she's over by the group and talking to them.
And he's kind of
Yes, that's what I meant.
trying to intimidate, right?
Over at Fort Halitosis.
Passive intimidation check 21.
Well, it's obviously his tune has changed. At
Yeah.
first it was like, get a rope. And now it's
Right.
like,
For the
we have to
group
explain
too,
ourselves to
kind of
this incredibly
But-
large
but-
network.
Shifting, rolling.
But
their
even for me, I
muscles.
can see that Elib is doing his intimidation.
Neck popping thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Kind of rolling the shoulder muscles a little
So,
bit.
yeah. Brings out a sharpening stone, got the little axe
Oh,
out
no,
of
no,
it,
you can
Shaking
just-
the skulls.
shaking the skull.
Wow.
You know, a little shimmy.
Well, shit, here I go. Look at my skulls. Here are my skulls on my belt.
just a minute.
What are you doing? So you're just walking away from this guy.
I said, just a minute
Okay. To the guy.
to that guy.
Oh, I thought you were saying it to me.
No.
I thought you were saying
Oh,
it to you.
yeah.
To him, no. To him, just a minute. And then I run over here.
Mhm.
Be big.
May I? So
May I
Jess
warn
goes
you?
running over there and says some words to Elib, and suddenly Elib is much different.
I'm the same.
Elib has grown significantly. And so this guy who you were talking to is just like, so how tall are you now?
You double in size, right?
Yeah, you actually double in
So, like,
size. You're
you're
13
foot tall.
13 foot.
13 feet tall.
Like a giant.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Now, as soon as I do that, I go back to talking to this guy. Elam's fine now.
Yeah.
We can talk.
Okay. So do you say, so this guy is like, and everybody in this group is like, oh shit, what have we done? It's justice.
So that's just.
So you're standing there
Yeah.
12 feet tall and
13 foot tall.
13 foot tall. What do you say to these people?
I'm tall.
First gesture to the quiet guy. You let him go, and then at the artist, you sit down.
Okay.
I makes right.
Sit, stay.
Roll over.
You,
I think
it's time for a slam.
I think those 6 foot bell legs makes right down.
Okay. All right. So. All right.
That's never a good sign.
No.
All right. So this guy's like,
When the
oh
deer-
shit. And this woman is like, oh, double shit.
Oh, more shit.
These guys back up a little bit and that kind of stuff. But this guy who rolled a natural 19,
Ooh.
basically you can see him. He's like, hold on, I gotta get the angle right. He's holding on to that. So you'd say to the artist, go sit down. And the guy sort of like pulls away and he's like, no. And he looks at you, he says, look, Elon, I know you mean well, but this guy took my daughter. And
Let him
I'm
go.
not gonna let him go until I see
Please.
him hanging from a rope.
Please. She said, please. He said, please. He said, please, yes. I know once I said it, I'm like, that's not right. Shit.
All right.
Justice is coming. Not the one he
He just
wanted.
moved his pants, so you're good
At
now.
10% off.
Yeah, a hand. Yeah.
You have a coupon.
He's
code, you can
refusing,
make it
but-
20.
So he looks right.
I will take my axe and put it on my back so that my hands are both open.
So he backs up and draws a dagger from his.
Ooh,
No.
yeah.
So he backs up. He's got this guy sort of by his arm, and he says, "Look, Elib, I know you mean well, but this is none of your business. It's none of your business." And he pulls that dagger. And he's got it up against the guy's throat. He's like, "Look, justice must be done.
How do you think you're gonna find out what happened to your daughter if you kill
I
her?
know what happened. I know what happened. He took her." And then
You
like, and
saw
so some of
him.
these other guys are sort of taking, it's like, yeah, he took her. Yeah, we should hang him. You know, that kind of stuff. It's like, I say we let him go. No, yeah.
That's the artist saying that.
Yeah, he's like,
We're sorry, let him go.
So you saw him physically take your
They
daughter.
went and she went and they took her into his painting. I know he's got something to do with it. He deserves to die, and you can't deny that. And he keeps sort of like stepping backward. He's got the knife in the.
I can until
The
you.
artist
prove-
looks.
It's not that bad.
And you hear the guy behind you goes, "This is take a turn for the interesting, hasn't it? I do love a conflict. Very contentious over there. Your Elid looks very strong and dominating there, isn't she? Isn't he?
Yes, he is. You'll excuse me, I'm gonna go help him.
Again? What are you gonna make him smaller again?
No, he'll be fine.
Very interesting work that you two are doing.
He says,
together.
I take a
"All right,
very-
all right."
Active role.
No. I'm gonna concentrate on what this guy looks like, because I don't remember him from before,
You've never seen this guy before.
but I want to remember him next time.
Okay, dark hair, dark skin. He's just kind of like, he seems very comfortable. He's just leaning up against there. He's got a little wine Boda in his hand, you know, he's maybe giving himself an occasional squirt. He's like, I do love a good Justice Day entertainment, don't you?
I can't say I don't. I'm not saying this out loud.
I can just see Jack go, that makes a good point.
Well, yeah.
I was
Makes
expecting
sense.
to hear stuff about chicken arguments.
Exactly. I wasn't, it's like, my chicken's got into his life. You got your peanut butter and my chocolate.
Okay. I
They
turn.
taste great together. Thank you, Justice Lee. All right, so you're running up there in front of 12-foot Elib.
No, next to.
That's two. Okay.
In
13.
shadow of.
In the shadow of.
In the shadow of- in orbit around.
So my round, I just got up there. It's a double move.
Okay. That's it?
What's the next thing I hear?
He looks
Well,
like an
so
Ewok.
Elib is
Looks like
basically,
an Ewok mixed.
It's like, oh, look at that. He's so cute.
Like- watch where you step. Elib.
He looks like
Um,
my pet gecko.
Yeah, you step on Jax accidentally, it's like, you know, that kind of thing makes that dog noise. Or like more like a cat noise. You ever step on a cat?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. You know the noise they make.
Not on purpose, not hard.
So Elib is like,
Real
so
tall.
Elib has put his weapon away. And he's like, look, what did you say?
Well, I asked him, how do you expect to find her now?
Well, he seems, so to your eyes, it seems beyond that sort of like logical reasoning. He's got his knife to the guy's throat. You can see there's a little dribbling coming out. He's starting. All right. Elib, tell you what, give me a sense motor check.
I'm not that kind of human or
Mhm.
half orc. So 2.
Okay. Give me an intelligence roll.
Yeah. Elib ain't that smart.
Can you do better than 2?
If I roll higher than a 2.
Actually, you know what?
13.
13. Okay. So you are a warrior. You always have. You have killed many creatures. Okay. You've been in battles, you've been in pitched battles, you've been in single fights. You know, looking at this guy, he is not a warrior. What he's doing is working himself up to killing this guy. Historically, up until this point, he's had a bunch of people around him goading him on. He's obviously insanely angry. And he definitely blames this guy for whatever happened to his daughter. But he's not ready to kill this guy just yet. He's working himself up to it, but he's getting closer.
Gonna do another intimidate check.
Okay.
22.
What do you want him to do? Stop?
Yeah.
In what sense?
Like
Drop his weapon or unleash the guy or
release the guy
Release
is what
the
you're
guy
got.
and the guy needs to sit. That's what I've told, that's what my
all right,
command.
so you're trying to get him
last
to
time.
release the guy. All right, hold on, let me-
Like-
Want to take a look?
I'm gonna,
You
So
don't say.
Elib, you say something like, look, you need to release this guy and let us sort it out. He's like, fuck up. You're never gonna sort this out. You're never gonna sort this out.
I'm gonna,
Look,
I'm
You
gonna,
can see him start.
You
I mean,
kill
that dagger
him,
starts
you
going.
die. You don't kill him, you might live. Which one do you want to do?
I'm gonna
You're
try.
gonna kill me? You're gonna kill me right here in the front of the
If
justice
you
hall?
murder an
If you
innocent
murder a
human,
person right in front of us.
The guy's like, you gotta come something right away. You can see him sort of like, oh, I'm getting a little, you know, there's blood is starting to trickle down. He's through the skin. It's this far, you know, as a warrior, it's this far to the carotid.
Okay. I'm better at bluff, but I'm gonna try a diplomacy check,
Okay,
okay? Because this is more diplomacy than bluff.
hold that thought. Did you guys leave the silver wagon or? you
Well,
guys
yeah,
just-
Yeah.
That's why I asked earlier, have we
Right.
made it there?
Right, yeah.
They're moseying here.
You guys come out here.
Kill that guy on the way out.
And you see this. And this guy over here is like, well, it isn't Grady Dustwire. You guys got here just in time. I think your friend Elib is about to kill that man over there. Either that or he's gonna get a chance to hang that other man, which I think either way is gonna be something interesting to see on it.
Come on, a sense motive.
Yeah, I do.
He creeps me out. 10, 11.
Sense motive, you're not sure what this guy's
I have
about.
nothing against this guy.
He's just sort of like leaning up against the side of the building. He's got a little Bourbon bottle, wine in his hand. He's giving himself a occasional squirt. And he's like, you know, I do love a fun afternoon of entertainment. It's no
We're adding
better
60 to
entertainment
this.
than watching people kill each other. Don't you
Yeah.
think? Dustwire? I
I
know that you enjoy
Oh,
it.
yeah, that's cool.
I roll a 16 cents motive. Do I get any vibes from this dude?
You get a vibe from this guy as being sort of like, well, a bit of an instigator. You're not sure that he instigated this, but he's certainly enjoying the show. He's genuinely getting a sense of enjoyment out of all this. What did you roll on yours? Says fun.
11.
11, okay.
As we enter the thing, about how far are we away from,
Easy to measure, 40, 60 feet.
okay. Can I tell,
There's grids on here, so.
It's 50 feet.
Can you
so-
tell if he's casting any kind of spells, stir everybody up?
Maybe, I mean,
can I,
maybe.
can I tell what,
detect magic.
Elib is trying to accomplish?
So Elib looks
Well,
very different.
Get
than
the guy
Elib that
killed?
you were
Oh, but
talking-
I've seen
I don't think
He's seen big Eli.
I've seen Peggy.
In the
Several times in the asylum.
library. in
Oh,
the
that's a good point.
Right, yeah. we should.
So Elib's big and she's looking, she's like,
He-
he's
He-
looking down on these guys.
His axe is on his
Look,
back
big guy.
and his hands are open.
Yeah.
Granted, you also know that his hands turn into claws.
Yeah.
Yes, I've
Well,
just now
you
got
know.
those.
Dust
Well,
Lord-
that guy's looking up going, I'm gonna kill this guy, I'm gonna kill him, he deserves it. And I think it's, you know, that could be, you know, you can't stop me, Elib, you can't stop me, you know that justice is supposed to be done.
Okay, so I hear him say all that.
Oh, yeah.
Right, okay.
Okay,
We all do.
so I'm gonna, yeah, this guy's
Jax
probably
has been
gonna
waiting
either
very
roll a
patiently for
will
his
save
diplomacy check.
DC 15.
Okay, huh?
Yeah, the guy who's holding the knife,
What are you doing to him?
casting hold person on it.
Hold person. All right, he needs it's a DC 15.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Okay. All right, Elib. This guy's like, look, you know this is right. You should let me do this. I'm gonna hang him. You let me, I'm gonna kill him right now. I should hang him, but I'll kill him in here in the street.
I grab his hand and take the knife away, and then I open it up and tell the guy, sit down.
You got it. He scoots out of there and heads over to that thing. That guy is not moving. You see his eyes just sort of like, he's like, the hell just happened to me?
Yeah.
This guy runs over here, sits down. These two look over and I'm like, what in the heck just happened? And this guy is sort of like frozen there. He's like, ugh. And he's still in the position. He doesn't have his weapon anymore. He's like,
So with
Nice
my,
job,
with my
Tex.
weapon drawn,
I didn't do that one.
with my weapon drawn,
okay.
Still waiting patiently.
I saunter up
Yeah,
to
bless
where
his heart.
Elib. And I guess, is this you,
That's Jax, yeah.
Jax?
I
Okay.
assume it was
Jax-
Jax.
I've been there for 3 rounds, couldn't do anything.
Yeah. He'd been
Well,
waiting the entire
didn't.
time to make his
No,
diplomacy
no,
check.
I said I was gonna make a
Oh,
diplomacy
okay.
check, but they've done several things.
Well, kind of, yeah. I mean,
Kind
all of them sort of happened.
They ran on the scene, talked to that guy, cast a spell, and then ran down here, right?
Well, as a GM, I don't like Jax.
So we don't need. you-
Okay, at least we have a reason.
So we don't need you anymore.
Hand me that bottle of Elijah Craig over there.
There are
But
two
you said
bottles
you
of
didn't need
Elijah Craig.
Jax.
This just helps me not like Jax.
Elijah Craig or Logic Craig? Give
Illogical.
me a little bit of logic here.
Give me a little bit of logic, a little extra logic to keep me going. All right. So, all right, I'm gonna give you a turn. You can't do the diplomacy check. It wasn't gonna work anyway. He's trying to intimidate
He pre-rolled.
a murderous man, and it's
Okay.
not working.
Okay,
He rolled a natural 20.
but you didn't hear what my diplomacy spiel was going to be.
What's it
was
gonna be? Please don't kill him.
Stop, no, don't.
I'm a
please,
goblin.
yeah,
And
He's a kobold.
Citizen,
I made this guy big.
our chances of rescuing your daughter are much greater if we interrogate this person rather than kill him. Recovery of your daughter should be foremost in your mind.
All right, his response is this.
Well, I was gonna say that before you froze, but eventually this will wear off.
You see his lips barely moving. He's like,
Like me.
okay, yeah, I mean, so,
Can I look at the other humans?
yeah, if you want.
Please sit.
Oh, shit.
One guy runs away. Yeah, that's all flopped out.
All right, so these two come over here and sit. These two are like, so one of them's a woman, and these two sit. These other two sort of step up, and they're like, "Who do you think you are to tell us what to do? You
I
12-foot
asked.
wiener."
I said, please.
12-foot wiener.
Wow.
Sorry, that's all I can think of.
Well, I'm 13, but the wiener's 12.
Now they sit.
Now they say,
That's
respect.
an extra roll, you know.
That's a fate point that you just spent, so yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have anywhere to write this stuff down. Hold on. I'm
Right, now done.
Turned red.
I am amused.
What was it? I'm 13 foot, but
No, they
Well,
called her a
12-foot
12, they called her
wiener.
a 12-foot wiener. She says, I'm 13 foot, but the wiener is 12. Which immediately prompted another intimidate check. For those two.
I'm sorry, I think that would. be
Wow,
it.
okay. They back up a little bit. To 14 feet.
At least 12 and a half feet.
They're at least 12 and a half feet away. But they've got like daggers, little knives out, and they're like, who are you to tell us what to do? You can't tell us what to do. He did this.
intelligence?
What
about-
are
what's
you
your
casting
intelligence?
spells on these guys? You can't, Armin's grievance
15.
is just.
Tracy, what's your intelligence? Mine's 13, so I'm not sure I could figure this out. I know I can notice something, though. This is just isn't what I would expect from all of the citizens in this place.
Well, it's
Or
not
no.
all the citizens. It's
Well,
a group of like 6
just
eight
this
people.
mob.
Okay, but they're a little too aggressive, I think.
the guy behind says, hey, tell you what,
What?
I got 5 silver since they hang up. Please.
I think
I
you
said,
may have
"I'll
touched
tell you what,
on,
I'll make
you
it-
may
make
have
it-
touched
make
on
it
something
silver.
about,
5 silver that they eventually kill you.
He's
Yeah.
doing something.
I think they'll
starting
work it
to-
out.
Come on.
I haven't seen this guy yet, so.
There have been a bunch of disappearances though.
What do you say?
right?
But it's gotta be something. Something's gotta be.
And
involved.
if
I think it'll
they,
work
if they
out.
think this dude
Could
caused,
Doubling them. Your friend
it,
either
it,
kills
it-
one.
it could lead to mob violence.
Still working out.
Could, I would have
Thanks,
thought about,
they
heard of something
Take my money.
in building,
You said.
you know, to me, this is just out of the blue right
How
now.
about you, Bella? You Take some of that action.
We're gonna,
I got 5 silver.
So
pieces
do you
on
know,
mine with
I don't know if you would
here.
know what this is, your
I think
character.
Your friend either.
But,
killed one. Yeah.
I'm gonna lean over and say, the quickest way to do this is for me to direct the zone of truth.
You wanna take a little of that action? Come on.
Can you do it?
I heard
Yes.
you guys were big time adventurers.
hey,
And in all honesty,
Come on
you
over.
probably have seen it before.
Me?
yeah,
Me?
Yeah.
What?
Mimi?
No, your character.
no,
Matthew.
oh, no,
McConaughey.
sorry, Matthew McConaughey.
Oh,
No.
he doesn't pay no attention.
Matthew, come on down.
No, he's talking to Bella and Grady.
Bella and Grady, come on down.
I'm ignoring her. I'm going to
We'll move,
Jack's.
yeah, we'll move down to the
Cause that
the
dude's-
arena of action.
Why
You
don't
wanna
just
come down?
put my elbow-
Another tip.
All right, so that guy doesn't do
Don't touch me.
move at all. Even though you maybe wave him on, he's just like,
It's
I'm
good.
I'm all good over here, Jack's my friend.
I get my elbow licked in home so much.
You see him start to walk
Not
across
really very
the
good.
front
Yeah.
of the halls of justice, the hall of justice, the garage of justice.
The
And
grass,
he sort of walks
the
over here.
patio. of
And he
justice.
leans over this guy and you see those two over there
Look,
talking. You can't
see
hear
if
what
we
they're
can get-
saying, but the
See that
one
guy
guy,
over there with the goatee?
so Matthew
we go get
McConaughey
him.
sort of leans over and he sort of whispers something to the other guy and the other guy's like, you can hear him laughing in response to what Matthew McConaughey said. But you didn't hear what was said.
Right.
You can see him sort of point. He's like, "You see that?" Yeah.
I could have sworn you seen me do this in the asylum.
Mm-mm.
I
How
may
far-
have.
How far away
um,
is he?
Rub your
from-
leg.
No, zone of truth.
Oh, Elib, ask all of these people to enter into the Hall of Justice and we will sit and learn what's truth. And I kind of tell you, go around that way.
I'm gonna look at the dude that's frozen and say, is it okay if I carry you?
He can't move, so just carry him. I say that
So-
out loud. I know you're not gonna take orders from
So
me.
do they all follow?
So
Blink twice if yes.
most of them do is like, so most of them get up and say, all right, well, Hall of Justice, I guess we could do this. There's one guy in the back, the guy with the hat, is like, this is crap. No one can do justice except for the count or the count's representatives. And I don't know who you are, but you're definitely not, you may have worked for the count before, but you don't work for him now. You haven't for a long time. So how you could figure you could get out there and start dispensing justice like some sort of nut job, and I don't know what this thing is. Whatever you guys are doing, this is bullshit. We need to hang this guy and we need to hang him today. He deserves it, and that's the way to put a stop to these disappearances. You know it, whatever
Then
you are.
Join us in
And
the
the rest of
hall
them.
and argue your case.
This is crap.
Can I try the diplomacy?
If he doesn't want to go, let him.
So I'll roll again.
Because we're gonna have the artist with us.
So if it's okay to carry you,
Sort of
blink
bending
twice.
a little bit.
Have you told them it's 10% off today?
Oh, well, 10%, that's fine.
The frozen guy. Did you?
He
do
picks
your
up the
fine?
Well,
frozen
he's still
guy.
frozen. He's
I
just
said-
like,
He goes wherever you
If
take
that's
him.
okay, blink
He
twice.
picks up the frozen guy and heads.
he doesn't blink. I'm not sure they can blink.
No, they can't.
Okay.
Really?
It's total.
I think all they can do is breathe.
Right. And think,
I'll look it up real quick.
Your eyes would get so dry.
Yeah.
well, it's only
Rounds.
2 minutes.
All right, well, you don't have to move all the dudes, but yeah, so,
You should not blinking for 2 minutes.
so,
Yeah.
I mean, you guys all
I didn't say
pile
we
into
wasn't.
you guys all pile into the justice hall, or you
Believe me,
like
I had
right out
my
here
eyes
in front of the.
No, we're gonna go home.
You guys all pile in there. So as you guys get in there and everybody's sort of like sitting in, Elib, are you gonna go sit on the chair?
I don't think I fit in the chair right now.
Oh, Fit in the building.
Fit the
Well,
building.
that's really a Pythagorean ask question, isn't it? You can probably get
She's not Goldilocks right now.
it. Well, I mean.
No,
can
cannot
Jack
take
sort of
any
like
action.
Shrink you back down to your normal size?
Well, I can will negate it at any time, but
Alright.
I'm not planning on it.
Well, yeah, it's at 13, I got it right this time, 13 feet tall, you cannot, I think 13 feet tall, which means the ass would probably be 4 to 5 feet wide.
So
That's a lot. That's a
I
big
can
ass.
get in, not comfortably, but
Look,
I can
what you're
sit
gonna
in
say,
the
Josie.
doorway and create a plug.
Yeah, sitting in the doorway.
Wait, what now?
After everybody's
Whoever
inside, I
thought
just
geometry
sit in the
would be
doorway.
playing this hard.
Okay, so you're not sitting in the chair, but you're staying the same size.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're blocking the shit out of that doorway.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So everybody's standing, they're all sort of standing around, mostly in the little hallway. Some of them are like on the edge of the dais and that kind of stuff. It's like,
So is
the one
everybody,
guy with the hat kind of turns around, he's like, all right, you got us in here, what are you gonna do about it? You got like the guy on here, who you just drop him on the floor
pop him against the
or set him
wall?
down. It's like,
He breaks.
it snaps, like, it's not like nitrogen.
I'm not a bully.
Okay,
She isn't.
it's not what I heard. Yeah.
No, he isn't.
But, so
Okay.
behind.
My first time to mess up.
Go ahead.
And as long as they're within a 20-foot radius.
Oh, no. What are you doing?
So
Well, I'm just letting them know how close they have to be,
Go.
zone of truth.
Good.
Oh, you're gonna nail the zone of truth, okay. So Elid, behind you, you hear footsteps on the stairs. And behind you, Elid, you hear, the sort of like, I'll tell you what, Elid. This is gonna be fun. I think,
My next question was where he went to, but now I know.
I think I am
Kill him.
very much interested in the outcome of this.
Yes.
I hope you'll let me.
Cast your stuff.
Now?
Yep.
Focus, focus.
All right, so you cast zone of truth, basically encompasses most, if not all, of the interior.
Right,
Do you want it to extend to the exterior of the building?
Yes.
yeah, as far as it'll go.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
you want to get little Matthew in.
Yes.
All right, so you want to get Matthew McConaughey in it.
Yeah.
So
I'll kind of turn around.
give me a perception
One
check,
side.
Eli. And you give me a perception check too, or a knowledge arcana, whatever, or knowledge divine, whatever you have, like knowledge religion.
Ooh, 25.
25, all right.
I just wanna hit him with my.
And that's the truth too.
With the plumb bob,
Yep. I've
so
seen-
you hear,
I've
you hear
seen-
from the sort of over there,
Yeah.
truth.
That's why
19.
earlier I asked how far
19.
away was he? I was thinking I could do it.
She wants the bobbest
guy.
plum.
The zone of truth sort of expands out. Everybody otherwise is sort of normal, right? There's no magic emanations, but that guy you get resistance from, and you're like, what's going on over there? And then suddenly the resistance fades. And he sort of looks at you and sort of smiles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
And he
smile
says-
back.
And Elif, you see him sort of, sort of
Cock his
behind
head.
you.
Back up a little
Well,
bit.
so he sort of like stops, right? He was talking to you, and it's almost like he's like, anyway, what do you think? And there's a moment, it's just a second when he casts the spell, and he's like, I think this is gonna be real interesting. And it's true. So Elif, which way are you leaning on this guy? Are we gonna get to use ropes today, or are we just gonna cut him down in the street?
Where am I in relation?
I have to admit, well, of course, okay,
You're inside the.
I
the
can't
hall.
hear his
Is he still
conversation.
No, he's talking.
He is
I
outside.
mean, just
talking
as a
to
metagaming.
Sheila.
Sounds like
You know,
I'm
Sheila
this
was
guy's
door.
been telling the truth the whole time.
Huh?
I really
I know.
You felt the
Resistance.
push,
Yeah,
and then it went away.
Yeah. I mean,
He-
I don't think
either,
he-
either he accepted it,
Yeah.
that he was in his own truth, but he definitely detected it.
Yeah. the way
The
you're
rest
playing
of
this
everybody-
character, I can just imagine, it's,
Yeah, it's not like he said anything.
do I get an evil vibe
really
from
weird.
him?
Do you have detect alignment on him? Is that something you could do?
I have to look, I don't think so.
With the paladin.
Do you say anything to this guy? He's like, Elon, what do you think's gonna happen? We gonna end up chopping this guy to bits here in the street, or are you gonna hang him properly? Like,
Ideally, neither.
That'd be sort of sad entertainment, wouldn't it? I don't know that would be, I don't know, that'd make anybody
I make him happy.
What do you mean, the artist guy?
I still want to hear.
I don't know. Sounds like he's been doing some nefarious deeds here in town. I don't know that he deserves to keep on walking and drawing breath, do you? Yeah, Jax. what can I do for you?
During your 4 rounds of dialogue, she has,
As I get 17 rounds of dialogue.
she has a question about, can she actually sneak out
Can
and
can I sneak out and hit him with this plumb bob? He is getting on my last ever loving freaking nerve.
Theoretically, yeah. So Elib, 13-foot Elib is sort of blocking up the doorway. So the doorway is
Yes,
sort
but
of
I
like,
will.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. So, and Elib is your friend. So
he may let you go through? Yeah, he
he
would.
may, I imagine, well, I mean, it's up to Elib, but I mean.
Elib, you're not gonna
I think
block.
Elib
In
would
my, in my
talking about going
mind,
around the other side.
in my mind, somebody is messing with my friend. I am not. I'm not.
Give me a
fan.
stealth check first to see if this guy sees me.
Jax has a few
Jax,
questions he would like to ask.
Hit me up.
Okay.
Oh, he can.
Wait
So much
till
is that?
seven.
Concentrate on that one.
As long as Elib's cool with it, you can get outside.
Yeah.
Citizens, and I'm addressing all of them. Did anyone personally see the girl be abducted? And as I ask this, I keep glancing over at Matthew.
Okay. So did you take the hold off of this guy? The hold spell?
No.
All right. so
I need
he's
to
like-
release him from the hold spell because.
So he's like this. He's like,
Well, you can't blink and you can't take
You
no
can't blink,
action.
no.
I can't do it.
But I dismiss it.
Oh, he falls down to the ground because he's unsporting. Gets back up. He's like, what the hell's going on here? Who did that to me? Elin, you can't cast spells. I've heard of you. You can't do that. Oh shit, you can cast spells. All right, I'm leaving.
Citizen? Did you heard the question? He
Armin
was,
or Mr. Delvort.
Delvort.
okay, Mr. Delvort,
Yes,
Armin.
did you personally see your daughter be abducted?
I did. He was taken by creatures from another plane. Allies of him. And he points to the artist. He's like, the artist is like, I don't know what this fucking guy's talking about. I am just a painter.
What did these creatures from another plane look like?
They look like shadow creatures from the night. Clothed in yellow cloaks. I don't know what is going on here, but they took my daughter right out of her bed. Where is she?
Why were you in your daughter's bedroom?
I live in a yurt. It's not even a bedroom. It's just a yurt with beds in it, cots.
What painting did you see them disappear into?
They went into the mural that he's done on the building near my house, and he sort of goes into the thing, and there is, and the painter will say, that's my mural.
Do you know the location of your daughter now? I'm talking to, what's his name? Armin.
No, she was stolen.
I go to the next citizen. Do you know the location of his daughter right now?
No, she was stolen by the elf.
I
The
keep
elf
going,
artist.
I keep going,
Remind
and I
me,
asked
this is
Matthew
so-
McConaughey that same question directly.
Everybody says no. All the citizens say no. You go to Matthew McConaughey. Matthew McConaughey goes, no, I do not. I don't know where she is. And I'm surprised that you would ask. I'm just a
What do I have
honest
to, what do I
citizen.
have to roll for the plumb bob?
So you throw the plumb bob at this guy?
Mhm,
All right, roll it.
Sneak attack.
I did.
Oh, what'd you roll?
Which one what am I? Is it dexterity?
It's just to hit.
Yeah, it's just
Okay, so
hit
it's,
the hit roll.
It'll be your dex adjustment for you,
Well, he's flat-footed too, so he's not expecting it. He doesn't see her.
like a ranged attack.
I don't have to concentrate
attack bonus
on the
plus
zone.
your
Go to laptop,
Just go.
you'll see
Okay,
base,
somebody
and immediately slash
technical.
range.
60-foot
Whatever you
radius, and I can
have,
keep it
like,
goes for like
crossbow,
20
revolver,
minutes.
anything.
All right, so there's a
Your
couple
range
of
is plus
the-
7.
A couple of the
So you have
sounds
27 plus 7.
radiate
So
a little bit.
24.
Yeah.
24 to hit.
That guy, Matthew McConaughey guy, yeah, he's
24 to hit.
24 to hit. Okay. What?
Where's your damage?
So the plumb bob has some special abilities. Are you trying to like snag him, or are you just like taking out his knee?
Go to.
It's a nutshell.
I just put
This is
some
a
sugar on it.
Nut shot.
It was something that we found. I don't think there's an actual.
So says the man 12-foot wheel.
Okay, there's also, oh, here, we gotta go.
Even now, all over Ursula, they're like,
Or,
have you heard of Elif the tripod?
Control. We're gonna add,
It's the most frightening story we've ever heard.
that kid can't be real.
Nope.
this
Man-
page,
the man who
lets
can't
you
be
write a bunch of stuff.
Came into town,
Let you know.
he looks 6'4".
But it was dragging behind him like a wounded dog.
Rangers couldn't track him because of the craziness of the track.
There's the constant.
So she hit him?
24?
Yeah.
24's ahead. So what happens next? So you just
What's your-
bonk this guy
Uh-huh.
with your plumb bob. All right. In the head? Well, you're pretty short, so maybe in the
What,
eye.
Mads,
1d6,
Nut shot,
nut shot.
1d6.
1d6. Oh, which
sneak
one I
attack
want to
too.
Ooh.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. I think
He's flat. This is
Yeah,
next, so yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Okay, while all this is going on,
1 point.
Critical nut shot.
I lean over to
Hold on.
you
Okay,
and I say to you,
Shoot that
that-
at,
Matthew McConaughey,
yeah,
absolutely
you
evil.
throw that.
Wait,
You're picking
And
up
he's
on
got
that?
magic.
wait,
okay,
gonna,
FYI.
thank you.
So I have told,
okay, we got some stuff we
Great.
have to put on yours here and everything. Your rogue, fourth
Yeah,
level.
not the
Roll
information.
that 2 more times.
2 more times.
Phil.
Oh, the 2d6. Yeah.
Or sneak attack. 10 total.
10 total. All right, so interesting, couple of things are gonna happen. You sling that you're like, boom. He has no idea. The moment that thing's just like, you see his eyes kind of go. And it's just in time for it to hit him like right above the knee. You see him sort of like twist away, but it's too
It's too late for-
it's too
yeah.
late. It hits him right in the knee. You see that leg on it. The weird part is you hear a clang noise as the plumb bob hits off something metal.
Chassis
Maybe it's some sort of armor that he's got on because it looks like he's just wearing like pants, like trousers. He sort of whisks away and you can see him sort of stagger backwards. His buddy sort of rushes up from about 5 feet away and grabs him and holds on. And you see him look, he finally finds you and he sort of like, Bella, that was uncalled for. And he says to Elif, I'm gonna have to depart now. I'll see you guys some other time. And he sort of, and you see him sort of like, well, it's always, it looks like he's trying to be very casual about it, but you can see him sort of like, he's
Like
definitely.
doing me.
he's
acting like
definitely
Bossman.
favoring that
Yeah.
play. So whatever you hit, it definitely got below whatever. I mean, he's wearing armor, definitely injured him. He's trying to be cool about it, but him and his buddy sort of like walk off the other end.
Walk it off.
And they kind of
Note
like
note to self, kill Matthew McConaughey.
goes around, sort of like twists out of it.
Matthew McConaughey has to die.
All right.
The movie.
Matthew McConaughey must die.
So he takes off, but he definitely knows that you did this. And you injured him. I mean, he was limping a little bit. You could tell that he was trying to sort of
No.
like pretend not.
Sometimes a rogue's gotta do what a rogue's gotta do.
I hear you. I'm writing that down. I'm gonna tweet that later.
Rose gonna rogue.
That's right.
I've had too many whiskeys, so I can't actually spell.
Try ordering
Spell
pizza
Ghana
without a
with a
Manhattan.
Y. I don't know why.
You know, and I spelled McConaughey
Art,
wrong
Can you
too. so.
explain to me why I rolled that 3 times?
2 times was for sneak attack damage because you're a
Sneak
rogue.
attack damage. You came up 5. So the
Okay.
1d6 was your regular damage, 2d6 sneak attack.
Got it.
He was right for that. So Elif, that guy's departed, so he's not whispering in your ear anymore, but everybody's still sort of arguing about stuff. And you're like, how do you know? And they're like, we just know, you know, that kind of thing. It doesn't seem to have any rhyme or reason to it. But they're still pretty incensed about it, and they still seem like they want to kill this guy. You asked him about the mural. He mentions the mural by his house, and he says, you know, it was shadow creatures with yellow hoods that went into the mural and took my daughter.
Are all his pictures murals or some of them actual paintings?
Well, some of them are actual paintings and some of them are actual murals. He's like, look, I can take you to my studio. I can show you what I'm doing. Most of what he's done around town are like more like murals. So he'll tell you, he was hired by Lowell's to sort of beautify the city. So he's done a variety of murals, like fishing village murals, guys with, holding up big fishes and, very
So
standard.
can you detect
Macaulay
magic?
shit.
He
Yeah,
does a lot
I
of
can.
caricatures.
A lot of caricature stuff, like
This
big-
guy-
Yeah.
Are you, where are you? You're all the way over here.
We are, well, we are. all
Everybody's inside the Hall of Justice
Hall of
now.
Justice.
I will,
Question to ask. I'm sorry, I thought you two were talking, so I was.
I am.
Right, right.
The way
The
that
guy's
justice
evil,
is different.
very evil. And
Is
I'm
it
sure he's got
like
magic on him.
proof?
I didn't.
Yeah.
That's,
wanna
okay,
ask
that's what I
Armin
was gonna ask.
something
I wanna
personal
ask
that's
if you can.
embarrassing that he
examine the
wouldn't want
mural.
to answer so that
Oh,
he
yeah.
would know that.
Either
he
one
was
of
Yeah,
them.
not
we can,
detect
yeah,
magic.
I can do it too, yeah.
Okay.
And
So like, it's like, when did you stop beating your wife? That kind of question.
Have you stopped beating your wife?
And Armin's like, never beat my wife. Yeah,
So you haven't
so
stopped.
basically you ask him a question that tips him off to the fact that there's a zone of truth.
Yeah.
Okay. And he doesn't answer. It's probably embarrassing. Probably not. I mean, you could not answer.
yeah,
Right,
but.
Yeah.
It would tip him off.
Yeah, he's definitely clued in. I mean, you can see in his eyes that he's clued into this.
Who's clued into this?
Armin.
Armin.
So I'm gonna look at the artist next.
Okay.
Do you paint magic paintings?
No, I paint regular paintings. I don't have any magic. I mean, I've studied for about a century and a half under the elven lords of the north, and then I came here. The count, he's sort of like his rambling because frankly he's frightened,
right.
and he's
I kinda
not
tuned him out a
entirely
little.
out of the woods yet.
Yeah,
is
I
from
kind of
this one.
tune him out a little bit and watch Armand to see his reaction to this guy's.
Can I?
Armin's not at all impressed. Your guess is that Armin still believes that this guy's responsible for his daughter's disappearance.
Can I detect magic, cast detect magic on the elf to see if he radiates any kind of magic at all?
Okay. Yeah, you can. He does not radiate any particular magic. I mean, like all elves, he radiates a little
A
bit
little
of
bit,
shitty
but
magic,
nothing, yeah, nothing that would,
Shitty.
yeah.
but as far as like big magic items or does his brushes kind of like nothing like that. So he keeps talking. Armin is still unconvinced about this guy's innocence.
Lord Elib, I might suggest that we hold the elf in custody while we investigate his paintings and the claims of these other citizens, so that we can come to the truth and then pass judgment.
Sounds like a reasonable suggestion.
And the elf says, "Hey, fine. You want to put my paintings in custody?
You.
Well,
be fine while I'm choking on a nugget here."
Quit putting your nuggets in your mouth.
and he dies anyway.
Put your nugget in
Put
your
nugget in your
mouth,
mouth.
for the love of
Come
God.
on.
Place is not.
Yeah, where's that nugget pen?
Right, we don't know where it's
Where else are
at.
they supposed to go?
Place is not a problem where.
Wasn't foot.
I'll tell you what, the justice
He looks
dispensed this
realistic.
day. We got a 12-foot wiener, a couple of nuggets, people choking on nuggets, and everyone's like, that was the best justice day we've ever had.
Yeah, talk about entertainment.
Right.
Where's Judge Judy when you really need her?
30 years from now, people are like, well, that's justice.
Remember that
but-
day,
You remember that
Lord
day?
Elib came?
Lord Elib came to town.
They always do the quotes.
And just imagine her
Could've been
Lord
whatever
Justice.
Oh, it was a glorious day. The great 12-foot wiener of justice dispensed everything that could be told.
The whirling wiener of justice.
All right, so he's just like, take me into custody, please,
Yeah,
that kind of thing. He's worried. He's
What
still
does Dad think of this?
not impressed.
But accepting?
Well, you've kind of
Not that we're
put him
giving him
in
a lot of choice, but
Yeah, you kind of put him in a position where he doesn't have a lot of choice, and it's not like, I mean, you get the impression that he thinks this is all sort of farce from a justice standpoint, but he's afraid of you, and
good enough for me.
haven't even done anything to him.
Yeah, I mean,
He
honestly,
got big.
you're a little worried that the
You are
moment,
getting small
the
now.
moment that you're not around
cold
to make
out.
things happen.
It's cold out.
This is all gonna happen again.
Well, because he's like, look, they're protecting him.
They know
So
I'm triggering.
your guess is that he's starting to think that whatever's going on, he's going to be in cahoots with. Yeah. They're protecting this guy. And if he gets, frankly, if he gets out of this alive, he gets another
Okay.
shot at him. It's gonna take.
I was checking your character sheet
Yes.
for Belfier.
Yep.
You were actually shorting yourself.
You see, you sort of
6 points of
the
damage.
resolve in
Um,
his eyes.
for your
So, like,
rage,
be
for
fine.
every
Whatever
attack.
you do.
So you should get I think you
You
get
think
plus
that
12.
justice could be better served by letting this
Okay,
guy.
well,
go.
I put that on there.
Okay.
It's
We didn't say we were letting him go.
It
It's like
sounds
you were
like what this-
missing that.
exactly what's
Killed the
going to
big
do.
avatar of God
Right.
last time, but
We're holding him in custody until we find
So you're
out.
gonna hold his pictures.
No, him,
Paintings is garbage.
the artist. The artist is held in custody.
Where? Where are you gonna put him in custody? We don't have a jail. We don't have, all we have is the river and the hangman.
We're gonna put him in one of his own paintings.
I knew it.
Well, we don't know they're magical yet.
I knew he was a magical dick.
We're gonna make him sit next to your daughter. Oh, wait, we're not supposed to know where she is.
When I go back to normal size, I stand up again.
Yeah.
So I'm still blocking the doorway. I'm just.
So
standing
the-
down to
I
the
got
floor.
rolled at 22. On diplomacy,
Okay.
and I will ask this gentleman, are you willing to take the chance that of letting the true perpetrator go free if you're falsely accusing this individual? Because what I have observed here with my own abilities and of discerning the truth and all that is that my compatriots are simply trying to make sure that this artist is the one that has done this. If this artist has done this, I will pledge to you, I will kill him myself.
So he seems, when you say that, he seems amenable. He's like, I understand where you're coming from. I appreciate
If
the
he's
fact that
guilty,
you'll do this.
if he's guilty,
But the evidence all suggests I've seen with my own eyes, Master Dustwire. I know the validity of your words. I will tell you, I've seen his shadow creatures depart into his pictures with my daughter. I've seen it happen. And you know of the other disappearances that have taken place.
yes, I do.
And those disappearances started when he arrived.
How long has he been here?
Couple months. You're guessing that the timeline may not perfectly align.
No, I'm just saying again.
Nobody really knows at this point.
Okay,
You know, it's not,
well,
it doesn't take Quincy to.
The point
figure
is,
out.
I don't want to take too much time. The idea is, I am pledging that because what I overheard, I would have not gotten involved had I thought that my law abiding self wasn't,
Right.
gonna be useful here. And so I just want to do the best I can with that diplomacy.
Right.
Is to say to this individual, what my compatriots are just trying to do is their heart is in the right place. They're trying to find, if this is the guy, I'll kill him for you.
He goes, I understand some of it. Elib and her friend Jex seem to be protecting him. His friend. And their friend is what I meant.
Okay. And it could be true. It could be. That's why I'm
Well,
talking.
you know them better than I.
No,
They seem
I'm
to
just
be-
saying, that's
they
why
seem
I'm
to be
talking to
protecting
you.
But your words have strength. I believe you.
Out of context, are you a Boy Scout? In other words, is your character very good, lawful, or at least leaning that way?
Very lawful.
Okay,
You would find it probably difficult since he has just some kind of, he or she
They,
thanks.
has
Yeah.
some kind of relationship with the undead necromancy-ish that
Okay.
kind of stuff. There's something there, but you cannot tell, you can't get it's clear, a cleared bead on what the alignment is.
I gotta
But-
tell you, yeah.
Jack thinks of you as a Boy
Pronouns
Scout.
in this fucking campaign are tough as hell.
In this
Lawful.
case, very
Lawful.
lawful,
That's what I'm
Right.
getting at. Jack thinks of you as a Boy Scout. Lawful.
yes.
Okay.
And he's making this point. When we came in the scene, because we didn't want to be here. I mean, I was eating lunch, buddy. You know, and you guys he heard what Ela was saying. Like, let's get to this, cut to the quick here. Boom.
Lunch was really.
Yes, lunch was ruined. You owe me, yeah, you owe me lunch.
That's
You'll
why
be too
Bella
soon.
used the plum bob. She's hangry.
Yeah.
That's right, the
What?
poor hobbit here. Miss afternoon tea or whatever it is. All right, anyway, let's go.
Missed second breakfast, I missed elevensies. Y'all interrupted my luncheon. Pissed me off.
Afternoon tea.
It's
is
2:30.
sacrosanct. If this fucks off until then, she's gonna burn this whole town.
You
down.
bet.
It's 2:30 and she's barely eaten 3 times a day.
I know.
No, I've eaten 1.5.
All right, so basically, he seems to be capitulating a little bit to Duswar. I mean, honestly, this is his own truth. He has no faith in you two. And the vibe you get is that he thinks that you guys are in cahoots with the artist. Or in the
Are you?
kidnappers.
Are you?
But Duswar, he's like, okay, maybe this guy is.
Wait,
for
let me
real.
step outside. To answer that question.
Bella used to stand outside, and see
Truth
this guy
on-
sort of like toddle off, and they truck down outside of thing. Grady, you're inside, and you're like, this is absolute travesty of actual justice. But they did not lynch a guy,
Right.
which is probably good. Yes.
I asked them all, did any of you guys bring rope? Because the rope on that thing is shot.
Well, they
We were all going along very diplomatic.
Right.
And now you had to open your mouth.
Rope,
Let's just go.
right.
Ah,
Someone runs to Pier 1 real quick.
So no, so I hate to admit this, but in my notes,
Get one of those macrame plant
there is a
holders.
delay while they go get a new rope. Which is why I mentioned that the rope was in disarray,
Mhm.
sort of thing, so. Obviously, this encounter didn't go anywhere near what I expected to, but no, nobody brought rope.
Okay.
So what, I mean, how does this dispense?
Let's all go as a group over to where these paintings are.
Well,
I want food. I want snackage.
Is there-
we're gonna go back to the inn.
What about all the pizza?
Tie,
Right.
well, hold on. Tie the elf up. You're in charge of him while you eat.
You just been wanting to tie the elf up, haven't you?
No. He's
So
not my type.
approved.
So do you have,
Damn it. No. No.
do you have rope?
Yes. I wasn't gonna give it to
Because I have
him.
elven rope, but I don't know if you can tie.
I'm
an
not
elf
looking to
elven
protect
rope.
this guy.
Which guy?
I'm talking to Armand.
Okay,
I'm not looking to protect this guy.
okay.
With all the bullshit that went on in the asylum, there's some crazy mind control crap. And I don't want to see anybody do anything that they regret later until we have all information.
Then you can regret it later.
Right.
Yeah.
Plenty of time for regrets
That's all
later.
well and good, but it doesn't bring my donor back.
Neither does killing him.
But if it's.
Well, it might.
We're working on that.
Yeah.
Killing him more.
You don't know.
Don't know what, killing him.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
that there are ways that
Magic
you,
is weird, maybe.
Magic
maybe
is
killing her
weird.
Does bring her back.
Okay, okay.
Test the first on
I
Matthew.
mean, you're right.
Counting on you, Elin.
huh?
I wanna
Test
see
the
my
first on
daughter again.
McConaughey.
She's all I have. This man took her. I firmly believe that. And I'll sit in your zone of truth and say it again and again.
It's not my.
Well,
policy.
Yeah, we have
But
to
if
go to the,
you-
get
but if you
get some
don't
food.
bring
We're
it-
we're
bring it-
gonna,
But if this goes nowhere and you don't bring her back, I swear to all the gods and the old gods that are over me. he's looking right at you. You can tell that when he says revenge, he needs revenge on you.
Knuckle crack.
Poison jam.
Hmm?
Big tapes this dagger and some poison.
I took his dagger away. He doesn't have it.
He buys a wand of magic missiles
Anyway,
from a friendly thing. I hate you too. You
Right.
should
He's
take
not a
this
monk.
magic missile.
He's not a monk.
Here, put this poison on those magic missiles.
Boys,
That'd be good.
there you go. Okay, so what? We're gonna go get food
Put poison on magic missiles.
It's magic.
You put it on the end of the wand, and as the missiles pass through the poison.
he's done this before.
Don't give him ideas. He will invent that shit.
I know.
You said it's magic. Made me think of that commercial and I helped.
And
I
that-
help.
With magic on the poison. In my magic missiles.
Okay, so we go to the end.
All
Elf
right,
tied
so you
up.
basically, wait a second. If I'm reading this right, you guys all troop back to, so where do all the citizens go? Are they coming with
They
you?
can follow us if they want.
All right, they want to see how this plays out.
Yeah.
So they're
Well, we don't
following.
know if we're gonna solve everything today.
Well, they're looking for.
Well, so I mean, what is, I mean, like,
Yeah, you're making a lot of assumptions here.
They're just gonna go away and say, oh, well, we'll come back tomorrow.
You guys know it's
Yeah.
30 NPCs
Yeah.
following you everywhere.
Right.
You know,
I can,
we're going back to the
Yeah.
silver wagon with a half elf
Right.
tied up and a bunch of people. behind you.
Haven't you
Yeah.
seen the
Oh,
Muppet Christmas Carol where they're all following him at the end to the Cratchit's house?
Yeah.
Sure, have you seen Goodfellas?
Yeah.
Very different story.
Inquisition for
That's
today's
all I can
closed.
think of is
Elf up front should have told you.
You
come back tomorrow.
What?
You ever see the Muppet?
Imagine the sight though. I mean, you guys are trooping through the city with a tied up half elf with a paint spattered thing and a bunch of people, a bunch of angry people behind you.
What am I idea?
Where are you going? The Silver Wagon? Because let's be honest, you're on
Yeah, you're-
thin
yeah.
fucking ice over there.
I don't know, they're gonna let you bring a
We're going-
tied up elf into
Probably go to
the
the
hotel.
same
That's
Well, we're gonna go to the Silver Wagon first, not inside.
Okay.
You can go in and eat. We're gonna set the elf next to you. You're gonna watch.
Somebody needs a cookie.
Okay,
Well,
Give him us a cookie.
she's watching the elf and eating.
Bella
So
has
the
a
elf
lot
comes
of
in with
sugar.
you. Untied or tied?
No, tied up.
So you basically said, Bella, nobody's gonna say anything if a halfling brings an elf tied up in there because that happens all the time.
Yeah,
That's your thing, dragging tied up elves around town.
you haven't been to the Silver Wagon much. You don't know that.
Well,
most places you. Most places you have to charge extra for that.
imagine-
Bella comes in with anyone tied up. They're like, Bella.
Is that an amenity? Tied up elf?
how's the flan ass treating you, Bella? Like a baby treats a diaper. Um,
I stay
All right, so
outside
Bella,
facing the
you're
crowd.
dragging in a bound elf
Okay,
into the Silver
Here's
Wagon
the thing.
common room.
you're saying dragon. But the elf has currently been released from the mob that wants to kill him.
no.
So he's probably gonna go willingly. It's not gonna be like I'm dragging him. It's gonna be
Well,
like
that's
we're
true. All right.
we're walking along and, for all sakes and purposes, since I'm the little one, they
Right.
think he's got me on a leash.
I don't know that
Those
that's
little
sweeter than
kid
deal.
leashes.
Exactly.
So- so
Like
the-
little kid leashes, look like Elmo on the back.
The citizenry is not following us?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they-
Yeah, they definitely are.
Yeah, I would not expect them to go away.
But we're not all going in the Silver Wagon. Just Bella.
Just
Yeah.
Bella and just,
and the elf.
Yeah.
So I'll just,
Yeah.
we're all just gonna mill about and wait for her to get
Okay,
done.
I'm standing outside.
No,
facing
we're gonna
the
go.
crowd,
But
just-
since I'm little, nobody's really gonna think a lot about it. Like I said, it's gonna.
We're gonna go to the
Get on
mural that
leash.
he said they passed through.
Right, but after she gets, we can wait for her to eat.
No,
Okay.
The Silver Wagon.
well, it depends on what you do with Yenner. I mean, are you gonna untie him when he comes in?
I think we should arrange for someone to assist
You're gonna,
assist
Undo
assist
that?
the Hobbit in making sure that this,
Well,
somebody,
sure, but it's
somebody,
obvious that he's got, I mean, you can't just like hide
You want
time.
me to stay here?
no,
Okay,
no,
everybody
no,
is-
you and
Everybody
Elin,
has seen this.
since
now.
you're-
This is your
We're trying to
party.
figure out really quick what's going on. Like you said, it's a small town.
are there any other?
Word's already gotten
patrons
back what's
in
going
the
on.
Silver Wagon?
Huh?
Are there any other patrons in the Silver Wagon?
Sure, lunchtime?
Okay, are there any other from the authorities?
Constabulary.
No.
Okay.
Go to the house next door.
I'm gonna ask for a volunteer.
There's one guy who's like, oh shit, Hobbit with a prisoner. He's out of there. He basically throws some coins.
I've seen this before.
Boop, I'm out.
Help with the toddler on a backpack leash.
I'm looking to hire someone to just kind of deputize them, for lack of a better word,
Okay.
simply to, while we go
Cause you don't trust me.
and check
Yeah.
something out. It's more about, you're a hobbit, you're a.
Hey, I think you're kick-ass.
Yeah, just.
Well, it's not, and so, I mean, to give Bella credit, the Hobbit, that halfling is not fighting her.
Well, no.
He's just sort of following her
He's
around.
worried about others.
He's better off.
Well, he's definitely,
He's better off with her than he is with.
I'm worried.
He's worried about
I'm
others after we
worried about what
leave.
it looks like to this mob. This is a child, a size of a child,
right,
okay? And someone that these people believe killed, you know, that, oh, I'll spend a couple of gold. Here's one gold to watch him, and here's another one. What?
That's her.
Yeah.
The elf's carrying
Here's
her.
another. I just need a volunteer who's willing to make an easy couple of gold.
there's a lot of people around town that are like,
I just need them to sit here
huh?
and watch, make sure that this half elf or whatever doesn't leave.
Okay.
And I can hear the Monty Python on the Holy Grail. Make sure he doesn't leave.
We're going with you.
We're coming with you. What, oh, well,
can leave,
you mean
but no
what?
one
Make
else
sure we do not leave.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
you know, oh, well, yeah, we're not gonna do it. Anyway,
if he goes with
here's-
us, kitty,
here-
no.
so this is important enough. It's a lot of money. Here's one gold now.
Okay.
To whomever it is.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming it's just some sort of random in the bar.
Yes,
And you're saying, watch those two and make sure that this guy doesn't do anything rude to Bella.
that's right.
Okay.
And find, you know, where he goes. All right.
All right.
And so I go to the crowd and say, okay, they're under supervision. I especially want to make sure.
Double secret probation. since the
I'm
beginning of
especially the
stuff.
guy that's all pissed
Armin,
off, who I
Armin.
did a good diplomacy check on.
Yeah.
I want him to know I'm spending my own money. This guy, the perpetrator, the possible perpetrator is being watched, whether he's guilty or not.
He's not leaving.
He's not leaving.
Not leaving.
Oh, he's gonna stay with the elf.
No. Armin is just saying the artist isn't leaving.
That's right. Okay.
Right.
So you're okay with this? Let's go.
We go to the
Well,
mural.
Armin tells you, I'm staying here too.
Okay.
He lives inside.
You can stay away from me.
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure that we are trying to get to the bottom of this.
So Bella, you see, everybody else is outside, but you see him go outside. He talks to somebody and then he hands over a coin to him, and this guy sort of like stands over there and he's watching you guys. And then
Armin comes in.
Duswar goes
Oh.
out and Armin comes in and he's like, he looks at you, he's like, and goes over and sits at the bar and orders an ale, and you know, his eyes are like, he's not leaving, he's watching you guys.
Good. All right.
Go to the mural.
We have other witnesses.
Let's go to the mural.
Okay, let's go.
All right, so you guys are going to the mural?
That they
Wherever,
claimed she went through.
right.
Bella, are you going?
No, she stays.
She's staying
You're
with the,
staying.
I'm
Yeah.
cranky.
she's
She's eating.
eating.
They got some toast, they got some tea, they got some cinnamon, they're gonna hook you up.
Bella is cranky. She's hangry.
He's very angry.
I mean, I just. had
She's
gotten
missed
me
like
with a plum
3
box,
meals so
Cody.
far today.
And
Just swinging their plum bomb around, it's like,
Just gotta
the
be
next
working
person
on
who doesn't give me some
it.
second
Act-
is
Actually,
losing a knee.
actually, when I sat down,
He,
I took my silver dagger and it's on the table. beside
Silver
me.
dagger on the table, it's like, I'd hate for you to die if you don't bring me a goddamn biscuit.
with butter.
See, this is beyond Snickers. Somebody bring me some food.
Alright, so yes, we're splitting the party.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect. I don't like that.
All right, so where are you guys going?
All
The
of
mural.
us, except for Bella, are going to the
And
mural.
Armin,
Well, Armin's not
Muni.
really us, so
You're going to the Muni.
are
So,
going to the mural.
Oh, mural.
That was claimed to have the girl pass through.
okay.
Let me ask a stupid question.
Okay,
yeah, I was gonna say,
I
What
dare not
else?
to.
This guy is convinced that his daughter went into the mural.
Yeah.
But everybody's going to go inspect the mural and he's not gonna go with them?
He doesn't trust us with the elf, so he's watching the elf.
Well, he's watching the elf. He's like, you guys are, yeah. So
So
basically the
regardless-
story you've
So
got is,
regardless of what they find out, he's not gonna believe it anyway.
Right,
that,
Well, maybe
well,
he won't.
maybe not. It depends on who it comes from.
I'm really.
So he
hoping-
doesn't like Elib, but he likes Duskbar.
well, I don't care
I'm
about
really
that,
hoping the mural has one of those.
Elib,
like, coyote-
I don't know.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh."
but as we were metagaming, you
Did you see-
determined,
The YouTube video
Oh, yeah,
of the guy who painted a street on his wall. The guy went right through it, flat out, just crashed right through it.
what?
I didn't see that.
Nobody knows if he's alive or dead. I'm probably on the dead side. He went through that, I mean, it was like a 1 foot wide brick wall. He went through it like it was butter. But it's crazy. I mean, this guy painted this thing on his wall and this
Look
guy just
realistic.
was like right through it.
Like a road runner and.
Wile E. Coyote,
Oh.
flat out.
Wow.
You see the car going through the wall. It's like, doesn't even slow down. Man. Just like rips through there.
Ouch.
You're like, that guy's dead. He went through that brick wall, a cinder block wall, like it was a bodily function.
Wow.
Well, I would think that Elib would at least share that this.
No,
Ooh,
no
never mind.
chocolate.
Okay. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, no chocolate to the dog, yeah.
Sorry.
good catch.
Would share that this Armin was really brave when everybody else was behind him, okay? But so we would think that he would at least give some credence to the testimony of these people that are going with us. So if we go to the hope is we go to this mural,
That's my hope.
now if he doesn't,
Now,
So.
I won't be surprised if there's no magic at the mural.
I'm not gonna be surprised. I would be a little surprised. I mean, if
Right.
people are
I'll
saying
be
things are-
surprised if there is.
Yeah,
I think
That
it's an
doesn't mean-
innate ability
that doesn't
shadow
mean
creatures have.
that the girl didn't go through the
Well, that's the
mural.
thing. We don't know that.
well, whatever.
But right now, we're just gonna do any investigation we can.
Yep.
And wait for McConaughey to show up again.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Yeah, because this Armin is not going to believe this, but then again, Thrushmoor doesn't believe that this guy did his guilty. He ain't gonna kill him. Boop. I booped you. Boop. Oh yes, I did.
No,
I mean, even if he goes, he still
No
won't
Oreos for
believe
you.
that. This guy did.
Sorry, I almost gave him an Oreo, but I did not.
Oh,
Go
yeah,
double,
no
go double stuff.
Couple years ago, we got Christmas morning and kids all have their stuff and Glenn's looking under the tree and just in the tree. We're missing a
Winner.
package. And we look.
Not even 12 feet.
Youngest, chocolate covered Turkish delights.
Oh, no.
And I've got two dogs sitting there like, what nuts?
Okay.
Yeah,
Now, we did, however, find the packaging in the backyard. So I'm not sure if it was the little dog, the big dog, or the combination of the two, but they ate an entire box of chocolate covered Turkish delights.
Oh, shit.
And my mother-in-law's Scotty ate a pound of Hershey's Kisses, including the wrappers,
Ah,
and
makes for
They
some
called it
interesting
that.
food.
like, she's still alive, so she's probably gonna be really hyper for a while, and then have horrible gastrointestinal distress.
right.
And a very
That's
colorful
really
poop. Very colorful poop.
My ex-in-laws for brother-in-law's birthday, they made a chocolate cake, chocolate frosting. They had it all set up, so you know, when they got back from church, they could do it.
You're
They had a dog.
and do that.
How this damn dog got the entire pan down, ate an entire chocolate cake
I'm
and the
here.
candles.
Maybe like.
She said,
buy some
I'm sitting here looking at this dog thinking, I
Walk
wish
around.
he'd die. She said, he didn't even hiccup.
Because
He just kind
they're such good.
of, hi.
They love to eat, they love to get walked
We had a
around.
dog when we were kids. Me and my sister made a batch of chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah, they're
And
cute.
actually, we put in too much baking soda, so it tasted like wow.
Okay,
So we found there's a dog. Little kid, man.
Yeah,
And
I-
you had no idea,
Yeah,
right?
no, it's all- He shouldn't have had the chocolate, number one. Number two, all that baking soda it was in
Yeah?
that made him thicker than.
Yeah.
You go that route again?
Cold For hours. We like he didn't die.
You want a Maligator?
You're gonna get another,
I want to,
get another kid's book out of it.
yeah, get another kid's book out of it. Yeah, I would.
All right.
Have you seen the movie Dog? Have you seen the movie Dog?
Most
You
of them
gotta-
suck, I never watched it.
No. The dog, the dog doesn't, it is a, you know, pulling on heartstrings, but nobody dies. The dog doesn't die. In fact, it's very uplifting story. But,
Dog dies.
but
Till the dog
it
dies.
is, no, but it is classic Belgian Malinois. It's, if you've seen the things where the dog, the guy is opening up a bottle of water and the dog lunges forward and grabs the water out of his hand. He goes, "You're a demon." You're a demon." That's
It's like
exactly what that
imagine
breed
a
does.
wolf.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
These are the dogs that are trained to run up like trees.
Tree.
Yeah,
Yeah,
walls.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And walls
Yeah.
and cross tight
Yeah.
ropes.
It is.
Yeah,
The movie is filled with that kind
Isn't
of
a
crap.
retired military dog and this
Yeah.
guy is ex-military taking the dog somewhere?
Yeah. I don't want to, because
The gist of it.
it is the dog, yes, the dog's own handler is military, died
Dies,
and all,
yeah.
and the story is this one
The dog gets rid of it.
this one ranger has to get the dog to the funeral.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
But there's a whole bunch of other
But there's
stuff.
the whole, yeah,
There's a whole bunch of other stuff
whole
about,
comedy of errors story, you know.
yeah, but yeah, the dog is like,
And then revenge.
it ends really nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I figured it would.
When I was a reporter, I used to work in Lebanon, Cop Street in Lebanon, and a guy who was chief of police there, who I used to hang out with quite a bit. We just sit in his office and shoot shit in the back of for hours. And one of his side hustle at the time was training police training dogs for civilian use. So he had done that in the military. He had trained K9 units, and so he was training police training dogs. He trained them for his department, but he also trained them for like regular
Private
people.
citizens. and
And
everything.
Malinois where he would talk about crazy shit.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Dude, he's like, I'd take a husky any day of the week from Malinois.
Well-
He goes, God damn it. He's like, anytime, he goes, if they smell food, it could be 50 yards away.
Yeah.
He's like, you can't, he goes, you have to take them to a whole different state.
There were many times when you actually told me, careful what you wish for. Because when you get him, you're like, I want some dog that can protect my wife and girls. And you can do that,
Yeah.
but there was a price.
There's a price for
There's
that.
a price. But I was a little kid. I lived with my uncle, and he had a Alaskan Husky, and that dog was just about the most unruly fucking dog.
Yeah.
He was like, "Where's our dog? Oh, he's busy killing people in Volkswagens."
Yeah.
You're like,
I remember.
how does that work?
Yeah.
Well, Volkswagens are easy to catch.
I remember. I was over at Doug's house helping him wire with Cat 5 and everything.
Okay.
And the dog's just like in my way.
Are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, you blew in his face.
I blew his face out. And he went,
Yeah.
you that dumb?
Yeah.
And as I did, I'm like, am I that stupid?
Yeah.
Was this
Fryer?
Fryer, yeah,
Fryer?
Fryer.
Oh shit!
Oh, man.
Did you get what?
Oh.
Did you get bit?
He thought,
No.
you really are that stupid, and I'll just let you go this time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't do it again.
I just ate.
I've just killed
I
a
blow
human,
pretty
so I'm
face in one.
not scheduled
Yeah,
to kill
yeah.
another human
Oh.
tomorrow.
Till tomorrow.
I can smell you and I don't want any of that.
I remember Fryer starting to bark at me at the street.
I'm not.
Oh,
I
yeah.
get out of my car,
I'm
and
not
close
looking
it, I was like, slam my door, started, and I hear from behind that round ass door, whoop, whoop. And Fryer, I'm like, it's just me, Fryer, and Fryer's like,
I don't care.
fuck.
I I had,
How about come on in here?
I had a solid black German Shepherd, best dog ever.
Beautiful animal.
And he was outside one day. And I heard somebody pull up in the driveway. Okay. And I went and looked and it was my cousin. And his dog is standing at his driver's door looking at him like, what do you want?
Yeah, what do you want?
And my cousin wouldn't get out of the truck.
Oh, yeah.
He said, I said, Grub. What?
What you want?
Got some treats?
But he wouldn't wag his tail or anything, but I mean, if you'd come to the house, he'd have helped you load your truck. I mean, he'd have loaded everything up for you, but to look at him, you just didn't know.
But as cantankerous as Fryer was, it didn't.
So we get to that mural and
It
we
didn't
do.
keep him from stopping that guy from breaking into our house and stealing shit.
You know, I gotta be honest with you, Friday never stopped me from walking into your neighbor's house either,
Oh,
so still recovering psychologically from that.
Fryer was, that was where the house we live in now.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Fryer
Fryer
wasn't
wasn't
there.
around for that.
No, it was Machen and Grace.
Grace.
Oh, it was Machen, yeah. I don't, you never heard that story, did you? So it was it a New Year's
It was a
Day?
New Year's Day one, yeah.
So,
No.
no, not at all.
You told me so.
But the houses,
At that point.
in my defense, the houses in his neighborhood look largely
Like
similar.
place were down in our.
Except for the unique house numbers on
Yeah, well, they do have house numbers. I fucked that up. And so we were going to January 1, so it's New Year's Day, and we're all having a big game day at this house. And I've got like a box of shit, maps and rolled up stuff and that kind of stuff. And I roll in to the fucking wrong house. The door is wide open.
Oh,
I
yeah,
just
Paul's
blow
house.
in. And I look over, there's a guy on the couch going, do I know you? And I'm like, oh shit, I'm in the wrong place. And I may have actually physically said, oh shit, I'm in the wrong fucking house. But I went full reverse as far as it has. I've got a load of shit and I'm like bouncing off of this screen door and that kind of stuff. And the guy just looked at me.
Oh,
like,
yeah, Paul's like.
are you okay? Or, you know,
I need to
do you-
call
do you need some
Yeah.
help? And I go to your house and I'm like, I think I just walked into your neighbor's. And he's like, and you're like, because in the time it took me to walk from the other guy's stoop to Doug's stoop, that guy calls like, I think one of your idiot friends rolled into my fucking house. Like he knew what was going on. And I'm like, that must be, then I assumed the question was, well, that must be left. That's my friend last. Please don't shoot him. But the look on this guy's face was like, at first it was like shock, and then it was like,
I always have to look close to see which house I'm approaching.
Yeah, yeah.
Les is known for either walking the wrong house or into low hanging antlers or lamps.
I'm so lucky.
you know, in Bob's old thing, in Bob's old office, so you have to explain this. Bob had this giant kudu head on his wall.
Yeah.
That dominated this office. And so we used to play in this like sort of conference room, and it wasn't huge. But the kudu head was enormous. It was like this giant thing. And I always made a point of sitting on one side of that because I knew I don't want to be walking around that. But of course, sometimes I would be on the other side of it. And every single time I sat on the other side of it, I'd be walking through there and it's like, bonk. It's so fucking
He bumped his
and
head on
everybody's
it.
looking.
Even on the times he didn't sit across
And
from
it
it, he
makes
would
the-
somehow find a reason to hit.
It makes this sort of like bowling ball sound, and everybody kind of looks over and like, again.
Well, it was only you.
It was just me. I was the only one that ever.
One time we played at my house and in my dining room, there's a hanging
Like,
light, but
Did I run into that
you-
shit?
You
too?
normally can't walk into it because the dining room table's under it. We moved it to make room for gaming, and Les, of course, walked right into it. And like months later, she was like, is the glass on anything cracked? I'm like, I bet Les did that.
Did I crack the glass on your chandelier? Oh shit! I had no idea.
That's why we can't have nice.
My
things.
favorite.
I'm destroying people's chandeliers. I have no idea. I'm like a bull in a fucking chandelier shop.
You guys all know my favorite story of at your house. Doug in the other room.
Oh, with,
Oh, with the 501s.
No, that was at my house.
Oh.
In his house, he's like petting the cat. Oh, geez, you little monster.
Yeah. I was like, oh, I'm so lovey. All of a sudden, wow, it's like instantly.
Right.
I see the eyes get real big and the teeth come out, the nails.
Doug, you are responsible for the first time I ever heard Fox growl. And he was 12 years old.
Fox.
Her old
Her dog.
dog.
My
Oh, her-
former corgi.
Yeah.
Really?
Before
He never
Captain
growled.
Crunch.
You are the only person I've ever heard him growl at. And he was 12 years old.
It's that
before I heard it.
asshole.
That's right.
He's back.
Doug was doing the whole,
Oh,
bring
yeah.
him up, you stupid animal, stupid dog.
and we,
And
exception to
Foxy
that,
had
didn't
enough. I think he was overwhelmed by Haley and Cohen, because they were at Mike's house.
Oh, yeah.
He was like, "Ugh."
Wow.
I'm sorry, sir, what did you say?
we have this beautiful black cat named Maya that she actually loved to wrestle. You know, but if
To a
you
point.
wrestle with her, you expected to.
Oh, yeah.
Eventually, she was gonna, like grab and
Oh.
she was actually fairly gentle about it, but you were gonna lose
You're
your
gonna
blood.
scratch
You're
her.
gonna- Yeah, and if you're not expecting it, yeah, you're gonna yell, geez, you little monster.
Is that who got him?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
We're still talking about the 501s though. Damn 501s.
Good. So we're in my house, my old house, in my basement
I
playing,
used,
okay?
back when I used to have long sleeve stuff, I just hold that one.
Doug had gone upstairs to
And my,
go to the bathroom, and at some point he was done in the bathroom, he's wrestling with my dog upstairs, okay? So my dog is like running around real fast, she's all hyper, it's flying. All hyper, and Doug's running after her and everything, so all you hear downstairs is boom, 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 boom. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And all of a sudden, Steve says, damn 501s, like Doug's trying to button his pants back. So all of a sudden notices.
Doug's been like, I never said that.
I've never said that.
Yeah, we know.
It's the funniest quote.
Yeah. And
Damn 501.
All that racket was just.
By the
breaking
way, I
back up.
gotta tell you guys, online, so in the. I'm gonna,
Inside
Hey,
voice,
Doug.
sir.
I laid out the,
not anymore.
somebody was talking about champagne and, how do you do champagne in D&D? And I said, well, if it's not from the Champagne region of Baluna, it's sparkling fire amber. Somebody wrote us who was like, found the Greyhawk nerd. But I was like, we gotta make a shirt that says, fire amber, ... for our victory. Because that's a shirt I think we can sell. Unbelievable. But everyone sounds like, it's not from the Champagne region of Baluna, it's sparkling fire. They're like, found the Greyhawk nerd. All right,
We're on. Hey, so, yeah.
Are we running out of time? All right, so you guys are back at the Silver Wagon. Bella is inside with Walwyn, the artist. He's maybe not tied up. There's some difference of opinion.
His hands are bound behind his back, his feet are okay because he was walking to get here.
Behind his back.
No,
Well,
Does he want to be tied up?
I told him to get it with me.
Oh,
So his
his
hands
hands are tied up in front.
tied up in front. So he's eating
It seems like a-
elevensies
It seems like a nice thing to do. is let him eat.
at the bar. So you're starting to get a few.
But we're not at the bar, we're at a
At a
table with
table.
our
All
back.
right, well,
My back's against the wall.
you're still getting a few eyeballs. You're inside with Armin. You're inside because you said you were going in with him, right?
I'm just going to get it all settled and help Doug get them all
All right.
settled, so.
I'm assuming that you're in there with Armin because he's gone in there to keep an eye on things. And he's still angry. He's still, from your eyes, he still believes that whatever happened to his daughter, this guy's responsible. But he's here to say, I'm not gonna let these guys just sort of like let him go. It's not gonna happen.
He's watching, yeah, they should, would have let him go.
He's like, unless justice turns my way, there's gonna be a problem. The rest of you are still outside with the rabble. What are you guys doing?
Get ready to leave to go to the mural.
All right, so you guys are going to the mural.
Yeah, I'm going to the mural.
You're going to, Elim, I'm assuming you're going to. All right, so it doesn't, it takes a little bit, I've sort of marked where the mural is. You guys go down there and you look at the mural. It's in a little bit of sketchy part of town. It's not a wealthy part of town.
It's painted on the wall.
It's definitely painted on the wall, and it's quite good. You know, the reality is that these guys' murals are this guy's murals are quite good.
And this particular one is a mural of,
He has done it's basically a fishing scene of boats out on the water, and then there's boats at the dock, and they're sort of unloading the catch, and there's people standing around, sort of like, oh, it's the catch, that kind of thing. It's as you might, it's sort of like a very peppy fishing kind of thing.
I asked one of the citizens if any of the people in the mural look familiar.
So no, so the guy, so the person you asked is basically says, I don't recognize any of these people. And if you ask a couple other people, they would say, no, these are sort of generic
Generic people, they're not representative of the city.
Where are the people
It's
that?
more of sort of like supporting the fact that we are all fishermen and that kind of stuff.
Where are the people that said they saw the guys in the clothes take this girl, the daughter? in?
Well, it was only that one Armin guy, the guy you were with in the silver wagon. He's the only one who said flat out, I saw this. The rest of them,
Did you convince everybody else that it did have?
yes, I mean, they're all, either he convinced them, or they're like automatic like supporters right now.
They just- yeah, they just
I know
follow-
Armin, and he would never tell a lie.
Exactly.
So if I have to kill somebody to prove that I'm devoted to him.
So what is this mural? I know a wall, but a wall of what? Is
Well,
it
it's on the side of a building, essentially. It's
Okay.
on the side of a
What
wooden
kind of
building, so
building?
it's been
Wooden building.
fairly rustic. It's a big, the building itself is a warehouse for dried fish. And, basically, it's just a sort of a large mural to sort of like promote, hey, we're all fishermen and we're all cool and that kind of stuff. And it sort of shows the process of fish getting from the lake into the thing. And it's, honestly, it's rather innocuous.
Is there another way in the building?
There's a giant door in front of it.
Okay, so is it locked?
No, it's wide open.
All right, I'm gonna go in, or I'm asked, let's go in.
Well, and people are working in there. I mean, you can see people working in there. There's probably 20 people. It's a long building, probably twice as long as the building that you were in for the Justice League. And they're processing.
Please go to interview the guy at the warehouse that moved the witness. And he can't stop working. So he's sitting there loading the truck up while he's talking to the cops about a homicide. Because, it'd just be nuts for him to stop working about it.
There's a bunch of people in there. They're carting up fish. They're, packing it in salt, that kind of thing. It looks like maybe exports kind of stuff, but there's probably 20 people in there. It's a big building.
Is there someone in charge? Is there?
There's a fair amount of people around, but doesn't look nobody looks like they're bossing anybody else around. There's a little office off to the side. You can't see in it.
I'm gonna go up there and see, all I'm gonna do is ask, see if there's been anything unusual. It's possible, maybe they came through the wooden, there's a secret door or something like that.
Oh, no,
That-
you look at the inside of the building compared to the outside, it's obviously that it's just a wall. There's no secret doors, there's no secret hiding place.
I still wanna ask, see if there's anything unusual, anything missing, anything,
Yes,
just to,
like people who are working.
well, no, go up to the office. Or
Right,
ask,
so there's a guy-
who's the foreman? kind of
There's
thing.
there's a guy in the office, he's scrabbling down on some sort of book, he's got some oil, like some sealskin, like, what are you?
My name's Dustwar, but that's,
The hell kind of name is that?
I don't know, well, he probably doesn't like me because I'm tiefling,
Tiefling name.
yeah.
I got
Tiefling.
no problem with tieflings.
Um,
You looking for a job?
no, I have a job, thank you very much. But I am looking to see if you've seen anything unusual in your processing in your plant.
Unusual.
Yeah, and anything that you would say, man, what the heck is that? We're looking for the disappearance of a girl.
It's a girl. What girl?
I give him the whole rundown.
Oh, well. And this just happened.
I give him the whole rundown. I mean, I think it happened, what, a couple of days ago or something.
Well, I gotta tell you, I haven't seen any real, any girls like that, around here. You know, we hire, you know, you just look, if you look, you can see that there are, you know, we hire many women to do the cutting. Women have, delicate features and they're good with knives. So there's, you know, we hire primarily women and small men and, feminine men.
Non-men.
Anyway, that's not really a thing here.
And we give you a
Okay.
locker for your chicks.
But we haven't seen young girls come through our wall, if that's what you're saying.
No. That's what I'm saying.
Just
No,
take a
we haven't
chance
seen
if
it.
you are asking.
Okay.
that.
Go check a castle entrance.
All right, thank you. Really, that's all we want. I mean, well, I guess I'll do a sense motive on him,
Sure.
which I'm sure I failed. No, actually, it's 15.
15. He seems a bit confused by these
Right.
questions, but and frankly, he seems even more confused about the differences between feminine men and regular men. But seems to be telling the truth.
Okay, yeah. And
So yeah, I mean, but you look at the wall and that kind of stuff. There's a mural on the wall. It's like the history of fishing, you know, that kind of thing. And there's no secret. I mean, you look at it from the inside and the outside. There's no way there's any secret passageways there. I mean, the wall itself is like maybe this thick.
No sign on the wall that says small girls enter here.
Yeah, no, nothing like that.
all right, so
Okay.
the other thing is detect magic and
All right, you do detect a little bit of magic in the mural. It's not a lot, and it's not the whole mural. It's sort of like centralized in the mural, and it's legacy magic. It's magic that was there once stronger, but now is like bleeding away. But it is evocation magic.
which is
Kind of summoning.
Summoning.
Yeah, could be used for like a portal.
It's very faint. And frankly, if there was any other magic around here, it'd probably overbleed it, but
There's no magic.
there's no magic around here. You see these sort of legacy issues.
19 on a spell crap.
It's not any magic that you know specifically. Possibly some sort of portal, some sort of teleport. It's definitely something traveling from place to place.
I'll be darned.
But finding out where, well beyond your.
Right.
Is it,
Get me up a little ice, would you?
is it in the paint or is it in the wood?
It's the paint.
Oh, okay. It's not looking good for.
Well,
Right.
just because they
Yeah.
went through here doesn't mean he's a member of it or anything.
Yeah, but,
He may have just been unlucky enough to paint the mural in a spot where
well, that's why I said it's in the paint.
It's in the-
It's not
It's
as,
in the paint.
it's in the
Ah,
paint. Okay, no problem. So, yeah,
okay, so it's not in the, it's not in the wood. It could it have been added?
It's definitely not part of the building. It's definitely part of the paint.
Well, I guess it could have been added on top of the paint,
Yeah, I mean theoretically.
but this,
yeah.
but it's old.
Yeah, well, it's old from the point of view of magic, right? So,
Yeah.
the magic is old.
you know that putting up a gate or a teleport or something like that, it's a one and done, right? So old in the idea, but there's also this legacy magic. Legacy magic, you know, when you set off a teleport or you set off a gate, there's going to be some residual magic that sort of like hovers around, and that's what you're detecting. It could be easily 72 hours, 48 hours. You don't, I mean, there's no way to tell how old it is.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's just sort of like fading out. I mean, it'll be gone in a day, probably.
Why don't we check out some of the other murals this man has painted in town?
Excellent point. Yeah. So we asked the citizenry, what other murals? that
Do a
you
little
paint?
walking around.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you were able to find at least 3 different murals in various parts of town, all over. It takes you probably most of the
Different
day.
scenes?
Yeah,
Same
different
theme?
scenes. Well, not so much. I mean, they're very much sort of like local positive.
Local town, positive,
Yeah.
okay.
Right.
Sort of like, stalwart citizens sort of doing shit, fishing and, holding fishes.
Are these,
Communist
are these
propaganda.
murals anywhere near the houses that people have been gone missing from?
No. Not that you've noticed.
That's what I noticed, okay. Because we were,
Um,
they would just.
All of your magic
Bless you.
detection on those other places, no magic. at all. Even he was like, look, I'm looking for residual magic, that kind of stuff, gone. There's nothing.
Thank you for using pencil.
Gone, so it was there.
No. Maybe, no.
I know.
Yeah, so you don't get any other magic from any of those other places. And none of them are really close to the disappearances that you
So they wouldn't.
got. Go ahead.
All right.
Where are his paints now?
Pants?
Paints.
Hopefully he's wearing his pants.
Pants.
In his studio.
The paints and brushes that he would use to paint murals?
Pants and balls, what?
The ball sack that he would dip in.
Paints are back in the studio.
Let's go back to the studio.
So you go there.
Yeah.
All right, so you go into that place and it's a round 2-story tower. Actually quite elegant. The first floor
It's a studio
is,
tower.
sort of living area, it's obviously, there's a kitchen, there's a hearth, there, that kind of stuff. You go upstairs and you can see that the upstairs has a giant sort of window set with things. So he gets
Lots of natural light.
he gets a lot of natural light at all hours of the day. It's literally a window that is circumferencing the building. You go up there, that's the studio. You see a variety of tables and easels. He's got paintings set up against the walls and that kind of stuff, big stuff, little stuff. He's been very prolific. The stuff that the paintings you see are quite good. They're a large format kind of stuff. You can see that he has been preparing larger sort of buckets almost of paint to take and you assume to do these murals where there's going to be like a lot of paint used and that kind of stuff. He's got that whole section kind of like he's stirring his stuff all up. Detect magic does not determine any magic at all. Whatever's going on in here, it's not magic.
Any similarities between these murals and his paints to the young man's paintings that we took out of the one household?
No, you mean the drawings from
Yeah.
the guy, no, they're completely dissimilar.
Isn't there some sort of artist in the asylum?
There was.
Yeah.
But you look in these paintings and they seem perfectly natural. Not the same kind of feeling that you got when you look at the paintings of the asylum, where it was like sort of like these portals between planes that are these surreal landscapes that you would look at. These are very traditional. They're well done, but not at
Well
all
done.
sort of like freaky deaky. They stretch the word.
But thematically, the same thing is happening with these, or supposedly with this one.
Well,
At
I
least.
mean, what you've heard is that this guy saw shadow creatures with his daughter leap into a mural and disappear.
Which is entirely, if it was some kind of portal, I mean, like a magic
Yeah,
teleport
Right,
thing.
it's possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you have found some legacy magic.
Let's go back and kill the elf.
Well,
I mean,
Seems right.
Yes,
he just maybe
Kinda
he's guilty
care.
by association.
obviously he knew about it.
Well, I mean, maybe
No,
he
no,
does,
no, no, no.
maybe he doesn't.
I
We don't
know,
know.
I know
Yeah.
that, I know that, but
What do you guys do?
To make an omelet, you gotta break a couple eggs.
That is
Or
true.
elves in the case of.
Or elves.
Big enough, you gotta break a couple elves. So you guys get back to the
We still don't know
silver
that- that
wagon.
responsible for the port.
Right, we don't.
We have no way of knowing.
You get back to the silver wagon. People are giving you the hairy eyeball. Well, they're giving Bella the hairy eyeball, because she's obviously got somebody tied up at the table. She's been ordering tea and toast for the last 2 hours. But you guys show
And
up.
she's all kinds of everything.
Yeah.
Systematically making your way through every meal that she
Is
missed.
there
Yeah.
other things that you guys want to do?
Well, we have to explain to Armin, you know, that now I'm just telling him, I don't think this individual is responsible for the disappearance of your daughter.
However,
Well, then who's
Huh?
done it?
we don't know.
There's no other answer.
Well, there,
Saw it happen.
I'm not doubting either. However, there are magical ways that said, and I tell him what we found, and I try to
Okay.
dumb it down, you know, just to the point of to say that whoever took your daughter, or possibly these other people, has the ability to use magic to walk through and transport themselves to another place. All I'm saying is that it's probable that they're trying to deflect blame onto to an innocent person. I think that it would be wise, and I say this to the thing, I think it'd be wise that for the next couple of days, you don't talking to the artist and talking to Armin, and you're not painting anymore for a while. I think you need to kind of be under house arrest, and if this happens again, we'll know something else is up.
He starts halfway with a spoon of oatmeal or whatever his gruel is eating. He's like, "Hey, you got it." You know, whatever. And he sort of like tucks it in the thing. He's like, "Whatever you need."
House arrest is much better than
Yeah.
hang.
Yeah.
Tell me, you know, I gotta not work, you know, that kind of thing for a couple of days. I'm down. You know, if it keeps me from getting killed,
I'm with the midget that likes to eat. Let's go.
let's go. I'm with her.
That's all, I mean,
Well, he seems amenable to
yeah,
that.
Yeah, that's the
absolutely.
only way.
He's like, "Look, I gotta clear my name. I have a reputation."
I'm more worried about Armin.
Right.
Fuck it.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
I'm sorry, that's.
Do we have time?
yeah, do we have time? Yeah, let's get the pig grease out.
Well, he's definitely peaked. He definitely, I mean, your words have not swayed him.
No, and
No.
I,
Right,
And-
right.
Yeah, he's definitely of the mind that this guy,
You have to pay extra.
if he didn't do it outright, is
Yeah.
like connected to it.
Well, if that's the case, then maybe they're responsible for the disappearance of the other people in town. So that way we can figure out
so
how this is all happening.
do the constables have any kind of a holding cell? I think,
I
we should-
mean, in the fortress, yeah, probably.
okay. Well, I think it was, you
Do
know,
we trust them? Just.
With their lives, yes.
Before we stop, something happens at the Silver Wagon.
Of course it does.
As you're sitting there, Bella, with the elvish guy you talked to over there,
The banner.
By the way, you're my favorite, Don.
a young halfling woman. She sort of looks around and she sees you, Bella, at the table, and she comes over and she goes, "Excuse me, Miss Bella, may I sit?"
Not closely.
Sorry, man, right, I don't mean to. But I've seen that you're the only hobbit amongst the champions of the Briarstone Asylum, and I was hoping to talk with you.
You don't have a friend named Matthew, do you?
Mr. McConaughey, you.
No, I've heard of him. He's a huge dick,
Major penis.
but not as huge as
He lives.
12 foot is a giant's each, but anyway, especially a human or
Ever.
no, she's like, "No, I don't know who you're talking about. I've come to see you. I've heard great things about you and your friends, and I've come because I'm in dire need. May I see?
You know, just shit at midnight. You said this.
She sits down. She says, I've come to you because you're a hobbit like I am. My brother has disappeared. And I suspect that he's been taken by the constables into the fort. And he's done nothing wrong, I can guarantee you that. My name is Hollis, his name is Sean. He has been taken by them, by the new constables, for reasons that I cannot understand. And I was hoping that you, as a fellow hobbit, a fellow halfling, might see clear to taking up my cause. I've talked as much as I can to the constables, and even tried to go up to the Iris Hill to petition my case, but they turned me away. You're one of the few hobbits in town and part of the champions that have broken whatever horrifying thing happened at Briarsword Asylum. I beg of you, please help.
Did they tell you what he did?
They told us nothing. We were at our home and they came in, stomped through, took him, left me there. I followed immediately after. They took him into Fort Halitosis.
Yeah, I was wondering where you're gonna tell it.
Because I can't remember the actual name of it right now.
They passed by Pier 1.
And they passed close to Pier 1 and picked up some decorative napkins and a few shot glasses, and then they moved on. And took him to the fort. I haven't seen him since. This is 2 weeks ago. And I'm worried desperately that my brother may be in desperate strain. Will you help?
Dire.
Fuck off. You're not a hobbit. Why don't you take your goblin ass out in the street, you big dickhead?
When you started the story, I was thinking, the next time I run a module and it's got anything like that, it's gonna be my name is Yarnell, my brother's name is Shields.
Oh, Lord.
That went right over my head.
I'll be hurt.
That's why I'm doing it. Shields and Yarnell is this popular music group, kind of like Captain and Tennille. Actually, they were the mimes. They were the mimes.
Across
They're brother and sister mimes, actually, yeah.
across the arena, you see Peaches and Herb. Finally, the final battle has commenced.
The only way you can make mimes more irritating is a brother and sister team.
Team of,
It's their own weekly show.
yeah, they had their own
Yeah.
TV show.
And a
Well,
variety
she's
show.
sort of positioning it as like, will you help me find my brother? I know that I can ask, because you are a fellow hobbit, and hobbits are rare here. You
We
are
can-
amongst the
We
champions.
like our
We
hobbits
can
well done.
employ-
Well done.
That is as much as I can ask. Please allow me to tell you my story at the next time that we meet.
Does it begin with once upon a time?
It might begin with that.
It was a dark and stormy.
Stormy night.
Every night.
Or that.
Sorry.
That's all right. Hold on, I gotta switch this.
This is what happens.
I sent you an email with some of the quotes.
There you go.
You gotta take that out of my house. But yeah, so at this point, there's a female halfling who's come to you and said, my brother has been taken. You're a halfling, I'm a halfling, that obviously makes us allies.
One full person together.
Yeah, together we should get a trench coat and fight these
There you
guys.
go.
But
You and your plum bob.
basically, she's like, look, I don't.
You did.
I know, you did.
She's like, I don't know who to ask. Who else to ask? You are my kinsman, kind of. Hopefully you help.
Right.
Okay,
Got it.
Get it, got it, good.
Good.
so you guys have fun?
Yeah, you're not available the second Friday of the month,
Next one.
of next month. That is the,
And I'm probably the Friday after Thanksgiving is probably gonna be busy for everyone. Hold on, let me,
Right. I am out the 11th,
which is the second Friday.
second Friday.
What's the date of the second Friday?